Hello, everybody. Welcome. I was going to say back, not back, for the first time to our, I think this is our second Champions local here. We've got commentary by myself, Zach, joined by Mitchell here. We decided we did not want to lose to Charizard, Speed Ties, and Basket Legion Last Respects today, so we're going to watch other people do that, and you're all going to get to watch. It'll be great.
Yeah, this is exciting. We scanned a variety of the teams. We saw a lot of great mega choices, a lot of cool team archetypes that you typically don't see. This is not one of them.
We're not featuring any of those yet.
One of them.
We're getting there, but I think Cleavor is cool. It did win. It got first place and second place in the Victory Road tournament that just ended yesterday. So this is hot off the metagame press, as it were.
Right.
Luke running that team with the Scarf Cleavor, Charizard, King Gambit, Whimsicott, Sneasler, and the Citrus Berry Basket Legion. So a little bit different.
Cleavor is really nice for Charizard. We see this recent metagame development, in fact, yesterday, right? Because it got first and second, no coincidence there. Being able to pressure Charizard that's not only on the field, but also in the back with the stone axe, letting Stealth Rocks hit the field. Massive damage, right? Yeah. It's awesome. Yeah,
Charizard with half health is a lot easier to deal with. Of course, this is not going to be as relevant as Maxime does not have a Charizard. Their mega choice is the Floette. Of course, do a hefty amount of damage. This one is carrying the absolute nuke of Light of Ruin, but the Stealth Rocks will still be pretty useful in the face of this Rotom Heat. Another ground immune fire type that will take not half from Stealth Rocks, but it will take a quarter, which is still nice to chunk off some of the HP of Rotom. It is a relatively bulky Pokemon, and that typing is quite good, but Tailwind team, so I'd imagine Whimsicott's probably going to be making its debut in both of these leads. And here we go, Whimsicott plus the rock type of choice.
Yeah, and rocks, they seem like they're slow until they go down a hill, right? If Glamora chooses, well, Glamora's Sash here, but it's still decently fast. It's not going to outpace this Scarf Cleavor, though. I want to point out, we actually saw Whimsicott, Glamora, and Rotom Wash win the Singapore Master Ball League, right? And that Magnet proved to do it had big dividends against opposing Charizard teams, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Rotom Heat in the back here to help against that Charizard further.
Yeah, but before that, Cleavor might be able to get the opportunity to do whatever it wants after these Whimsicott. Just trade Tailwinds. No one's doing anything crazy quite yet. As we do see Cleavor just immediately go for the Stone Axe. This does a nice chunk of damage to Glamora, and the field,
are we playing singles here, or are we playing doubles?
We're trading entry hazards.
Wow.
Toxic Spikes on Luke's side for the Stealth Rock, now on Maxime's side, and that's Cleavor gone. Cleavor did its one thing. We saw Scarf at Cleavor, I believe, win the Victory Road tournament, but Focus Sash was, I think, the one in second, or one of those boys. So this one does not have Focus Sash. We'll get KO'd instantly to that power gem, but Sneasler is immediately here to absorb that toxic debris, and so now it is threatening big damage into both of these Pokemon, or potential KO to both.
Right. Maxime got the turn correct on turn one in terms of getting the Pokemon advantage, but looking ahead, seeing that Sneasler be so fast and be able to outpace this Sash Glamora, and the Stealth Rocks being on Maxime's side, and maybe that Luke is in the driving seat here, and we're seeing the Encore go into the opposing Whimsicott, so Maxime is unfortunately locked in the tail, and you gotta imagine maybe they were going for Encore onto this opposing Whimsicott as well. Close combat launched in the Glamora for the knockout, and another first layer of Toxic Spikes, which the only way Sneasler is going to remove that is by switching out and coming back in.
Yeah, there's potentially a King Gambit, for a Charizard in the back, which don't care much for those Toxic Spikes at all. So Max will be sending out the Floette now, able to do a whole lot of damage inside this Tailwind. However, one of the things that naturally preys upon Floette is the Sneasler, of course, and I believe it got the Unburden activated as well. So it's the zoomiest Sneasler that ever did zoom.
Yeah. This is a pretty scary position if you're Max, because on one hand, you want Floette to do its job, but it can't be doing that with Whimsicott on the board. But if you're switching out into this King Gambit, you got to be worried about, is it going to be able to handle the Sneasler? I don't know if there's enough tools here to be able to do that.
Yeah, Sneasler looks like it's in a great position here. That Whimsicott was kind of forced off the field from that Encore the prior turn. Luke noticing, I'm probably the faster Whimsicott. I'm timid with Focus Sash, and this Whimsicott is timid without Focus Sash. Probably needs a little bit more bulk to keep around. Speaking of keeping around, the Fairy type, Floette will be keeping itself safe with a Protect from Sneasler's Dire Claw, as well as the Moonblast double up. So King Gambit gets onto the field for free, which is good and bad. Like, King Gambit is here, that's great. It does have the Truffle Berry, and it will likely need that in order to stomach a powerful close combat from this Sneasler, which is still kind of unchecked here, and as Max tries to pivot around to not lose too many pieces too quickly.
Right. It's going to be up to whether this King Gambit can do what it needs to do. You see Dire Claw going to Whimsicott, and, you know, since Sneasler has White Herb activated, it's not at lower defenses, so this King Gambit's going to need 2 to 3 attacks to get the knockout, unless a Moonblast special attack drop raises King Gambit with Defiant.
Nope. Not this time. Moonblast does not actually boost, have a... Moonblast only has a 10% chance of lowering
even lower
attack in this game.
This time around, yeah.
They changed that, which
for good reason.
Honestly, kind of feels like a buff to Moonblast because you don't activate Defiant as often when you hit into King Gambit. So it's not all bad news for Moonblast. But speaking of bad news, it's kind of bad news for this King Gambit, as it is certainly in close combat range. Truffle Berry doesn't matter anymore. But Floette also is within range potentially of a Dire Claw, so this is still a wow. Sneasler is in an extremely offensive position here,
right?
And Whimsicott doesn't really need to do much of anything beyond just fire off more chip damage with Moonblast, maybe get Tailwind up again. But Luke still firmly has the speed advantage. The Sneasler is very quickly running away with the game.
The Encore locks could prove to be really fatal for Max as well, because the Max's way to be able to have at least a chance here is to make sure that they use the protects at the right time. We do see Max just go for 2 attacks here, so that means it's a little bit harder to Encore the second turn. Good play by them.
I think. But
now we just have to call the protects, right?
Yeah,
see what happens.
All right, Luke made a very safe, like, all right, I will simply double protect, and then I will be able to more safely double into whatever slot did protect that prior turn. Max does not go for that bait, just says, all right, I just need to deal damage. We'll see where it can land. Sucker Punch does a nice chunk to Whimsicott, but that fairy typing keeping it relatively safe as the Dire Claw follows up into Floette, so no attack from Floette this turn, so Max only gets that Sucker Punch this turn, which is damage down, that's good, but at this point, Whimsicott might on its own just be able to defeat this King Gambit. This one does not have a steal move as well, so there's no real way for it to even beat the Whimsicott on its own, to say nothing of the Sneasler and that 4th mystery Pokemon. So Luke, kind of lost Cleavor immediately, but never lost another Pokemon.
Yeah, its Fraps are all the best, right? In a Tailwind Mirror, it really comes down to who's naturally speedier, and here's to be Luke in this case. So
yeah, Scarf Cleavor was pretty nice.
Yeah, Scarf Cleavor was really nice and setting up the field. And Sneasler obviously just cleaned up there. So if you're Max, Garchomp. All right, it just sits there. It has Citrus to take a couple more hits, right? It can resist Dire Claw. Has Rough Skin to help chip away at Sneasler, I suppose. It doesn't like taking Earthquake, right? But that might have to be the way, because looking at Max's game plan here, all the power is invested in that Floette, which is weak to Sneasler, and then all these other partners don't really fare well against either, so I wouldn't be surprised to see
Garchomp
make an appearance.
Charizard from Luke as well, or there could have been a Basket Legion in the back, so
yes.
Certainly still an awkward situation. But to your point, we do see Garchomp as the kind of obvious adjustment, and Luke kind of immediately leading into things that aren't great into that Garchomp. However, Sneasler does have Fake Out, so there's that Fake Out pressure to buy a Cleavor return to maybe get up those Stealth Rocks with that Stone Axe.
But you know what Max has? Encore. So we get into
Encore.
these games, right? We get into these games. I mean, it could just be as simple as a double protect from Max, but you got to think about what board position might get brought up for Luke, because like at turn 2, Tailwind plus Earthquake looks really free. So you got to imagine, is Luke going to go for the Fake Out and try to attack with Cleavor, or is he going to anticipate double protect and try to reposition for a stronger turn 2? Whimsicott switching in here is honestly pretty safe as well. It's resisting all of Garchomp's hits and doesn't really fear the opposing Whimsicott too much, and that's why we see it hit the board.
Whimsicott showing its defensive potential here as the Fake Out does go into Max's Whimsicott, so no Tailwind at this turn, but Garchomp is just free to let loose an Earthquake into 2 resists, but Sneasler is absolutely not a resist. That Earthquake swiftly removing the biggest thorn in Max's side from game 1. Sneasler is gone, only got that Fake Out off, and didn't even break a Focus Sash as Maxine Whimsicott. It's not carrying a Focus Sash, and the Earthquake would have been anyway, but now Charizard has hit the field and is able to threaten this Whimsicott with a powerful Heat Wave and Weather Ball. Of course, Garchomp does have Rock Slide, though, and that is always what you have to be worried about when you are running Charizard.
When there's a Rock Slide, there is a way. And honestly, I think that even if Max were to call this first turn incorrectly, or, well, I guess this turn incorrectly, it looks safe the following turns, right? In order for Luke to KO Garchomp, he has to Moonblast, but that allows Max's Whimsicott to click Tailwind and then Encore the subsequent turn, and they can deal with Charizard with perhaps Gamora or Rotom Heat in the back, right? So let's see how the turn plays out. We see the Tailwind, so Max is going to try to establish that speed control. You just have to wonder, is this Moonblast or is this another Tailwind? And it's a Rock Slide, so... Oh my goodness, can we see a double flinch here?
Ooh, maybe, but the Charizard is bulky enough. That is the first step for Charizard to be able to do anything. Whimsicott will go for that Moonblast, as you were mentioning, into that Garchomp. Super effective attack, but this is a Garchomp who's very bulky and is able to heal up nicely with that Citrus Berry. So most likely not going to be in range from whatever this Charizard was going to try to go for. But Rock Slide does Rock Slide things. That is the flinch, and then is Maxine starting to run away with this game. Charizard not being able to get any damage off means Whimsicott sticks around and can now Encore Luke's Whimsicott, so there will not be another Tailwind, so the speed advantage can stay firmly in Max's favor.
Yeah, honestly, it didn't look like too bad of a spot either if Heat Wave hit one or both of these Pokemon. Garchomp's bulky enough to have taken that, and then depending on the partner, Whimsicott's just another... Wow, we see Whimsicott outspeed again.
Ooh, but there's the Encore, so no Encore from Max's side, probably going for a Moonblast, but getting punished by that Encore. I think Luke going for the play that they could make.
Dice.
But the Rock Slide will be double connecting here, so Charizard doesn't get to do anything. And so Kleavor will be forced back onto the field once again in a no better spot than it was the last time it was here. And Whimsicott is still here, but Max's Whimsicott is now encored into Tailwind, but at this point still...
Not too horrible, honestly. I mean, like, I don't know if Max wants to play a game where they get up Tailwind on their own, like in a different... Like a second Tailwind, you know, where Luke's Whimsicott goes down, and then that would allow Garchomp to clean up the Kleavor, but... honestly, depending on what's in the back, like if it was King Gambit that just outright defeats a rock-locked Kleavor here, we see King Gambit hit the field, and that's exactly what you need if you're Max.
Yeah, Rock Slide will be once again double connecting. Kleavor is a rock type that is also weak to rock, so Whimsicott also going down. Enough Rock Slides will KO Whimsicott from a Garchomp, which normally Whimsicott can sit in front of pretty comfortably.
Oh, we do have to mention that Stone Axe is only 90% accurate.
Yeah, Graveon
followed up with a forfeit.
Graveon top, Stone Axe missing. Not that that was going to be too meaningful there, as it was now locked into Stone Axe. King Gambit could have very comfortably won that endgame all on its own, and so very quickly Max finding an adjustment to very instantly bounce back, didn't even lose a single Pokemon in that game. So to see how volatile these Tailwind mirrors can be. Who moves first, who gets that first KO, who gets momentum.
It's really decided by lead there.
Is so impactful. I think also it's worth mentioning that Rock Slide flinch onto Charizard certainly tipped the scales in Max's favor. However, that's going to happen, right? When you are clicking Rock Slide, you are going to connect, you are going to get flinches, and especially when you're moving first because you have Tailwind, those Rock Slides will just buy you turns, and I'm not going to say win games you wouldn't have otherwise. I think Max was still in a pretty comfortable position, but certainly makes things a little bit easier.
Right. I do want to correct something that I noted. I was kind of surprised that Garchomp outsped Whimsicott. I'm realizing that Luke never got the chance to set up Tailwind.
Yeah, there was no Tailwind.
So that meant that the turn that Luke clicked Encore onto Max's Whimsicott, it was going for Moonblast. It was not a priority move. Yeah. But, you know, we have to think about that, too. Matching Tailwind is probably really important in this matchup. And we see Garchomp and Rotom Heat, so... Oh, my goodness. Wow. Honestly, I mean, like, you don't match Tailwind, but you're destroying this Charizard, right? This is good coverage. I mean, like, you switch out into something that could maybe take Thunderbolt a little bit better, and he could just get got by Earthquake, right? Whimsicott could go down to... Well, it can't go down to Overheat in one hit. It's got the Sash, but still, this is pretty scary. Yeah, Rock Slide, I don't know if you want to stay in with Charizard here.
Yeah, there's also the case of Electroweb. So there's still speed control on Max's side with the Electroweb on this Magnet Row and Heat, which is still going to do a solid chunk to that Charizard. Right. Certainly the requisite chip damage to bring it into Garchomp's Rock Slide range. However, when you do click Electroweb, you do have to worry about potential of the King Gambit being in the back. You don't want to give that a free Defiant boost. And Charizard wants to wait it out, see how things are going, say maybe my fortunes will be a little better in the following turn after Whimsicott sets up this Tailwind. Rotom does go for Electro Web.
Honestly, this might be worse if Whimsicott's not knocked out here because I feel like the pressure's still not getting put on by Charizard. Like, you'd want Whimsicott to faint. And with this Electro Web and what's surely an Earthquake or Rock Slide, that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
so
Whimsicott's going to stay on the field when
that might not be. Yeah, right. Oh,
even better.
Even better, I suppose.
Well,
in a way.
I don't know about better, but like you wouldn't mind like chipping down Whimsicott.
Yeah.
But,
now we're in this spot where Whimsicott's only recourse is Moonblasting into Garchomp, and then Charizard, like, I don't know, crossing his fingers and hoping Weather Ball or Solar Beam can pick up this Garchomp.
Maybe
if you don't just switch, right?
Yeah, this is a modest Charizard. We do know this, so it is.
We have the technology.
We have the technology. We have the technology. We know this Charizard is pretty offensive, so maybe this can get the Garchomp, but Citrus Berry might be a little bit too much for Luke to overcome here. Going for Weather Ball instead. This will be resisted, but powered by the sun and all this other stuff.
Oh.
Kind of the perfect amount of damage.
Wow, that was calculated.
Not enough to activate that Citrus Berry, which means is this Moonblast enough to actually pick up this KO? And it is. So, tactical amount of damage. I was saying Solar Beam might not be strong enough, but Weather Ball, probably weaker than the Solar Beam, perfectly calculated to get rid of that. But I will have to eat this Magnet Thunderbolt, which is actually enough to pick up the one-hit KO onto this relatively bulky Charizard. So,
yeah.
Magnet, I think, necessary to get that KO, and swiftly removes that Charizard. And so, all right, you lost Garchomp, but we traded Garchomp for Charizard.
There's a reason we've seen it won that Poor Master Ball League. It just next to Whimsicott, just Tailwind and just Thunderbolted everything on the opposing team. It was awesome. And you know, I thought this trade would have been okay because now it's a Rotom versus Whimsicott, but the Garchomp that handled Sneasler is gone. So
yeah, it's like where does the answer to Sneasler come from now? And it could be Glamora, right? Glamora does have Earth Power, which does a significant amount of damage to Sneasler.
Does have Sash.
And does have a Sash. However, Glamora could just potentially go down to a close combat plus Moonblast double up, but the close combat's going into Rotom instead.
Oh.
It is sturdy enough to survive with 8 hit points. Sneasler's White Herb going to activate on Burden and keep it way faster than everything else, but the Moonblast follow-up, into that Rotom, so we'll be able to pick up the KO. No Citrus Berry on this Rotom, so no extra health when it might have needed it. So Rotom goes down, but Glamora gets to now fire back with a big damage into either of these slots. Here's the Earth Power into Sneasler. However, Glamora is not quite strong enough to actually KO a Sneasler with the super effective Earth Power. And so that means Sneasler gets one more turn to fire off big damage.
Oh, goodness, that's scary.
And Floette is really not loving this position either.
Yeah. I think it's just going to have to come down to Max getting the Protect calls here. But then you got to play around Encore. There's still a last Spawn there. That was really well positioned by Luke. I mean, I thought Max having all that Charizard defense would be strong in the early game, but we saw Luke's training of his Pokemon really paying off there. Charizard attacking before the Whimsicott to not activate that Citrus. I don't know if that was calculated, but it was perfect for the situation. And that really put Max behind. And it's hard to...
Oh, the Whimsicott moved second because of the Electro Web speed drop.
Oh.
So playing around that. And now we're in a similar spot to what we saw in Game 1, where Luke has the Pokemon advantage, no switching, can just play around. Okay, if you protect any of your Pokemon, I can just Encore lock that Pokemon down. So Floette is now vulnerable to getting Encored in this following turn. Tailwind petering out, not super relevant at this point, as Whimsicott probably going to go for a priority move, and Sneasler has that Unburden activated, so it doesn't need the Tailwind at its back. It's still looking really hairy for Max, as Encore plus close combat into a bunch of things is just going to be pretty difficult, as long as Whimsicott can stick around, this Floette is never going to get to move.
I mean, I could see some weird, like, type of thing where, like, maybe, I don't know, Glamora gets the knockout on Whimsicott and Floette double protects it, like we're seeing right now.
I think, Floette double protects, Sludge Bomb into Whimsicott. You can block the Encore, and then Floette gets to actually do stuff for the rest of the game.
Does it with Dire Claw on the field?
Well, if it can survive the Dire Claw, we'll have to see. The close combat goes into Glamora, does a big amount of damage, but again, not bringing it down to Sash. There's no chance of it getting KO'd. Toxic Debris is something that's nice. And there is the KO onto Sneasler. So Floette is kind of kept in jail, but it's not, there's nothing as threatening to it anymore. It's all going to be down to what is Luke's final Pokemon. We saw the Charizard, we saw Cleavor before, but King Gambit actually in the back now. So, man, there was a lot more risk to that Electro Web on that turn 1 than Max might have realized, as King Gambit is brought to for the first time, I believe, in this game. in this set, rather.
Are you able to see, does Luke's King Gambit have a steel type move?
Luke's Gambit does have
Iron
just the standards, two dark moves and the Iron Head. And so Floette not loving its position here. And Gamora also in a fine enough spot, but it can do good damage into both of them, but it's a sucker punch away from getting KO'd, and it really needs to do a lot of damage because we see Floette is trapped into that protect.
Yeah. I wonder if even like a critical hit Earth Power could get this King Gambit. I want to think no, right?
Maybe, but we're just going to see the sucker
Gambit.
punch, so Gamora is KO'd, and that is going to be all she wrote here, I think, as Floette is going to be internally locked into Eternal Floette is going to be eternally locked into the protect, and so Max, seeing the writing on the wall, will be forfeiting that game. So a really, really back and forth game. I think we saw like practically every Pokemon from our players. Maybe not. Did we see Basculegion from Luke? Maybe
Nope.
not Basculegion.
No Bask.
But we saw most of the Pokemon.
We saw all the Pokemon.
We saw every other Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm okay not seeing Basculegion. We'll see more Basculegion, I'm sure.
Too much more, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. So thank you, Max, for not bringing Basculegion. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Did not end up working out well, but I think that Rotom getting that one-hit KO on Charizard was a very big maneuver. It's just that speed drop, the Electro speed drop, happily came back to bite Luke because it meant that Charizard would go first, get that Weather Ball, weaken Garchomp into not range to eat that Citrus Berry, and then Moonblast could follow up from there. What if the Electro hadn't gone off, then Moonblast would go.
Garchomp would have been around.
Garchomp would have eaten the Citrus Berry, and then it could have survived the Weather Ball, and then gets that Rock Slide off, and then suddenly things are a lot different.
Yeah, that's also really rough to want to. There's so many turns Luke just doubled into a Pokemon, doubled into the next one, and it's hard to justify clicking on Protect in front of an Encore Whimsicott, right?
Yeah,
and sure, Max could stall those Tailwind turns out, maybe switch around, but then if Whimsicott's not taken care of, that's just a second Tailwind for Luke. That was a really uphill battle after the way those speed tiers worked.
Yeah, and we saw Max in Game 3 did not elect to even bring Whimsicott, so they kind of forfeited the Tailwind war. We're close to getting it winning regardless, but didn't quite pan out in that third decisive game. But really explosive set. I think we saw the fun that these Tailwind team dynamics can have. I think both players played really well, used their aggressive options pretty nicely. Kleavor didn't do a whole lot, but that's quite okay. I think we'll be jumping into another game here. We got more fun for everybody. We've got Chris with on the bottom of your side, and he's immediately
it's already over.
Immediately, good job, Chris.
Wow, that was
Chris did win. Okay, good
Master
job.
class.
Chris defeated Alvin. Is this game 1 or game 2? We have no idea.
Yeah, what's happening? What?
We're here. Who are you?
Wow, was that a galaxy? Like, we just teleported, right?
Yeah, we're
enough of those. Am I made back to my own universe? Oh my goodness!
All right,
I gotta say, Alvin's team sheet, he's always doing lovely drawings.
It's got
here.
wonderful drawings. This is the cutest Ampharos picture I have seen to date.
It's probably bad if I try to show the stream, right?
We don't need to. You don't want to show the stats and everything. It's fine.
Here, look at the replica team ID, or don't look at the replica ID right there.
Yeah. Don't
well,
or that, yeah.
everyone is curious. We see the Twitch chat blowing up. Gerardo, do you know if they're on game 2 or game 3 or game 1? They left the room.
I think the game is... So Chris won the set, so good job, Chris.
All right. Congrats, Chris.
Ampharos,
that would have been such a nice
been
team.
defeated.
Alvin's team is awesome.
Alvin's team is very cool. We got a Mega Venusaur from Chris alongside a Rain Core with that Pelipper, Basculegion, and Archilde. And we might be featuring these players in the future. They've done quite well in tournaments in the past, so I wouldn't be shocked if we featured them on stream before. But featuring... speaking of featuring people on stream, we've got more Whimsicott versus more Whimsicott action. Moonblast into Moonblast. This is nearly the same matchup.
Oh, wow. It pretty much is.
Yeah, we got Jeffrey running the Delphox, kind of fallen out of favor in recent, I would say months, but it's not like this game has even been out for more than 1 month.
Feels like forever.
More than 2 months, I should say.
Levitate is still nice, though.
Levitate's still nice.
Garchomp meta, you can't say no to that.
Pretty good. Not loving the Kleavor on Joey's side, running that similar... This is the team that won the VR challenge.
Yeah.
Kleavor.
Sash Kleavor.
Sash Kleavor.
Not nearly as scary as a Scarf, but scary for an extra turn.
It keeps itself around with that Frost Lass potentially in the back. Looks like this is about turn 1 or 2, pretty quick onto the field. So Kleavor immediately getting encored into whatever move it decided to go for. which will be that feint. So no protects for anybody here. Whimsicott actually gets that citrus berry, not a common item choice for Whimsicott, but I actually quite like it. We've seen how much Whimsicott gets chipped down by Pokemon like Garchomp and opposing Whimsicott, so getting that little HP health pack is pretty helpful here. The Garchomp, in this case, the Garchomp is Focus Sash, and the Whimsicott is Citrus Berry. They just traded items, I guess.
Cool stuff, cool stuff. I mean, it's not bad, right?
No,
like,
no,
Garchomp could really just benefit from being like, you know, I want to have my max attack, right?
Yeah, you're like,
I'm not getting. I want to stick around.
It's like, do you have Roselli Bear to survive a Floette Moonblast, or do you have Yachi Bear to maybe survive a Blizzard? And you're like, I have both of those.
Yeah.
I just have to be at full health, which Garchomp is at 10 health, so it's definitely not sticking around.
Now it's going to be at 0.
Now it is at 0. That's correct.
Feint
good
is
job.
a nice move of Kleavor's arsenal, right? Really allows the tailwind offense from Whimsicott to come through. And,
unimpeded.
You know, this tailwind's going off, but this could just be a Moonblast knocking out Jeffrey's Whimsicott. Okay, it could also not be.
Not quite. Yeah, this Whimsicott is bulky. Gets a
10%
special attack
chance.
drop. Gets a special attack drop, and the Encore is now ended onto. Which Whimsicott was ended the Encore? I think it was
opposing.
Joey's.
So is Joey's.
Yeah. So now Delphox hits the field, and Kleavor is locked into feint. Stone Axe had been on the field, or Stone Axe had been used prior, so the Stealth Rocks will cut into Delphox's longevity just a little bit.
And Whimsicott is likely to get locked back into Moonblast and be unable to touch this Delphox or Tailwind to speed up the speed, right? So I think Delphox is really safe here. Just needs to click anything into this opposing Kleavor, just chip whatever comes on the switch in, and we just go from there. We're seeing this.
Joey not wanting to fall for that trap again, and says, "All right, let me just get Basculegion on the field." Thanks for Joey for showing off Basculegion. We really needed to see that guy.
It's cool animation. I love Delphox.
Delphox looks very, very cool. This is the shiny Delphox. The feint once again into Whimsicott. Does a nice chunk, so it looks like 2 more will get there, as Whimsicott will fail that Encore onto the Basculegion switch as Heatwave comes out from Delphox. Does a nice chunk to... Oh gosh, Basculegion...
We didn't know it got damaged on the way.
Damaged significantly, and Kleavor, it is a rock type, so it's not weak to that Heat Wave, but it still takes quite a bit of damage and is certainly within range of yet another one. And so looks like Delphox is kind of running away with things. Despite, you're like, well, I have the rock type that can click rock moves. It's like, but does it get a chance to click those rock moves? That's
exactly, right? You don't have to worry about taking damage if they can't do damage. In the words of Colin Hire, something like that.
The wise words. Doesn't matter how much damage they could do if they can't do damage.
Yes. Is that
the quote.
verbatim?
Yeah.
I made an indirect quotation. Okay.
You gotta quote properly. Tailwind still up for 2 more turns.
And Whimsicott just hit back on the field for Joey, so he doesn't have to fear getting Encore unless he clicks Protect.
Now he has to fear getting Encore. Kleavor can go for the big feint.
Okay, I can kind of see this line.
Okay.
That's one way to handle it.
I'm pretty sure that critical hit was important. We saw how much the health down did last time, and it probably wasn't going to get there otherwise, but Kleavor coming in clutch, get the big feint crit onto Whimsicott, so it's not Encore locked forever. Kleavor will go down a hero in this game.
Who's the partner?
Clicking feint way more times than it was probably expecting to, and you really hope it's something that can deal with this Delphox, because Whimsicott certainly is not going to be the answer to Delphox. There also probably wants to be something that can deal with this Basculegion, which Frostlass can maybe help with. They can certainly help with the Basculegion, but we'll just have Shadow Ball. They can Shadow Ball both of them, yeah.
So it really
eventually.
Just depends.
It's just a matter of, do you get enough time to click 2 Shadow Balls, which will be the amount necessary to
it might have to
close out this game.
Closing it up. Right? Like, I could see it. It's just like Frostlass clicking Shadow Ball into one.
There's the Protect. So we'll see if Whimsicott can dodge a Heat Wave.
Tailwind.
Just Tailwind. Okay, just Protect Tailwind.
Yeah, I think...
There's the last respect.
With no Tailwind up, this turn does become a little awkward.
Does Whimsicott have Focus Sash?
Whimsicott has Cobra Berry. So it's
that
not going to take
not going to help.
Yeah, that is not helping.
Delphox,
man, that's unfortunate.
Has connected yet another Heat Wave. Heat Wave never misses unless you need to.
I can understand what Joey needed to do there. He did need to stall like 1 more turn of Tailwind, and the problem is like his Whimsicott doesn't necessarily need to. I think he could have gotten more mileage clicking Protect there, because Frostlass is naturally outspeeding Delphox, right? I'm sorry, is this Basculegion Sash? Oh, it's Scarf.
Yeah,
okay,
so he needs to get the speed. He needs to...
Perhaps a Blizzard.
I think this is fair. Like Joey's playing too. I need to dodge a heat wave at some point, and I might as well just like fish for heat wave misses at a certain point.
Yeah, so that's also fair as well.
So at this point, with Tailwind, the Shadow Ball should be going into that Basque Legion. Just hit the thing that can't protect, so Basque Legion goes down. That will be the last respects that this Basque Legion gets to go for in this game, as it is now the dueling of these two new Mega Evolutions. The Heat Wave single target into Frostlass will be enough. So,
man,
I feel like a lot of people started writing off Delphox. I'm one of those people, and Delphox was pretty good here. Yeah.
Granted that Joey has another like less common pick in Frostlass, right? Although that
Frostlass has been pretty relatively, but
relatively common, yeah. But it's not like you'd be thinking like, oh, this metagame is infested by Frostlass. I need to be like prepping my Delphox as my answer, right?
Yeah. I think the combo of Delphox plus Whimsicott was like
a really
compelling thing to me, is because Delphox has a really nice typing in a lot of ways, right? It immune to ground, resists fire, resists fairy. That was a really wonderful quality. Resists steel. However, a lot of things also just have other moves to hit it, like water type attacks, or ghost type attacks, or dark type attacks, or rock type attacks. And so that Encore being able to say, actually, don't use one of those super effective moves. Use one of those resistant moves that you probably have. Gives Delphox, I think, a little bit more room to play. And
that's
then
a good way to think about it.
I also like the combo because Whimsicott gives you that Tailwind, and so then Delphox isn't reliant as much on its natural speed. It can suddenly be a little bulkier. It can be a little...
It can leverage what it already has.
Yeah, it can leverage its natural firepower, which is quite high. It has the same special attack as Charizard naturally, so it does quite a lot.
Something tells me you like something tells me you like Delphox a lot, but unfortunately, can't be talking about it anymore, as we're going to take a little break here to wait for round 2. Don't go anywhere.
We got more Champions action coming
permanently. Come back in a few. We'll be here. We've been Mitchell, and he's been Zach. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm so pale. We're live. Hi, I'm back. I've been Mitchell. This is Zach joining me here. We've got an exciting game for you because we've got a NorCal local hero defending against an outside villain to NorCal named Nicholas Rubin, and I say that just in jest. But
Nick's
cool.
great. Nick's great. We got it.
Yeah. So we got two awesome-looking teams here, and they happen to have a Spathra.
We got an Spathra mirror. We wanted
man.
the emu. We got major emu hours right now.
Emus.
Also, Nick has like 4 berries on his team. That's a lot of berries. He's like
hungry hippo.
This is lunchtime, I guess, so he's ready. And then our child has leftovers. Like everything is edible.
He's gonna be munching.
I'm sure Floet's eating the Megastone as well.
I mean, anything can be edible if you try, like that scarf.
Yeah, I'm sure Basque Legion's tried.
I've seen magicians, like, you know, they pulled a. Okay, so
its ability's not magician.
Chris's team is a really interesting one because a Spathra here has Baton Pass.
Yeah.
But you know who else has Baton Pass? The other Spathra.
They both have the same. They both have Calm Mind Baton Pass. Looking to Baton Pass to that Archaludon. So this is going to be some really nasty stuff here. There's also the Mega Venusaur option on Chris's side
totally
as
valid.
a Baton Pass.
How about a Xerneas? Did you miss Xerneas? Because Floet could be an easy recipient of these Calm Mind.
Like you want build your own Xerneas.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking for.
There's a couple turns.
So we have both sides leading with Fake Out plus a Spathra. I wonder what a Spathra is going to be clicking this turn.
Yeah, a psychic move perhaps into one of these
dark
resist
types?
or immunes.
Dark types? Probably not.
I wonder how this game plays out. Does it become like a game of whoever can knock out the opposing Spathra before they switch out? I mean, Incineroar is definitely more capable of that than Sableye, right? The Sableye just has no attacks. Has Encore Disable, Reflect Light Screen. That's actually pretty disruptive.
Encore Disable is
opposing.
going to be really, really annoying for Chris to deal with because you can't, Baton Pass. You can't Calm Mind and then Baton Pass. So I think Nick has a little bit more the advantage on this on the offset here, as the Calm Mind will go first for Nick's Espathra. But
oh no, I like this.
Chris, going for saying I can't play the same setup game because you have Encore Disable. I need to go for offense, so goes for the Lumina Crash, immediately removing that special defense boost from the Calm Mind. Culverberry, though, will allow it to take this Throat Shot pretty comfortably, but the next one is going to do a lot more damage, potentially enough to pick up that KO. And thankfully, Incineroar, because of that dark typing, is immune to all of Sableye's shenanigans here.
This is really interesting. It's weird because Nicholas is... Oh, okay, we're seeing the disable into Lumina Crash.
So no more Lumina Crash for Espathra, sorry. Non-shiny Espathra. As the Baton Pass immediately, Nick realizing, okay, I can't really keep this going on for too long. But you know what can take a Throat Chop from Incineroar pretty well? Good old wedding day, the Archaludon. As the Spathra also going for a Calm Mind. At least not Baton Passing the Calm Mind, but at least passing a speed boost onto the Venusaur.
Oh,
so Venusaur is going to be pretty quick this time, and Archaludon doesn't mind that, gets a stamina boost for its troubles, and now we've got real raid boss Archaludon here, as it is healing up with those leftovers, has a +1 defense, +1 special attack, special defense, and speed, and Sableye is still here to be an absolute nuisance. And Incineroar is not doing a whole lot here. It can Parting Shot out, which is meaningful damage mitigation, but you got to imagine there's at least one of these trainers has brought their Rain Setter in Politoed or Pelipper, and so Archaludon will be looking to accrue more boosts with more Electro Shots in the future.
Becomes something incredibly scary. I do want to note that Lumina Crash earlier brought the special defense down to a neutral state, so I wonder how this Venusaur could handle it. It's Mega, but it's not Calm-Minded.
It should be down to -1, because the Lumina Crash lowers it by 2 stages.
Oh, by 2. Okay.
So that means this Venusaur Earth Power might be an existential threat to this Archaludon. And Archaludon maybe recognizing that and sort of saying, all right, I need Sableye to give me some light screen support so I can survive this powerful Earth power.
And then it could be
just instead saying, I need to get rid of this Sableye sooner rather than later. Chris does not like keeping that around. And the Parting Shot to, again, keep this Archaludon in check. That's kind of the name of the game here. So make sure that this Archaludon does not run away with the game with a 1,000,001 boost.
This is kind of a weird spot, though, because I'm also seeing it as Nicholas being able to protect his Archaludon. He just has to click Protect, and then Encore or disable with the Sableye depending on the move. And right now, it's looking like Encore, right?
Yeah.
You could trade the Sableye for that, and then Venusaur leaves the field, comes back in, somehow does what it needs to do. But honestly, being locked into Giga Drain is not bad for a Pokemon that's at +1 speed and so bulky. We do see that Encore come out. We're seeing the Dragon Pulse launch into Incineroar and do just under half. Giga Drain coming back, doing a lot of damage to Sableye, and I wonder if this is another parting shot or the Throat Chop to knock out the Sableye. Or just miss it.
It's the Throat Chop to not knock out Sableye. Does not quite get there with that Reflect and Light Screen. Sableye deceptively tanky, takes both of those 2 attacks, but is sure to fall to another one. And I think Chris is kind of okay with like, all right, I locked into Giga Drain to get rid of Sableye. You can Encore me into Giga Drain, but that's still okay. That just changes.
It's not a bad move.
That changes my play of like, okay, I'm not going to be trying to get rid of our Archaladon right away. I'm going to be getting rid of everything else right away, and then eventually I can, muscle through the Archaladon with the combination of like a Spothra plus Venusaur in the end game.
I wasn't quite too observant of the damage calculations, but I wonder if Throat Chop might have not been needed to have been clicked there. I wonder if it could have been parting shot into the Archaladon. Yeah, Venusaur switches back out into Spothra, so you got to wonder if this Incineroar was trying to target the Sableye, which is switching out to provide further support later. Sinistcha comes back in, Sinistcha hits the field for the first time, but
no hospitality.
Raw Electro Shot.
Yeah, Nick does not have a Rain Setter, and it looks like Chris might not either, and so saying, all right, well, it doesn't matter if this only takes 2 turns because you can't get rid of me.
You only need to, yeah.
Incineroar will be immediately removing that special attack drop so that this Archaladon is not super running away with the game.
In fact, this looks really bad for Nick because now Chris is in a spot where the Reflect being gone, that's all right. I mean, these are 2 special attackers, but Venusaur's in a spot where it can launch that Earth Power you were thinking of. And Spothra's totally fine to start clicking Calm Minds here, no? Does the Sinistcha have Trick Room? It does not. It has Life Dew and Rage Powder, Shadow Ball, Protect. Interesting sets, but sure, you could Rage Powder the Spothra, but it might just be clicking Calm Mind, and then Venusaur is immune to Rage Powder.
Yeah, so Venusaur, like, almost certainly going to go for an Earth Power into that Archaladon. It cannot protect. It has to follow through with that Electro shot. It started that prior turn. And so I think Chris, not wanting to fall for the Rage Powder, goes for Calm Mind, but Chris doesn't go for the Rage Powder. Instead, he goes for something else with the Sinistcha. Electro Shot will come out into the Venusaur, but that was previously
is that +2?
Incineroar, but that was a +1. Got the parting shot.
The Calm Mind initial turn 1.
Yeah, the Calm Mind and then the parting shot. But
okay. I see.
So Earth Power does quite a bit of damage to that.
I know a damage trade when I see one, and that looks successful.
That looks pretty nice to me. The Sinistcha will be going for a super effective Shadow Ball into a Spothra. This one does not seem to have much bulk because it does have the Focus Sash instead. So takes it okay enough, but gets the Calm Mind up in a situation where it now can go for the Baton Pass to give something on Chris's side. Probably not the Incineroar. A half a Geomancy boost.
Yeah. This is kind of a weird turn for Chris to call because I could totally see Archaladon going for the Protect and maybe a Life Dew, or maybe going for the Protect and switching to Sableye to be able to disable. In fact, like if there were the play where Sableye comes in for Sinistcha, it's so low that if it stays on the field, like sure, it could get the disable off the next turn, but if it faints, that's just a free switch back into Hospitality. So it could be cool. Venusaur switching out what I thought was like not too terrible of a spot here, but
the switch. So I think I know what happened.
We want Venusaur.
Venusaur's coming back in for Venusaur doing the
Venusaur things.
Well, no,
it's doing a Spothra thing. No, let's put it that way.
It's doing the Venusaur pulling
the dinosaur.
Oh,
all right, Basculegion does not take that Dragon Pulse very well, and it's not going to take the Shadow Ball either. Let's see if it gets a knockout here, Zach. Yep. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, good. Basculegion is gone. No more last respect on this Memorial Day. There will be the leftovers healing up yet more on this Archaladon. The ally switch was what I was going for. Venusaur did the ally switch and on this side, but it has half a Geomancy, so that's
playing
not bad.
Peekaboo, I see.
Yes.
A little game of Peekaboos. Never going to hurt anyone. A little bit red dye number 40, though. A little bit scary.
But Chris is getting low on Pokemon here as, Nick also kind of has all the eggs in the Archaladon basket. And Venusaur with, this Calm Mind boost and a speed boost is still looking extremely threatening.
Yes.
Incineroar also is a pretty nice target to just start throwing Throat Chops into the Sinistra slot, there is nothing that can reasonably take that attack in the back as well. The Sableye and Espathra will just go down to that, and Sinistra certainly won't appreciate that super effective move.
Forgive me for
the Cassib there.
I gotta ask, if Espathra is switched in, it's not getting the specials.
It does not get.
It's not getting a speed boost right away.
Stay on the field the whole turn.
So the thing that we're looking at right now, it's not gonna work.
Well, I don't know if Espathra's even gonna stick around this turn. We'll see what. I think the obvious move from Chris is this Earth Power into that Protect. And here's the Throat Chop falling up into Bernard, the shiny Espathra. I love shiny Espathra. It looks great. Love the black color.
And now we could probably see Hospitality switching back in.
Yeah, so Hospitality most likely coming back out into the field to heal this Archaladon yet more. However, I feel like this is kind of delaying the inevitable. I don't know if Archaladon has enough in the tank to bust through this Venusaur.
There's no fake out on Sableye.
But disable, you could always delay things even more. Disable that Venusaur. However, I think a Protect plus a Throat Chop is also pretty safe. I don't know if Archaladon has a way to immediately remove Incineroar.
Yeah, the Dragon Pulse just did under half the last time. There's no more body press in this game to take care of Incineroar. You see Venusaur Protect, so hopefully this Incineroar is targeting down the Sableye, which tried to disable the Earth Power. So a great call by Chris here. Dragon Pulse, what's the damage count?
Not quite enough. Incineroar is sturdy enough. So the Throat Chop will finish off this Sableye. And so now I said there were going to be 2 Throat Chops into that slot for easy KOs, and that's exactly what we saw. I think it was a great protect from Chris, and now we're in a spot where Venusaur is looking mighty difficult for Nick to get through. This coverage of grass, poison, ground is really effective, and it can just ignore Sinistra.
Right, and there's also this, like you just Throat Chop again. there's no recourse. Incineroar could feint to our Archaladon here, but I think the damage is done, and I think it could just be Venusaur soloing this team, it looks like. You just continually Giga Drain back up. You're at +1 attack, or +1 special attack and special defense. So Shadow Ball doesn't do a whole lot, even if there is a special defense drop. I wonder how Nicholas can come back in here. He's done what he's needed to do. He's brought Archaladon pretty much almost back up to full health. Maybe it's just going to depend on Sinistra taking some offense here. Seeing the Earth Power launch into the Protect on the Archaladon.
And there's the parting shot, so realizing, okay, I don't need to risk Incineroar right away. I can get the Espathra back out. And so start threatening with some Lumina Crashes to make sure that this Venusaur is really dealing the damage it needs to finally close out this prolonged game. Here's the Shadow Ball into the +1 special defense Venusaur. Takes that pretty comfortably. Yeah. This Venusaur does have, outside of Giga Drain, no real way of recovery. However, Lumina Crash plus Giga Drain is going to do some pretty good damage to the Sinistra. And so I think as long as Chris is able to keep this Venusaur healthy, it should always be able to pretty comfortably 1v1 this Archaladon, regardless of what other moves it goes for. Archaladon doesn't have any flying or psychic moves to actually hit this Venusaur for big damage. Here's the Rage Powder, which will redirect this Lumina Crash. Which that's a good chunk of this is Focus Sash. So it has
who would have thought putting Sash on something means you run maximum special defense? And these Dragon Pulses and Shadow Balls are adding up.
That did pretty good damage. However, the Earth Power, that's even more damage. Is that a critical hit, or is that just... Nope, that's just +1
raw +1 damage.
That's just +1. No, I think the last time we saw that, there was a reflectant light screen play, and so at this point, Espathra alone can just beat the Sinistra with another Lumina Crash, because the next Lumina Crash does twice as much damage, because Lumina Crash lowers their special defense by two whopping stages. So
that was well navigated by Chris. He honestly, like that turn 1, it didn't look like Nicholas could really do much with it, with an Incineroar that could actually do damage out on the board. Sableye just seemed like a liability. Sure, it allowed him to stall turns in the early game, but the way that Chris's team was set up meant that Nicholas really had no way to capitalize on that early game. It's like maybe Nicholas needs to be in a spot to where he can stall a little bit more effectively and accumulate maybe extra boosts on this Espathra, right? That could be the could be the Sinistra, providing some Rage Power support for Espathra to get what it needs to in the meantime, right? Yeah. Without even a fake out on Sableye, that positioning war against that Mega Venusaur became a lot more difficult. Incineroar switching in and out. Sure, there was a Colbert Berry to take Throat Chop, but Throat Chop is still hitting 3 of these Pokemon super effectively, and he brought 3 of them. Or
Yeah.
his Sableye not getting hit super effectively, but it still does not appreciate it.
No, it doesn't appreciate it, right? And so I really liked how Chris sort of approached the Espathra mirror, saying, well, because you have Sableye, I can't go immediately for the Calm Mind stuff. But I can really sabotage your Calm Mind while your Baton Pass by getting Illumina Crash. Instead of giving your Archaludon +1 special defense, you get -1 special defense, and that is much easier to plan around for Chris.
Right,
And as soon as like Nick sort of committed that Calm Mind, it suddenly became very bad feeling to switch Archaludon out. And I think that was the big thing, is that Chris just had a much better Calm Mind recipient in that Venusaur than Archaludon was. Like Archaludon just, it was there, but like the coverage wasn't super great into what Chris brought because he didn't lean into the rain mode.
Now we're seeing the Floette mode.
So I think, Floette, I think it makes a lot more sense because, other than Venusaur,
it's going to get hit by Venusaur.
Well, Venusaur's not great, but you do have a wonderful Psychic type to hit with Lumina Crash, and so
perhaps
it's not all
it could
bad
do the
news.
work. Yeah. Honestly, as bad as it seemed to have both led Espathra, I think both need to, because they cannot allow the other one to accumulate boosts without themselves also threatening to match it. So I think it makes sense that we're still seeing them out on the board again. This Floette, it's 3 attacks, Moonblast, Light of Ruin, and Dazzling Gleam. So
Floette. So Light of Ruin can also just absolutely ruin this Incineroar, that's for sure.
Yeah, at the cost of half its health, which is a little bit worrisome. You got to think Sinistra's probably in the back then to get that off.
And even still, like the long game that Chris was able to play last time would make me feel really reticent to click Light of Ruin to really get the damage. Of course, Moonblast also pretty meaningful damage. So, well, it will be Mega Evolving. No surprise there. No other Mega options on the team. And here we go. Here's the Calm Mind from the Espathra on Chris's side. It is faster than Nick, which is important, as that one will also be showing how calm and serene it can be with another Calm Mind.
Yeah. It's just really a matter of whoever's gonna.
Okay.
Oh,
the Light of Ruin, and
whoa.
that can miss, and that definitely missed the Espathra there.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Well, this was Focus. It's Focus Sash Espathra, so it would have survived regardless, and so it could have gone for the Baton Pass the next time anyway. However, that's a big swing and a miss, right? Nick was really hoping for a lot of damage and got nothing in return.
I feel Dazzling Gleam is doing exactly what you need the Floette to do there. Is his game plan take half with Floette? It's probably not, right?
I
interesting
feel like,
play.
I feel like it was a little over his skis there on that play. I think it was a little more aggressive than necessary. Right. Moonblast probably does enough where you can get for you just want to break Sash and then go for another attack and get the Gleam off.
Yeah. Now there's a big, scary Basky Legion on the field.
Yeah.
I don't know how these speed tiers turn out. You, as being the mechanics expert, you know how fast Espathra is?
Both Espathras should be faster than this Basky Legion.
Scarf Bask?
Yes, because they're a +1, and Espathra is naturally quite a bit faster than Basky Legion.
Does have legs for it.
Yeah, here's Light of Ruin. At +1, that's pretty good damage into Floette. And another one will just be able to get the KO. And here's both Espathra going for Lumina Crash into the partners. However, because of this Choice Scarf, it looks like Basky Legion is in the next one to
Here it comes.
And here's a massive Wave Crash, so we don't even have to see the second Lumina Crash. And Floette doesn't get to do anything at all in this game. Just gets to miss Light of Ruin and then swiftly get KO'd.
Yeah. And the position is still like this next turn's momentum is where Nicholas could step on the gas because Espathra isn't a spot to get rid of this Bask. And now here's where Sableye
is now really annoying.
The late game, yes, the late game, exactly.
It's like turn 3. I don't know if it's
late in his plan. How about that?
Fair
Late in his
enough.
plan, right? Early game, it felt like it sacrificed so much momentum just to have that Sableye sitting there. Even though it technically did stuff, it's not effective.
Now it complicates things. Because you can now encore the Espathra so it can't switch out. You can disable the Basky Legion so it can't do damage. So you can neutralize one of these two.
Would that be so bad if you were just clicking Lumina Crash into the opposing Espathra though? You continually click it, whatever it switches into is gonna.
You can also disable it and stop it from doing that, but then it can Baton Pass out. And so it's still a little bit awkward.
I like having
the Encore. Saying, all right, Espathra is going to be the only thing with all of these boosts. You're not going to get to switch out yet.
Wait, is it just me, or does this look exactly like turn 1, game 1 of last game, where
we're kind
of not like falling behind in terms of damage output, and this Incin is definitely threatening it to the Espathra. Sableye has no way to touch this Incineroar as well, so it's just a matter of focusing down the partner at this point. I wonder if Chris would even be okay with taking the disable here, to like maybe leverage like, okay, you have to disable me here, or I'm gonna baton pass out, and then I'll finish up the game even faster, right? Chris could switch if he wants to be safe, but he's given up all those boosts on something that maybe could stick on the board a little bit longer.
Yeah, the disable feels pretty telegraphed here,
Yeah.
but it also feels really bad for Chris to like switch it out, because then, you know, you're kind of just in the same sort of spot. Like, also, Sableye doesn't need to do that. It can also
Just screen.
click light screen or reflect and go from there.
Yes.
So it's a matter of like, what does Incineroar do to capitalize on this very obvious disable? So Nick does go for the more straightforward play. Oh,
all right, he's going to break it down.
Slot.
Wow, that's not as much damage as this Incineroar's going to do, but, you know, it's something. It means that whatever switches out is going to start, you know, taking those special defense drops. On top of it,
Colbert is nice, though.
Yeah, Colbert is nice, but
it's still quite a bit.
the struggle damage might actually...
I don't know about the struggle damage. I don't think that's going to be a different... Well, the struggle damage onto
like
itself.
if the... Yeah.
But at this point, like, Chris might just be, all right, do you just switch? Probably just switch out, right? Like, but
I don't
you want
know.
to eat a Lumina Crash on that slot because the Dark type is already on the field, so...
It could be a nice you parting shot the Espathra as it like doesn't baton pass.
Hard switch from Nick's.
I guess he doesn't want those minus special defense drops, right?
Yeah.
That would prove fatal against a.
Right, we saw how bad that was in game one. Right?
Yeah.
So saying, all right, well, I've already lost a Pokemon. Let's not.
Let's parting shot it. Oh, this
just
better
the
not
struggle.
be. Okay, good.
Okay, struggle doesn't give
We're
it a
glad
stamina
it doesn't
boost.
go in arts, right? That would have been very. Oh, with the throat chop.
Throat chop. But I think at this point, like, this is not like last time we had our Chaladon. It was like raid boss or Chaladon with like speed and defense boost and special attack boost. Like, this is not that. And there's no rain, so like.
Oh, Encore's over.
Oh, that's good. Good job. So now Spathra can just bleed.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
That feels really good.
Wait, now it just leaves and goes.
Oh my goodness.
Now it just leaves him going to super fast
Yeah,
Venusaur.
hold on. Yeah, this could even be a parting shot out back into Spathra to start setting up again.
Yeah,
it could be him breaking down the Sableye. Like, I think Chris has a lot of room here because disable means that Lumina Crash cannot be encored back into.
Or do you just
hard switch.
That's fine too, I guess.
I guess it was
Who needs
neutral
stat
special
boost?
defense. Does he want to sack the?
Oh yeah,
Mega
it
Beam with
had gotten Lumina Crash, so maybe you didn't want to maintain that lower special defense. So
that would have been
Legion comes
neutral,
out
right?
instead.
I forget where we're at.
It got a Calm Mind and then it got Lumina Crash. Dragon Pulse does a
Very
good
nice,
amount to
very
Basket
nice.
Legion,
But not enough.
Not enough. That's the big thing. Basket Legion, very likely to just go for the you can't fire me, I quit, and will just Wave Crash KO itself next turn with the with Wave Crash into the Sableye here.
Right. It's better than letting your opponent do it because then they feel good. Like they got something, but no. Like you're going on your own terms, and that no one could take away that independence from you.
Basket Legion is an independent fish and wants to maintain that independence. You'll have to do so with this 13 hit points, and Venusaur is here. No shock to see that as the final Pokemon. However, I don't know if it wants to stick around here. I think you still, if you're Chris, probably want to get a Spathra back onto the field sooner rather than later so that you can at least get one Calm Mind onto this Venusaur. However, we might just be having both of these Venusaur and our Chaladon just sort of play it neutral, play it all natural without any artificial boosts from any enterprising emus.
Yeah. This becomes really interesting. I wonder if it's that he has to break down Sableye. Huh? What? Wait, what happened?
Oh, there's the disable, but no move has been used quite yet.
Yeah.
So there's the flip turn. So actually,
I guess maybe he couldn't do anything, right?
there's nothing else.
Light screen and,
reflecting light screen. So he was like, I'll just disable.
It's just for show, right? You don't want to reduce that 47 power points on light screen down to 46.
Yeah, I think like disable is the only move that would do anything in case Bass clicks Aqua Jet. Then it would disable the Aqua Jet.
Okay.
Which is like, is that much of anything? Not really, but it's better than literally nothing. So, however, Sableye is kind of not doing a whole lot because that Giga Drain does quite a bit, and now a Spathra is here once again. It came in halfway through the turn, so it's not going to get the speed boost this turn, but Sableye, the way that Nick has been able to stymie this Espathra moving forward, is now dangerously low.
Yes, this Espathra on Chris's side is just one protect, and then Venusaur knocking out the Sableye away from just running away with more baton passes and perhaps even Calm Mind boosts. You think Nicholas might want to, try to go for another Electro Shock here? I don't know if Spothra could get enough boost and enough time to switch back into Arch to let it do what it needs to do with like a lack of Sinistra healing.
Yeah,
might be a tall
ask. There's no
for it.
Sinistra on Nick's side. Right?
Yeah.
He brought the Floette, which did nothing at all in this second game. So Nick's not probably loving that adjustment. So Nick does realize, all right, I kind of need to keep Sableye around, so my Spothra is probably not as important here.
Good choice.
Our Childon will be keeping itself safe because it is still threatened by an Earth Power and a Lumina Crash, which it looks like this might have been gunning for that slot. But the Earth Power instead into the Spothra, which does
Oh, wait. That's actually kind of clutch because that meant that like it had to be disabled into Venusaur, A. B, it doesn't KO this Spothra, so Sableye not back on the board to be clicking Encore and Disable, which, I don't know. We're just looking at like the little micros, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if Chris is exactly looking for those things too, but, you know, this position is maybe not what Nick wanted, especially since Chris is, you know, at +1 speed with the Spothra. He's now in the leading charge in this match.
Yeah, Chris has the Spothra advantage. Still, like Venusaur is, once again, it's just more offensively threatening into Nick's team than the Archaludon is. Like Nick has this big raid boss Pokemon, but it doesn't feel that impressive offensively. Here's the Lumina Crash into the Spothra Protect as a Dragon Pulse fires off into Spothra, but this one does actually take that well enough. Not going to take another one, but here's the big Earth Power. Not as much damage as we saw the last time. Screens are still up, importantly, so get more boost for this Archaludon, but still kind of in this awkward stalemate of the Spothra slowly losing health. Nick is kind of still at a disadvantage just with 3 Pokemon instead. Chris's Spothra is still faster, can always baton pass out whenever it wants to.
Oh, and yeah, he could take the quick knockout on this opposing Spothra as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's you double a Spothra in case it switches to Sableye, so you knock it out with Earth Power, and if a Spothra stays in, the Earth Power just goes into Arch. Granted, the opposing Spothra just protected, so.
Yeah, I think you can also
that
just
might be
like,
the move.
Oh, I don't know. This is. It depends on if Chris
It's full
feels
health
like he wants to get Venusaur with the boost that the Spothra has accrued so far. There's no Calm Mind, so
yeah, it's just speed. I think
Chris
this is.
Yeah, I think Chris is more into like, oh, let me just go for the damage where I can find it.
This is not a Lumina Crash into the opposing.
That Lumina Crash is going to be useful later on, as this Lumina Crash also fires off into Venusaur. That is.
See, that's why I think he might have needed to try to knock out the.
Yeah,
opposers.
that's okay. That was a critical.
I mean,
hit
he's playing with. He's rolling his dice here. He's
that
rolling
is still
his dice.
like that. That's still a whole lot of damage. Here's the Dragon Pulse.
Oh my
though,
goodness.
So the Spothra goes down for Chris.
Okay.
So what does this Venusaur do? It has a KO.
Wait, actually,
it has KO potential on both.
Wait, he can't lose because Incineroar is just immune to.
Oh yeah, Incineroar just checkmates the game now. Oh, there's a critical hit with
we don't know the count, but
no, that was the Lumina Crash before meant
was,
that critical hit. It certainly did not matter.
And then we've got like who knows what's happening.
Well,
we've been here for a while.
The light screen's gone now, but at this point, yeah, it should just be checkmate because Sableye has no attacks. It can't Prankster, Shenanigan, Incineroar, and Spothra also has no attacks that can hit Incineroar. It only has Lumina Crash, right? I'm reading this right.
So I do want to say, I think like there were a couple of turns that Nicholas like where he clicked like Lighter Ruin. It went a little weird. I think he did everything he needed to do otherwise. I do want to compliment his fit though. Nicholas's fit is fire. Chris looks like Chris too, but Nicholas,
it's pretty fitting. I want this is kind of a minor point, but I really want to highlight. I really like how Chris maintained or kept Basculegion around.
Yes,
which seems like, well, what do you need Basculegion for? Is it really that important? But I think what is really nice is that the Aqua Jet enable, like, when Chris decided to keep Basculegion around, Nick's Sableye was in Aqua Jet range. And so he could say, all right, Sableye doesn't get to do any shenanigans anymore. I just Aqua Jet and KO the thing. It doesn't get to disable. It doesn't get to do any of its things that can stop my Spothra or my Venusaur from clicking the moves it wants to click. I really liked him preserving that Basculegion. We were talking about, oh, it'll just wave crash and do a whole bunch of damage, but I think it was really smart to keep it around as like a stopgap to make sure that the Sableye couldn't, get a key Encore disable at the right time and give Nick the room he needed to finally let Archaludon get off the attacks it needed to.
Right. I wonder if Nicholas is going to be talking to Chris about the teams after this. He's going to say, hey, actually,
I mean, they're
this
pretty
is
similar.
I mean, you're not looking to like get the edge in the Espathra mirror.
Yeah,
right?
probably
like,
not.
What Espathra mirror? I've never,
This
never thought I
Espathra
would say
mirror.
it. Yeah, I know. But
The Espathra
no, the team
Archaludon
looks really
Rainier.
nice. Venusaur looked like it could really capitalize on the Calm Mind and Speed Boost. I know Chris just whipped this up.
Yeah, I really like
Yeah.
the Venusaur looked very impressive here, where the damage profile was really nice, right? You have ground
Coverage,
moves
nice,
into
yeah.
Archaludon, you have grass moves into the Politoed, you have strong poison moves into Floette and Sinistcha. I know Sinistcha is not weak to poison, but still doing significant damage.
Right.
And I do think like Incineroar just proved a lot more useful than Sableye, right? Sableye forced Chris to play a specific way, but because of the because Chris had Incineroar as well as Venusaur, he had room to play that way that Nick forced him to. So he was like, all right, I won't go immediately for the Calm Mind Baton Pass stuff, but it was okay. He had enough flexibility to work around that.
Yeah.
And it's 2-0 because of
That was awesome. That was a 2-0 victory as well.
it was
cool
a bit longer
game.
because it was a slower.
We don't really get to see those.
We got a lot of Calm Minds.
I just watched a game the other night. I think I sent you the replay of it where opponent got flinched and frozen and then burned from heat wave, right? Like everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, and it led to a very fast-paced game. Yeah. Perhaps we could get Chris for an interview. How are we feeling about that?
Yeah. See it and see if he wants to chat about his funny little team. That'd be great. We're gonna try.
Hello, everyone. I am Mitchell. This is Chris, known as Chris Vroom Soto.
I've never played this. Hello.
Great friend. Yeah, hello. We're going to be interviewing him, and I thought of this fun idea where I'm going to continually ask him questions as he plays a game he's never played for the first time. And this is Star Fox 64 for the original Star Fox. You might want to reduce the screen size of our of ourselves, Gerardo, so you can see the top left corner of this masterpiece, right? So, Chris, as you're watching these people talk to you, your team is awesome, and from what I understand, you came to it a couple nights ago. How did that process go?
Yeah, honestly, I was bored at work, and I was messing with Mega Glim for a little bit, and I just won Singapore Nats, and so I think people know that when something gets popular, I'm not the one to keep playing it. I'm kind of it's cool now. I gotta drop it.
You're cool in your own way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're like, nah,
You too.
I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Miles Morales there. Yeah.
And so
That's not the button to shoot. That's the button for first person.
Oh my
you're
God.
getting popped. Whatever you did before. Here, let's.
Wait.
Okay, now you're good. Just hit A.
Oh.
Yep.
Click
Yep. Exactly.
A.
Yep.
Okay.
And if you hold it, you can lock into charge shots. Don't shoot your
Oh.
teammates. You could barrel roll with the triggers as well. So.
Oh, I know they talk about barrel rolls.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and it's inverted as well.
Oh,
so
it's invert. Oh my god.
right, because I mean you're flying a plane.
That's true.
So back to Pokemon as you're learning the controls here. What brought you to the Espathra idea?
Yeah. So I saw Justin Tang make like a YouTube video with like some screens of Espathra, and I like hate playing screens. Like it's so boring to me. And
I bet.
find like Sableye to be a really passive Pokemon. Like Encore Disable, as like Nick showed, like it can make it a little more present. But I was more interested in like making it a more offensive team, and then like the original team had. What is this? Oh my god.
Just power up. You're shooting double lasers now, so that's
I am.
good.
Okay. Oh yeah, the original team had like Floette, as Nick showed. I think Nick actually has the original Espathra team. And I thought that Venusaur, like with Rain, with Calm Mind Boost, like basically Quiver Dance Venusaur has a ridiculous matchup into some of these popular Zard Y teams. And so I went from there, and then like Rain also helps check the matchups into Zard Y, and then our Keldon's good into the Rock Slide swap. So I don't think it's like too fancy. I think like when you see it, it's like, whoa, like there's a Espathra.
Right.
But like if you look back, it's just a Venu Rain team, and it has like a unique way of enabling like some things that aren't pretty normal. I would say.
I just wanted to say you were shooting your teammate there.
Oh, I
but I'll
was?
let it.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
that's all right. You're on a good difficulty. You're fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's a Mega Venu team. It's just the Espathra is a very unique way of enabling it and letting it handle things it maybe couldn't otherwise, right?
Yeah.
And that's cool. That's something we always look to you as a builder, Chris, because I feel like you're always cooking up something in the lab.
Thank you,
Sometimes it's just you having fun, and sometimes it's legitimate sauce.
I
Like
know.
I loved the pick of Scyther that you had picked with Bazod for.
For Milwaukee.
Yeah, too bad I kind of jumped off it, but
I know that was kind of, and then you beat me
sorry.
after you gave us practice. That was messed up.
Yeah, the matchup was not supposed to be in my favor. Yeah. Did you fly through all of those holes?
Oh, maybe no.
No,
I
he
don't
didn't.
know.
Okay. There's a secret like separate passage.
Oh, there
You might
is.
want to start thinking of hitting those like rings. Those give you health.
Oh, HP.
Whether the gold ones or the silver ones, yeah, HP.
Oh.
And now you're going into all range mode. So
Jeez.
it's slowing down, and it's a square battlefield with the bad guy right there in the center. Don't touch
Okay.
him; he'll get hurt.
Oh, don't touch it.
Yeah, you just need to be popping it.
I have to like spin, kind of. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you could, yeah. If you like hold the triggers as well, you can like tilt yourself and you can turn a little faster. You also got bombs for B.
Oh, bombs are B. Okay.
Kind of cool. Kind of cool.
Okay. Yeah.
So why Mega Venusaur then? Venusaur is cool.
Venusaur is cool. Like thick fat, really good. Frostlass
Yes.
just won a VR, and something I've been noting, like some people I've talked about this champions with, is like there's no good grass types, and I think it's all like very relevant.
Yes.
And Venusaur, Mega Venusaur in particular, might be one of the only good grass types. It's not that like, oh, you have to have a grass type, right? We were spoiled with Rillaboom, Ogerpon,
Yeah.
all those guys.
Nice hits.
Thank you. And I think like it's still like really good. Like there's a lot of Pokemon that are just weak to grass. Like Basque Legion, everyone does not like playing against the little fish guy.
Yes. Annoying.
Even like Rotom Wash, like that has like no weaknesses, except for grass. And then
Oh.
yeah, so
fair
it
point.
hits a lot of things. Like Poison's good for the Floette.
Ground
Earth
coverage is
Power-
amazing in
Yeah,
this
Earth Power is
format.
great.
Yeah.
As we saw in that game, like I was just Earth Powering the Arch.
Yes.
And
yeah.
like, I was just like, especially with Lumina Crash. Like Lumina Crash, that's fake tears. People don't realize that that's just like fake tears sometimes. And I was like ripping it. Even like my first game, round 1 against Alvin, I was just clicking Lumina Crash, not Calm Mind, baton passing.
Right,
up
yeah.
my guys.
We liked your game plan with that, you know?
Yeah.
You're looking at the mirror and just saying, oh, the Espathra mirror. Nice work, man.
Oh, thank you.
You defeated one of Andross's evil forces.
Yes.
Yeah, your gameplay, we got to comment on it, because it seemed like right from turn 1, game 1, you instantly knew what you needed to do, and that was not set up Calm Mind.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. This is a little teaser. People know this. I never practice my teams. So I just read the
My
sheet
guy.
and oh, gotcha, man.
Okay.
I never practice my teams. I just like read the sheet and I'm like, well, like I don't want to play the speed tie really. And like Calm Minding when they already have screens, like what am I gonna do? Like lose more damage trades because they're gonna heal up? Like
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go offensive and then just try to outpace them, which seemed to work.
No, it did. It did.
Yeah.
Maybe it got a little bit scary when like Sableye is threatening like Encores and Disables and whatnot.
Yeah.
But honestly, you played around it well. I loved your. Sometimes we were like, oh, there's no baton pass here. And it's like, well, actually, why would you want a baton pass even a neutral
Click
hit?
A.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going back in?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, you didn't even have to. Now you're sending
Oh,
it, dude. I didn't
well.
know you were a big fan of Star Fox for the first time ever.
Yeah, I put a little Fox in Melee.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Star Fox is coming back on the Switch, right? I know we're very Pokemon centric here,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a good game. Okay. So, what else? Do you have any shout outs as we're wrapping up and heading into round 3?
Oh man, shout outs. I'm gonna shout out my girlfriend, Blair.
choice.
Beautiful girlfriend, Blair. Love her. She supports me all the time. Shout out NorCal. I mean, we're here as always in NorCal VGC Beast Mode area. Shout out Peak. Yeah, shout out my opponent Nick. That was like a really fun year. Like, I didn't think I'd come into here. Oh, it's starting. Oh, never mind. Those are my
But shout out, Nick.
Yeah, shout out Nick.
Thanks for coming around.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
We'll have to put a pause in this one. Perhaps another unlucky player will have to, you know, fly in space for us next time. But let's get back in, Zach. All right. Oh, just quick break. Okay, we're taking a quick break, but we're really not. We're just setting up the scene.
Yeah. All right, everybody, hello and welcome back to our round 3 Swiss coverage for our second, not our very first, Champions tournament here. We've gotten rid of Mitchell. We didn't want to play Star Fox anymore, so I am here joined by Sahin, who's playing in our not Champions, the other one, Scarlet and Violet tournament. Having fun jumping over here on the mic here. So how's it going, Sahin?
Doing well, Zach. How are you?
I'm having a great time. I have not gotten hit by last respects today, and I am enjoying that very, very much.
Always a good feeling.
I don't think our players in this next round will be so lucky, as both sides have a Basque Legion. We've got a Rain versus a sort of what happened to Sylveon. Sylveon's like moved off to the side and very small. Someone save Sylveon.
Sylveon, no. Yeah, have an interesting matchup we got going here, right? We got like Rain on one side, the other side's like not really, not so much like weather, but we got like definitely like a good kind of balancing pieces, right? Like we got kind of like a slower pace, like setup game with the Como-O, or you can kind of go fast with the Tailwind. So I think it's honestly, a lot of it's going to come down to kind of like mode picking, right? On what Thurin wants to do into like Ian's Rain Core here.
Yeah, because it's very clear from Ian, like, all right, I'm probably gonna go with Rain. There's no opposing weather, so nothing that Tarun can do to overwrite that. However, Tarun can say, all right, I'm okay, like, Pelipper in the rain, pretty good. Basque Legion in the rain, pretty good. I don't know if Como is going to love this Gardevoir, but it is soundproof, so at least the hyper voices aren't going to be the thing that are going to be the demise of this Como. But the psychic moves from this Gardevoir will be threatening for both Como and, as we see on the screen now, this Venusaur.
Absolutely, and I think what's interesting about the Mouse Guardy matchup is like ultimately it's like, is one of them going to protect? Are you going to get some extra damage out on the Guardy? Right, Venusaur is like pretty vulnerable right now to a Psychic, so you know maybe if you're Thurin you want to play a little more defensively, but you know could kind of go either way. I think at the end of the day, like it's really going to depend on, does he want to go like a little more aggressive, make the call, go for the Sludge Bomb anyways, and then go for like a more aggressive Sludge Bomb Hyper Voice, or maybe keep it a little lighter. And it looks like he's going for a bit more of a defensive play. Yeah,
Turin's saying, I don't want to risk my Venusaur quite yet, and so Incineroar, a nice switch, as the most obvious move is to just go for a nice Psyshock in this case, into that Dart, into that what was a Poison type is now a Dark type Gardevoir. No reason to keep Trace, decides to just Mega Evolve here. As Mousehold will be going immediately for that Super Fang, so Sylveon lost half of its health right out the gate. Ooh, but the Psyshock goes into the Sylveon, so a great way of just immediately sniping that Pokemon.
Great call for me in there. I mean, honestly, that could have gone so many different ways, right? And ultimately, he made, I wouldn't say the safe play, but he made the aggressive, very good read there, getting that extra pressure. And now at this point, you know, it's kind of a tough comeback, because ultimately, you know, Venusaur comes back. There's no speed control really on the other side, so like,
all right, we're back to game one, back to turn one, but like you just have one less Pokemon.
Exactly.
And I think that's really smart from Ian, because it's Turin probably feels like Sylveon is in a safer position, but I think the Psyshock probably doing significantly more than a Psychic would have to Sylveon, since it's so especially bulky, but not so much physically. And so yeah, I really like that play from Ian. Certainly gives him a lot more maneuverability in this next turn, because now like what Incineroar can fake out. And then you can just double protect and be like, all right, deal with me. Like, how are we going to deal with this now?
Exactly. I mean, ultimately, I mean, you see Ian doesn't even go for the follow me, right? He feels very confident in that play, and I think that was very well executed turn one. At this point, you know, Thurin's kind of playing catch up, at least in this game one, until ultimately, you know, he's going to have to see, like, where exactly, you know, there's no redirection. Like, he might have the fake out, so ultimately he can get some chip here, but, you know, Ian can just go ahead and double protect. So, bit of an awkward spot, but I think, you know, he can definitely pull it back.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But it will be just the double. Oh, just one protect and Gardevoir.
Yeah,
also, got a double protect. Ian already like got that pretty explosive, relatively turn one. Doesn't need to step on the gas. Tarun kind of reaching for what he can get. Right. Try to say, all right, if you don't go for a double protect, then I'm going to get a fake out and a big Sludge Bomb into one of these Pokemon. But I really liked, you know, Ian's turn one, because of like, even if Venusaur does just go for a Sludge Bomb into Gardevoir is really bulky. Friend Guard is on the field. Like, Gardevoir can tank. Like, Gardevoir's okay making a mistake on that turn, but he really got punished for that. And so now we're like, all right, now you don't even have fake out. What do you do now, Tarun?
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, typically this Guardy team, it's very like protect the Guardian, make sure nothing, you know, attacks it. But like ultimately, like right now, we're seeing like Ian really be like the aggressor, right? Like he's going for the attack. He's not really playing very defensively. Like, this is kind of interesting for this team, but it's working out really well in this case.
Yeah, and I like it because Tarun's team is relatively bulky, right? You got a Sylveon is bulky, Incineroar is bulky, Venusaur is pretty bulky, and so Ian realizing, well, wait, I can just move first and do a lot of damage. And so we're seeing another Super Fang, in this case, a Hyper Voice. Incineroar does barely survive with 11 hit points. There's Sludge Bomb. Gardevoir actually does a lot more than I was maybe expecting. Gardevoir maybe not as defensively trained here. So that is a double. That is a KO onto the big bad Gardevoir. So Venusaur is breathing a massive sigh of relief. That was the big thing that was threatening with a gigantic Psyshock. However, out of the frying pan into the fire, because Pelipper also can threaten Venusaur with a big Hurricane. So it's not. Venusaur's like, man, I only have 2 weaknesses and I have to play against both of them.
Every time. Yeah, that's just how it goes, I guess, for our poor Venusaur over here. Ultimately, hard to say, if it's the, slightly bulkier Pelipper, maybe it lives the Hurricane, not after a Helping Hand, right? So, like, ultimately, does he go for the Muddy Water, ensure he gets the instant? Does he go for the Follow Me and play a little more defensively again? I mean, from what we've seen so far, he's not really playing super defensively, so might just go for the damage. But, a lot of, we'll see what kind of happens here. I guess it also kind of depends on how this Venusaur is trained. Ultimately, he's going to go for the Feint, take out the instant.
Ooh, that does get... I was worried if, Incineroar can maybe tank that Feint, maybe.
After the -1, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Sludge Bomb.
Speeds.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb goes first, gets the dice chunk into Pelipper, but Pelipper actually takes that pretty comfortably and is able to set up a Tailwind, so Ian's going to have the speed advantage for the foreseeable future as Tarun down to his final 2 Pokemon. And now that Tailwind is looking even sweeter as Basculegion with this Choice Scarf is... sorry, this one is Focus Sash, actually. Still not going to be faster than things, but Basculegion can just kind of ignore Mousehold, because Mousehold can't really do a whole lot to it.
It's kind of an interesting spot in the sense that, Basculegion with the Sash, right? Maybe you can pressure that a little bit with the Pelly, but, ultimately it's do you protect the Venusaur or do you make the call and just go double damage? Because, you take out one of these pieces, even with the Tailwind up, maybe you can scrape this together, right, ultimately?
Yeah, I think... I forgot that I didn't realize Mousehold had Feint. That makes Tarun's decision-making on turn 1 even, more awkward of, you don't feel like Protect is super safe because you just get Protect Psyshocked and you just lose so much ground. Similarly, on this turn, do you want to protect Venusaur when you could just get Feint Hurricaned? I don't know if that's going to be that great. We'll see if Venusaur is bulky enough to survive.
Venusaur!
I think it might.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
okay.
it makes it.
It does barely survive. So Tarun's Pokemon are bulky. It's just a matter of can they fire back with enough firepower. The Focus Sash keeps Mousehold around, so this Liquidation not quite enough. And now Venusaur is finally able to go for the next move it wants to go for. There's a nice Giga Drain. Heals up Pelipper, also down to 17 hit points. So Venusaur heals up, but definitely out of Feint range if it wasn't before, but Hurricane still very threatening into that slot.
Right, and ultimately, Basculegion can Aqua Jet the Mousehold. I mean, maybe it probably doesn't pick up the Pelly at this point, so it's a pretty easy Feint to the Venusaur, followed by
Feint Hurricane.
Right,
yeah. What are you gonna do? Protect? And we're like, this is like Urshifu all over again. It's just we have 2 Pokemon
He's
now.
back. What do we do?
Well, it's distributed. Right? We got Mousehold doing that. Yeah,
right.
There's the last Feint from Tarun saying, all right, well, if you don't do this, then I have some play. But Ian recognized, I have no real reason not to. Tailwind is up. I'm faster. You can't protect. I will just simply do damage to your Pokemon.
Right.
And, Basculegion left all on its own, which is normally kind of dangerous. But Ian has a significant enough Pokemon advantage where it's probably okay, because whatever Pokemon is in the back is going to have kind of open season into this Basculegion.
If it's an Arch, it might be in a bit of an awkward spot for Thurn, right? Ultimately, just one. Yep, and there it is.
Yeah, there's our Chaladon. I think even if it was his own Basculegion, you just follow me, last respect, or even Incineroar, it's just follow me, throw chop, go from there. But our Chaladon super seals this up, where there's still a couple more turns of rain, so Electro Shot is on the menu for at least 2 more turns. And the big move that Basculegion wants to go for, that last respect, Mousehold doesn't take any damage from that. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can maybe get the Mousehold, but if you protect, a bit of an awkward spot. Maybe he went for the last respects into the... Oh, he's going to go for the double. But it's kind of a great call, right? Next turn, he gets the Aqua Jet. Tailwind eventually falls down, and then, crit last respects on the Arch.
Maybe. There's a chance.
Because, no matter what, you live this, you go for the Aqua Jet next turn, take the Mousehold, and... Crit last respects, right? Come on. I mean, depends on this Arch's training. I mean, it's probably presumably a little bit bulkier on these sorts of teams.
Oh, yeah, Tailwind. Also a stall at the Tailwind, right?
Right. So, free Jet, protect, and then last respects in the endgame?
Maybe. It's not quite over yet. This Focus Sash Basculegion can certainly claw things back. I would love if if you're feeling spicy, Ian, please go for the side feint. Give that stamina boost to your Archaladon. That'd be pretty cool. I think that would be nice because, like, realistically, what else is Mousehold really gonna do?
Absolutely.
Right. You could say like, well, I could redirect away a Last Respects, but that feels super risky, right? It feels very easy for Turn to just Aqua Jet instead.
Absolutely.
And then you're like, well, I might as well just go to the side feint, and then Archaladon gets that stamina boost, and suddenly it's not. Oh, yes!
Oh, he went for it!
He went for it!
He did it! Let's go!
Let's go, Ian, playing great. I think that was the best play to go for. And Basilision goes for the Aqua Jet. So Ian getting the best mileage he could have out of that turn, and now Archaladon goes for yet another Electro Shot, which will not quite be the end of the game because of this Focus Sash, but now it is a matter of, all right, can Basilision? I think it's going to be down to does Basilision crit the Last Respects.
How much does Basilision love their trainer? You know, I think we're going to find that out.
Tarun,
right?
did you feed Basilision a lot of Poffins on this day? It's going to be important. Archaladon also gets to heal up the 4 damage it took from the feint. So
might have mattered. Who knows?
Basilision lives, or Archaladon loses 2 health, and it's like, Mousehold, you did me in. You ruined it.
Why?
All right, Last Respects.
We got the crit.
Here's the.
Oh, that still did a lot.
Okay. The feint was necessary.
Yeah.
He needed to go for the feint.
Well played. That was a beautiful game.
That was really. I think like Ian got so much value in the early game, and Tarun like found the right place to like get it right down to the wire where, you know, he really, like, Ian had to go for the side feint, otherwise it was just over.
Right.
Like that play, that getting that stamina boost was imperative. Dang, that was great. That was that was a nail biter, like really close set. And I think if you're Tarun, I'm like, okay, like if I'm in Tarun's shoes, I'm probably like, okay, I just need to make sure the first 2 turns don't go as disastrously as that. And I think I can probably do this. Like, the Basilision in the back was like, he didn't have the speed advantage. He had like a 3v1 and it still almost got there.
Absolutely.
Like, I think Tarun's like, okay, I think I can get there. I think I can get there in the end.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a bit of an awkward matchup for you. And ultimately, you know, he had a great lead, but despite that, it came down to like the last turn. And I think ultimately, you know, you can kind of see, especially with that Sylveon tends to be pretty tough for these rain teams. So ultimately, you know, it's going to be kind of like how much early pressure can Tarun get, and like, can he get that Basilision in the right spot at the right time, right? And get enough early pressure on so that he can go ahead and just clean up.
Yeah.
The question is, as you said, like, is it more of a speed control angle now? Is it, you know, go for that early tailwind with the Mega Arrow? I think, you know, a lot of different ways this could kind of be approached a little differently, but, you know, tough to say.
Either of the trainers go for like a different Pokemon adjustment where, like, I think Ian probably is definitely going to run like Mousehold back with Gardevoir, certainly, but I don't know if Tarun wants to go for Aerodactyl, where it's, you know, not great to Archaladon, but like that speed advantage could be pretty useful. And you know, Venusaur was okay, but it never felt like stupendous. But hey, there we go.
There you go. You manifested it. Zach, there you go.
There's Aerodactyl back from prehistory to throw some rocks at these more modern Pokemon.
Now, Zach, are we going to see a Rock Slide flinch this game? Where's your money at? What are we thinking?
See a flinch at all? Okay. Oh. I mean, in this game, like, I feel like we're going to get at least one, right? This is
Pokemon, I guess.
This is Pokemon. like you click Rock Slide, and it's about half and half chance you get a flinch or not anyway. Right?
Will Ian get the opportunity to play the game? Is the question.
I think he'll get to play the game, but there will probably be a Rock Slide flinch at some point. But I feel like there might be a Tailwind first, right? A Tailwind plus a Hyper Voice seems pretty. If I'm a betting person, I would maybe bet on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
As there could also just. I don't know if you go for the YOLO Hyper Beam quite yet.
Right. Do we maybe see the Arch switch to see, you know, get a little stamina boost early? I mean, the combo of the Sylveon and the Aerodactyl here is a little awkward, right? Because you could go Tailwind Hyper Voice, which is really bad into Arch, or you could see the Rock Slide plus Hyper Voice, which is kind of awkward in what you have. Now we see the Protect instead. We see a bit more of a defensive play. Are we going to maybe see the Tailwind?
No Mega from the Aerodactyl either, so deciding doesn't, maybe that maybe hints that Venusaur is in the back.
Would be in the back. Oh, and we see the Rock Slide. We do see a Rock Slide miss.
And there's Gardevoir dodging the Rock Slide, so Mousehold does doesn't take that super well. Does a nice chunk to
Does
it.
Arrow just die to the Hyper Voice here? I don't know.
Well, let's see if Aerodactyl... I think Aerodactyl could
right,
maybe
buddy.
survive this. Yeah.
Oh, not bad. All right. Probably than I
It's
thought.
not even in the red. Look,
Sure.
Aerodactyl, give the Aerodactyl some credit. It took a Gardevoir.
My bad. I didn't know your game, Aerodactyl. My bad.
Good job, Aerodactyl. Maybe hit the rock slide next time. That
Yeah,
might be
just
good.
pay a little more attention. Come on, Arrow.
Yeah, or like I think the Tailwind as well. Like I think at this point, Tarun's probably thinking, okay, I like greeted with a rock slide. Maybe when it might have been a little risky to do so. But I think at this point, he's like, all right, I probably need Tailwind. Because then you get Tailwind plus, like, Gardevoir, not Gardevoir, Sylveon, the other one. Sylveon plus Mega Venusaur in Tailwind. That looks pretty nice.
That's spooky. That's spooky, right?
That's
Like, what are
pretty
we
good.
gonna do there, right? Like we get Hyper Voice, Sludge Bomb, Hyper Voice, Sludge Bomb. Like how do we respond to that on the inside?
Yeah,
right?
and the Earth Power into the Archaludon. So there's the Tailwind. Here's Sylveon following up with the Hyper Voice.
Big Hyper Voice.
Does get KO'd. Good job, Sylveon. That's
Good
a
job,
lot
Sylveon.
of damage. So Mousehold's redirection is gone. Friend Guard is gone. Ooh, but Ian doesn't take the bait, doesn't. That's a lot of damage with Psy Shock. Oh my goodness, that
Strong
did
mod.
so much damage. Sylveon, I thought, would take that a little bit better than it did, but hitting on Sylveon's lower defensive side, certainly coming in clutch here. Pelipper comes out to threaten.
Now there's no Wide Guard.
There
in
is
this
no
fight.
Wide
This
Guard,
is
that's
interesting,
important.
right? Ultimately,
Wide Guard would be lovely here.
it would be nice.
But where's the Wide Guard? What happened? What?
Now, we could really, truly just see a strong Rock Slide Hyper Voice to kill everything, right? And like, hopefully, what we see is maybe an Arch Switch, right? Like, really gonna depend.
Does Archaludon want us? Like, sure, it'll take the Rock Slide, no problem. Everyone, we know that. But that follow-up Hyper Voice is going to be the real moneymaker here. So Gardevoir will be switching out, and as you said, Archaludon's coming in. So let's see how much Archaludon is loving this. The Rock Slide does double connect. Pelipper actually takes that pretty comfortably. Aerodactyl's not as offensive,
But it didn't proc the Citrus Berry, right? Oh, nerf. Actually, wait.
Oh yeah, it was never gonna proc.
Oh, and the Hyper Beam is
Okay, the Hyper Beam misses the
Very
Pelipper,
bold
so
play.
Pelipper goes for the Tailwind. That's a little dangerous now, because now I think that's part of the problem is like going for that Hyper Beam means that this, like the play that Ian went for is like perfect. Right, Archaludon comes in, doesn't have to worry about, even if the Hyper Beam connects. Right, Archaludon still is in a favorable spot to get rid of the Sylveon. Gardevoir can come in. Like, I think it's still definitely playable, even if the Hyper Beam misses. But by not going for Hyper Voice, Archaludon just comes in absolutely for free, gets a free stamina boost, and now
Still doesn't
Dual
kill
Wing
it.
Beat is like, okay, cool, good job. But Sylveon still has a lot of work to do, and Archaludon's going to make that really hard because it is faster.
Right,
than
and the second that
Sylveon.
we lose this, era, we're gonna get that Citrus Berry proc, and it's gonna be a little awkward after that.
Yeah, that's
a little bit.
Yeah, and Pelipper's going to heal up with that Citrus Berry. So Sylveon getting absolutely obliterated by this Electro Shot. I'm so sorry, Sylveon.
Bye, Sylveon.
You did a great job. You did a lot of damage. Really, you probably should have clicked Hyper Voice that turn. Aerodactyl also not getting smacked in the face by a Weather Ball, and so the Tailwind advantage has been lost for a turn. He's now slower than everything. Pelipper gets to heal up with that Citrus Berries. You smartly identified that, Unnerve was pretty impactful there. Archaludon's at full health and a +1 defense and +1 special attack. Right. And this is the time when you as a player like, Archaludon is such an unfair Pokemon. What is this guy doing?
But you know what else is an unfair Pokemon? There he is.
We got
Mr.
Basculegion. We
All
saw
right.
how much damage the Last Respects did last time.
Right.
It's going to be a little weaker, but Buddy Venusaur is not boosting the power of Last Respects. It is giving us a nice Earth Power as well.
Do we maybe see an Earth Power Arch? Last respects to Pelly. Last respects to Guardy Earth Power again, right? Like, I think
Yeah, there's still
it's doable.
there's
you
still
know?
play. I think the nice thing is that I think it's because of this Focus Sash. The Focus Sash is
Right.
so important in keeping this Basculegion around. However, Ian can, I think, get a KO on either with a double up. So it's
Right.
going to be about, all right, how do you deal with that? Oh, I think there's one more turn of Tailwind, I think, for Tarun. So he still has the speed advantage for the moment. Well, we'll have to see if Venusaur or the Archaludon is faster.
In a bit of an awkward spot for this Pelly, because, can't protect. It probably will die, and then, ultimately, we're going to see some interesting mind games at this end, right? In terms of
Yes,
a
it is.
Jet on the Guardy, an Earth Power here, right? And going to protect that Arch.
Okay, so
solve
Archaludon
the
is
Tailwind.
protecting, so that means Tarun will not lose a Pokemon on this turn, most likely. There's the Last Respect, so no damage there. There's
we see the double on the
and the
Arch.
double
Oh.
into the Archaludon.
All right.
So Ian getting that call right. Here's the big Hurricane. Doesn't really matter how much exactly this does. It will just break Focus Sash. Does about half. you know, why not make this a little bit harder for Tarun? Give Basque Legion now confused. Tailwind is over. 2 more turns of the rain. It's still like, all right, how do we get rid of our Chaladon now?
I don't know if he might just be here to stay, honestly. You know,
She's here to stay.
I'm sorry to say. Yeah, my bad. Unfortunately, like, you know, we can see the last respects Earth Power, but then, you know, unfortunately, then we get the Guardy back, and then
yeah, I mean,
free side shock, right?
That's just sort of like, well, Ian's still faster because Tailwind is still up, so this is just, I think, Electro Shot into Basque Legion, and there's nothing really to stop that, right? You wouldn't click Electro Shot unless you were going for Basque Legion. So Basque Legion almost won Tarun game 1, but definitely did not put in as much of a shift in game 2. That was the last respects for Memorial Day. Right. Yes. Fittingly, there's the Hurricane into Venusaur. That's still quite a lot of damage. Confusion, sure, why not?
Pelipper's having a great time.
Yeah.
What can I say? He's having fun.
Pelipper's doing Pelipper things. That was a nice Giga Drain
That's a big
damage,
Giga
but
Drain.
would have loved that last turn.
Right.
Really would have liked that last turn, but yeah, Gardevoir still being in the back means that with Tailwind as an option, or no, without Tailwind, it doesn't matter. Either like any Psyshock plus, you know, Dragon Pulse or Flash Cannon gets the KO here onto this Venusaur. Probably, right? A Charlotten's a +2. Yeah, surely this Gardevoir and our Charlotton can close out here. Rain not necessary. Venusaur has a lot of work to do. And I don't know if it's quite going to get there. Yeah, Gardevoir's just faster, too.
Goodbye, Venusaur. It was a very well-played game by both players. You know, we got to see a lot of back and forth, and I think some good adjustments on our inside, and ultimately, like, yeah, just very well played.
Yeah, I think it was like kind of in his hands, but then the attack into the doubling into the Chaladon Protect really just kind of like, okay, all the momentum just like just fell out of the room, and you're like, okay, well, I don't know where to go from there. Also, that missed Hyper Beam also certainly stinks.
That was tough. You know, the Hyper Voice also an option there, so like, you know, either way, like, but you know, well played again. Great,
we saw Hyper Beam. We didn't see Rock Slide flinch, but we saw Rock Slide miss and Hyper Beam miss. So it's more.
Both sides like tough game, but
that's how it goes. That's how it goes sometimes. When you click those inaccurate moves, you are signing yourself up for this exact situations where you're like, I need to hit this move. Well, I didn't hit the move. Right. Okay. Well, now, okay, and like that is the feel bad move. You know, I think Hyper Voice was probably a like safer move even anyway, just because it like preempted that Archaladon switch, which Ian went for. So,
and it's even, you know, it's possible maybe, I mean, you know, it's a slightly unconventional Peli set. Maybe there was an expectation of a wide guard, you know, if that wasn't seen.
Yeah,
right?
maybe it just didn't. Yeah, or it was like, oh, maybe he's like, oh, I need to like remove Pelipper right away. If I'm able to do that, then suddenly the Tailwind's not as much of a threat, and then like. Then Tarun keeps the speed advantage, and then Basque Legion gets to like actually do stuff in the end game. So there's certainly definitely some reasoning behind that, but really just got the short end of the stick on that on that interaction, which will happen. That is, everyone's like, Hyper Beam so much damage. It's like if it connects.
Right.
That's an if, and we've all missed Heat Waves, we've all missed Rock Slides. Those 90% accurate moves, they'll get you when you least expect it, for sure.
Absolutely, and you know, it also creates that awkward, you know, if it does hit, you still have the potential for the recharge next turn. There could be setup, right? Yeah. Very different game, could play out either way, right? So
yeah,
like,
absolutely. So you do a lot of damage. There's certainly drawbacks to it, absolutely, right? Whether you hit or not, you get dropped. You have to deal with the repercussions of that. Pretty exciting game. Do we have another one? No, we do not have another game in the pipeline, so that's fine. I think that was enough excitement.
Yeah, I'm ready to take a quick nap.
Yeah,
you know?
we got a couple more rounds of Swiss. I think we got 5 rounds. Is that right? Or 4? Oh, we'll find out. We have at least one more round. We'll find out more information when we're back for round 4 of Swiss here today. So don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Hold on. How's it going, Zach?
I'm doing well. Hello. It's yep. Sah and I are back for our Swiss round 4. Did we find out if there are 5 rounds? There are 5 rounds. So we got one more round of Swiss after this one. Sorry, my mic was not close enough to me. Yeah, we decided Mitchell, get out of here. We got Sah in here. We're having more fun with him anyway.
Mitchell.
Yeah, he'll be back, I'm sure. He's nice. He'll feel better. But in the meantime, to help cheer him and our viewers up at home, we've got another exciting matchup in Pokemon Champions, everyone's favorite, and we finally got. Everyone say it with me. No Basculegion. We've got Scarf Vivian and Paris Trap. Okay, maybe I want Basculegion back.
I miss Basque.
This is also kind of, some toxic stuff. We've got Scarf, Sleep Powder Vivian with Shell Smash Blastoise. There's also a Trick Room. Oh, sorry, there is Basculegion.
Ah, he's there. We couldn't get rid of him, unfortunately.
I can't read. All right, it is Basculegion. Whoops. Well, there's no Basculegion on one side. Sean, thank you for not bringing Basculegion. We got another toxic ghost type, literally poison ghost.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, we've got Gengar with Perish Trap alongside. Is this an Encore Ninetales? I believe it. Yep, Encore and Disable.
Yes.
Perish Song. Yeah, we've got all the Protect Incineroar, the standard. Yep, we've got everything there. So
and you start missing the Basque just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Right. This is Focus Sash Basculegion on Brian's team. It's this the Vivian Blastoise Torkoal Frigraph team that we've seen floating around a little bit, and Cybertron did a video on it. And Sean leading the No Gengar.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know they could do that.
I thought they had to be brought on the
I thought
front.
it was legal. They were legally mandated to lead Gengar every time you have Gengar. Brian will be leading with Vivian and Blastoise, though, and so there's the immediate, well, how do you stop Fake Out Sleep Powder?
But yeah, very interesting, kind of very intense turns for both these players, right? You got the Threaded Sleep Powder, you got the Fake Out. No Terrestrialization Ghost, right? Like nothing. We're not saying anything like that. Not these days. So ultimately, the Fake Out's going to go into something. And are we going to see the setup? Are we going to even see potentially a freeze? Very, very sort of spiky first turn. I feel like from both players.
Yeah, I think if you're Brian, the most straightforward thing is, well, Blastoise presumably has the faster Fake Out. You probably want to Fake Out that Incineroar, and so then Vivian's probably going to want Sleep Powder into that Ninetales. However, John actually has Protect on Incineroar because this is a Perish team, so a very safe double Protect is an option. And if Brian goes crazy, you can go for a Shell Smash in retaliation to that. So Ninetales will be protecting itself from a potential Sleep Powder. We'll see what follows suit. There's the Fake Out, though.
There's the Fake Out. And do we see a Sleep Power into the Incin? Are we seeing the bold? Okay. Nope. Pretty.
No, just
straightforward.
Just safe coverage. Okay.
I like it. Safe turn from both players. We get to see just things kind of play out without any Fake Outs or anything.
Well, there's one Fake Out.
Or one.
Whatever. But yeah, kind of a null turn here. Like Incineroar takes, 8 damage? I think that's relatively negligible in the grand scheme of things. But now is the tricky part where, what stops Sleep Powder Water Spout?
Not a lot. Not a lot, unfortunately.
I don't know if this Incineroar is not Pasho Berry. It is Citrus Berry, so it will be not loving that deluge of water.
We might lose instant. I'm sorry to say. It could.
But then that's just kind of delaying the inevitable, I think.
Right.
It's where does the answer to this Blastoise come from? Well, Vivian.
It's not gonna be Ninetales.
Not gonna be Ninetales. Vivian does land the 97.5% accurate Sleep Powder here, and Ninetales is snoozing on this turn. Blastoise.
Big Water Spout.
Big Water Spout. Is Incineroar survive? No.
That was a very, very sad Incineroar, I think, on the other side.
Yeah, Incineroar's like, wait, I'm supposed to be the one that clicks Fake Out and leaves the battle of my own volition, not... Yeah, Incineroar
What
really
do I do now?
Yeah, Incineroar going back to its Pokeball to contemplate its life a little bit. Dragonite here is in a nicer spot. Does resist at least those water type attacks.
Yeah, they can E-speed the Blastoise and try to get a little bit less damage on the water spout, or start trying to chip down the Vivillon. We're in a pretty awkward spot here, right, Zach? Because ultimately, we've lost him on. We're taking a lot of damage. We don't really have a lot done on the other side. Like, it's got to be kind of hard to claw this back, right?
Yeah, Sean is really kind of up against it already because it hasn't done any damage. Lost a Pokemon. Ninetales is one Water Spout away from getting KO'd. It's asleep. Vivian can just put the Dragonite to sleep again. Or not again, put the Dragonite to sleep, and then suddenly what happens then? So I think Sean saying, okay, I need to wake up, and in order to wake up, I need to have the turns to wake up. So protects against the sleep powder, but does Ninetales get the 1 in 3 wake up?
Fortunately, does not.
Does not.
It does
Oh no! Oh, Blastoise is off to the races now. We thought those water spouts were hurting before. Now it is at +2 speed and special attack. It's not all bad news. I got some good news. Want some good news?
What's the good news?
Extreme speed will do a little bit more damage now.
And there you go. You know, an E-Speed, reduce that water spout, and then, you know, maybe Dragonite, like, takes it home.
Wait, that actually did quite a lot of damage, but this is, like, still +2 water spout at half. Dragonite does take that pretty comfortably. This one is multi-scale, so good job for that. But let's see if Vivian is able to miss this sleep powder. It does connect once again. Those compound eyes are... Those compound eyes see all.
That 2.5% is a little tough. I'll be honest. Don't really see that much.
Yeah, missing that feels real bad. You're like, I missed Snarl before, but like missing the compound eye sleep powder was really, really bad.
Right, at this point, it's kind of a bit of a mind game, right? You could like, you know, the Sucker Punch feels free, just protect sleep powder. But you know, that gives Dragonite an extra turn to E-Speed. It's awkward, but maybe there's something here.
There is one thing, like, if Brian wants to show what is in the back, we see Sean relying on a lot of priority moves, and there's a little bit of danger with going for priority moves with such such gung-ho attitude, because that giraffe, the Frigoraph, lurking in the back, right? Which, hey, that might be coming in on this turn. Yep, there we see it. So E-Speed, no thank you. Sucker Punch, no thank you. Kingambit can still protect, so keeps itself safe from that. But Blastoise is faster than everything. Doesn't even go for the water spout. Just goes for the Dark Pulse, and at +2.
Unfortunately, picks up that Dragonite.
That is poor Dragonite done and dusted, and Kingambit is not loving. Do you think Water Spout gets there?
I think it might live just a little bit, but you know, not a lot. I will say.
Okay, I think Kingambit can maybe get there. Like Blastoise is strong, but Kingambit's also pretty powerful. What about now?
Not after, maybe not after that one.
I don't know. I think the helping hand's a little bit too much. Kingambit, go for Sucker Punch.
Come on, buddy.
I don't. Let's see. Kingambit, are you bulky enough?
Not quite.
Not today. I will not look at this Kingambit. Poor guy. Got absolutely swamped by this Mega Blastoise, and I think if anyone's wondering, like, is this team actually that strong? Like, this is best of 3 open team sheet, and it's still all right. What do you have to deal with the super fast sleep plus Shell Smash Blastoise clicking Water Spout into stuff, and it's like kind of hard.
Yeah, and you know what adjustment do you make here, right? Ultimately, like you maybe the way to maybe deal with this team is a lot of prio. But you got Frigoraph in the back, so ultimately, you know, a lot of mind games here, right?
And we didn't we don't even know what was in the last slot for Brian, right? We only saw Frigoraph, Blastoise, and Vivian. I think he only got it. Was Extreme Speed the only attack that Sean got to go for?
Pretty much. As far as actually got hit, I think we just saw like the E-Speed damage, and then the fake out. But that's pretty much. But you know, ultimately, like maybe there's another angle here, like. If you can get the Perish off, you know, I mean, it's unlikely, but then maybe, like, you know, you can play around sort of like those slower turns, but it's not great.
I don't know if there are slower turns. Like, I mean, the Shell Smash turn is like the slow turn.
Right.
But I don't, like, Brian just doesn't need to go for Shell Smash in those situations. He can just go for more Water Spouts.
Right.
And even if you, like, you know, damage the Blastoise with, like, a Mega Gengar or Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse with Mega Launcher is still significantly high damaging, so it's certainly up against him. Yeah, if I'm Brian, I'm like, show me you can deal with this.
If you have the faster fake out, you know, you basically force the Frigoraph switch in, or you know, if you go for it, you either miss it or you get the Frigoraph switch in, right? So ultimately, like, if Frigoraph comes in, you have a much more passive turn. This feels like a better way to stabilize the first turn.
Yeah, I like this the switch. I like this adjustment from Sean saying, all right, well, slow fake out was bad. How about fast fake out?
Let's try fast fake out.
Fast fake out might be a little better. We saw Dragonite was in a reasonable side. It was like trading damage reasonably well. It's one of the few the only water resist on Sean's team, which is nice. So gonna be useful for that in that regard. And so because of Sneasler's fake out, Dragonite has at least one turn where it doesn't have to worry about getting put to sleep. Right. Or not.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think, you know, this is a much better turn one for both for Sean over here, because, you know, now it's like, what damage are you putting out, right? Like, you can maybe psychic the Sneasler and you get the great protect call. ultimately, and you get the call in the close combat. So this is like shaping up to be a much better turn 1.
Oof, that's a lot of damage into Frigoraph too. Yeah, that's pretty great.
Yeah, and one of the tough things I think about, those teams on the sort of like fake out Blastoise, like early sleep powder turns is like if you don't get it quite right, the strategy falls apart a little bit because there's not enough pressure right now. Yeah. And now Sean can feel free to kind of just start damaging stuff, right?
Right. It's like, okay, now what happens? Like you can sleep powder one of them, but like you probably want to sleep powder Dragonite because like Sneasler's, like Frigoraph can deal with the Sneasler, but Sneasler can also just close combat Frigoraph again. Getting the White Herb is also nice because now Sneasler is faster than the Vivian with the Choice Scarf. So yeah, like just like has not gotten the ball rolling quite yet on that pressure.
Could be a Tricker Mangle, right? You get sleep powder on one thing, you get the Tricker Mob. Ultimately, then you get Blastoise in and start helping handing. But like again, like that takes time to set up, and ultimately, if you're not putting pressure out consistently, like Sean just has like almost free reign to just go ahead and go for that close combat.
There's another close combat Frigoraph,
and it gets the kill this time.
Yeah, not quite enough. It's so much. That close combat was doing so much damage. Yeah, like even with that Citrus Berry. Sneasler able to get there. Here's the sleep powder, so Sneasler will at least be guaranteed to be asleep this following turn. Which
now,
is
how
nice.
does Vivillon take that Dragon Claw? Probably not well. Probably not extremely well.
No, not very well. Frigoraph is gone, so E-Speed is back on the menu. And so now, yeah, this is suddenly a lot more complicated for Sean. I really like this lead. It really kind of forced Sean to deviate from the sort of flowchart game plan of fake out sleep powder, water spout, shell smite, like just that sort of stuff, right? He has to suddenly like to switch turn 1, right? To adjust to this, and showing it's maybe a little bit harder to do so. I think also in turn 1 we saw Frigoraph switched in, there was no fake out to be blocked, and so the close combat was just like perfectly chosen to make sure that Brian's just having a hard time getting a foothold in this game.
Absolutely, and I think ultimately now, you just go ahead and start keep putting out pressure, and maybe you'll get one more sleep powder, maybe you'll just E-Speed, right? But ultimately, Sean's in a much more commanding position this time around. Is there a way for Brian to bring this back? We get a Chill Smash up, but then, you can just start prioing it. I think that Frigoraph is just such a key piece in stopping the prio pressure, and now that it's down, what do? I mean, this Water Spell will do big damage, but probably not quite enough to KO either Mon.
That's a lot of damage into King Gambit still. That's pretty, but yeah, I think the multi-scale Dragonite, pretty great solution to at least the water spout spamming part of this team.
Right, and the Basket Legion is a very interesting swap, right? Because, now you can, there's a question mark of like the Jet versus Last Respects. I mean, presumably right now, I don't think the Jet quite picks up. It might. Basket Legion is a very strong Mon, but
yeah, this one is adamant. It's quite offensive. Maybe it gets there, but it's still like, all right, well, how do you get rid of Dragonite in this meantime, right? Like, it's just gonna eventually it's gonna click enough Dragon Claws to KO these 2 water types.
And Last Respect in the Dragonite plus a Spout will pick up, and you'll be a little weaker, but it's Basket Legion. Maybe anything is possible with this Mon.
This Pokemon is very, very threatening. It is also immune to that extreme speed, so Sucker Punch is the only priority move it has to really worry about. But like, this is still like night and day from game 1, right? Sean has absolutely done a significantly better job of managing this threat. Guardy gotten 2 KOs. Incineroar saying, all right, well, getting just an Intimidate onto this Basket Legion, breaking its Focus Sash. So now Basket Legion's endgame potential is significantly diminished.
But no Jet. We just...
Oh.
Is that a Last Respects?
Is it... Okay.
Is that a dead Dragonite?
Well, the Incineroar is gone. Incineroar got, down the drain.
Poor thing just gets washed away every time.
Every time. But here's the Last Respect. So is this enough to pick up? Yeah.
And it is.
Intimidate, not enough. Last Respect is just so strong.
Very balanced one, this Basket Legion.
Yeah, don't ask. We don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about Basket. I wanted no Basket Legion. All right. Basket Legion, we might get a game 3. Sneasler back out onto the field. Its eyes are open during that animation, but don't let that fool you. I believe it is still asleep. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
So now it's... How quickly does Sneasler wake up? It has not taken its guaranteed turn of sleep. And King Gambit is... I think Brian still has the damage here, right?
Like you just go for the Water Spout, take the Gambit, do most of the Sneasler. I mean, it's kind of a free Aqua Jet plus Spout, I think, here. Sucker Punch me brings it down, but
maybe Aqua Jet doesn't get there now that the Intimidate has happened. King Gambit can probably get there now.
Sorry about the Aqua Jet and the Sneasler.
Yeah,
just Jet the Sneasler, Water Spout.
Yeah, you can Aqua Jet Sneasler, just saying, all right, let me just get the damage where I can. King Gambit's going to try to stall out a little bit, but yeah, I think Sean. Oop, nope, there's the Aqua Jet. Into Protect. I think one of the things. Sneasler goes for the Well, then whatever. But all right, how much does Water Spout do? How's your head count doing?
Maybe 100%, but depends on bulky, I guess. But feeling
100%.
like, oh, it does live though.
It does survive, but we still have Aqua Jet.
We do still have Jet,
We
unfortunately.
still have Aqua Jet, which is pretty nice here. And also, it's like, okay, Blastoise just needs to like, you just keep clicking the Water Spout.
Just gonna keep hitting that spout
Just
button,
keep
right?
hitting that Water Spout button. Yeah, I think I would have loved to see Brian go for the Aqua Jet into the Sneasler as well. To your point, I think that's a great way to like not have to worry about protects, right? Because one thing is usually it's easy to be like, well, but Sneasler's asleep, I can ignore it. But also, Sneasler's asleep, it can't protect. I know I can get damage on this thing, and like I think that in this situation that might have been a little bit worth it. But hey, pick it up next turn anyway. Maybe it's not the end of the world.
Great turnaround from Brian, right? Like, I mean, really tough couple of early turns, but like, man, he set this up extremely well, and you know, it really shows. Like, I mean, good play, good prep, good team, right? Ultimately, and you know, Sean did a great job with the adjustment early game, but ultimately,
I really liked that adjustment kit from Sean in game 2, right? This was not a very competitive game in game 1, right? It was just kind of a wash, like literally a wash with all the water spout damage and stuff. But Sean certainly brought that back and made Brian work so much harder for it. Got by through the skin of his teeth, right? Just with the Basculegion surviving on a little bit of health, and then Blastoise like just finding those turns to do what it needed to. And Vivian still, even despite all of the like prep work Sean did, kind of the star of the show. Put Sneasler to sleep, forced Dragonite to take 2 of its actions, right? Like Vivian alone took away like what 3-4 actions from Sean's team, like with the Dragonite attacks and the sleep on Sneasler and the and the sleep on Sneasler, and it couldn't do anything. Like it just took away so many actions, and when you have to divert so much attention to stop the little butterfly, and Blastoise is just drowning you in water spouts.
Just keeps going.
And to say nothing of Basculegion and other stuff, like it's very, very hard to like, you know, prioritize things properly.
Absolutely. I think Sean, fantastic adjustment, bit of a tough matchup, and I think they played it extremely well. And
yeah, I really loved the game too. Like,
yeah, that was
very
great stuff. Yeah. I think, you know, on paper, it's like that first turn is just so pivotal, and like even then, it's just like a bit of an uphill battle with those spouts just constantly coming, right?
Right. It's like, okay, Dragonite is here and it can do a lot, but it's like nothing else really takes water spout super well.
Right.
Because I think like from Sean's perspective, well, like most water-based offense teams are rain, and I have Ninetales, so I can remove the rain. It's like, what about if it's really strong water offense and there is no weather? In fact, there's a Torkoal for some other reason. And you're like, oh yeah, that's actually kind of rough to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it sounds like we got another game we're jumping into. So we'll be in the midst. We'll be figuring out things as we go. There's an Araquanid. Right. There's an Araquanid. We got Alvin with Araquanid and Scizor and Ampharos and Aromatisse. I think Trick Room is probably up. And we got the Delphoxes back.
What a great game to come into.
Yeah,
what a great game.
No, it's worse. Basculegion's here. No,
man,
okay.
never mind.
Dire
Hanging
Claw.
out.
Okay. Ooh, okay, let's go.
Now, do you know your Aromatisse comes? I'm not off the top.
Aromatisse, yeah, it's actually got pretty good HP stats, so we can actually take Dire Claw reasonably well. That's a lot of damage. Let's go, Araquanid.
Okay, Araquanid.
Trick Room is not up. Ooh, defense drop means that is not a roll anymore. And Aromatisse is one of the few non-psychic, non-ghost Trick Room setters, so I was able to set Trick Room for this nice, shiny purple Araquanid, which looks oh so cool.
Very cool.
Thank you for showing us the Trick Room turns and the stat changes of everybody.
Perfect, all right.
Yeah, so we know everything, so we still have, this is pretty early into the game, right? It looks like,
looks like
turn 1, they haven't taken too many turns to move, but Aromatisse, the other A Pokemon, and there's Ampharos. Too many Pokemon start with A. Was that the challenge here? Gets away from that Aqua Jet. Not a Dragon type quite yet, but this follow-up Liquidation looks like
it's gonna pick up
Bass. So that's a Araquanid.
Very strong mon. Very strong mon.
Yeah, big critical hit. But yeah, now it's like how well does this like fast-paced offensive team deal with this Trick Room? And
no status, all right.
That's still a lot of damage with that Dire Claw. Sneasler just hits very, very hard.
Surprisingly good mon.
Yeah, who'd have thought? But, I was going to say, Ampharos is here, but also Garchomp is here, and Ampharos doesn't love that. However, Dragon Pulse, quite an offensive option into this Garchomp, so let's see how well it can stomach that attack.
I think we got a Mega Evolution here. We can go ahead and depulse the Garchomp and maybe liquidate the Sneasler. You know, we might take some damage and maybe see some interesting protects here, depending on how things go, but Pretty strong turn setup right now. I think Garchomp probably goes down to Dragon Pulse. I'd have to double check my Mega Empress.
I would hope for Empress's sake, but I think maybe if Garchomp's like really bulky, it can maybe survive. Alvin also has the option of just doubling into one of these slots, and that surely gets a KO.
Right.
Mold Breaker not going to be super important. Garchomp realizing, okay, I'm the slower dragon in this situation. I don't want to deal with this.
Yep,
so Liquidation instead going into that Sneasler.
And it's a 1-hit KO.
What? Okay, let's go Araquanid. That's amazing.
Pretty strong mod. Probably. Yeah.
That's great. Okay. Oh.
No, that is spicy.
well, if Garchomp wasn't feeling great before, I don't think it's loving life now. Yeah, +3. That is Cotton Guard gives you +3 defense. So now Ampharos is really not worried about Garchomp in the slightest. So it's kind of just a, can Delphox get a double protect in the meantime?
Very good call out from Alvin's side. I mean, ultimately, like you don't really. Like, I mean, you could have easily gone for like the Dragon Claw. I mean, clearly very experienced with this team, kind of knows when to like go for the damage, go for the setup, right? And ultimately, yeah, this is gonna be a very awkward spot. Because yeah, just go for the free liquidation.
There's
and then
liquidation. That got a Sneasler. That's certainly getting a Delphox.
Yeah.
So,
goodbye, Delphox.
Oh yeah, Araquanid, you didn't need to crit, buddy. you were doing well before.
I guess it did 3,000% instead of like 50. Yeah.
How many Delphoxes did that KO?
Oh, we got potentially the sash on. Or a made-up sash? Yeah,
oh,
a real sash.
Oh, it is
okay.
actual. Okay, it's actual focus sash. Okay. It's like it's not invisible focus sash, it's just visible focus sash.
And I'm curious. I mean, you know, like how much is this doing to the Empress? Wow.
That didn't do a lot.
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Good job, Ampharos. There's one more turn of trick.
Quadruple protect into an EQ. I mean, what are we?
What is one more turn? So I think if you're Alvin, show me the second Cotton Guard. No, I wanted to see the second Cotton Guard. Okay.
Very cool game that we find ourselves in.
That was fast. That was 4 turns. Yeah. Okay, was that game 2 or 3? Do we even know? That was game 3. Let's go, Alvin. Let's go, Ampharos, Araquanid, Aromatisse, only using Pokemon that start with the letter A.
I like it. I like it. It's bold, but you know, it apparently makes a great team.
Apparently, yeah. Let's not talk about the A in Mamoswine. It's Amoswine
there
now.
You go. Yeah.
Amoswine. It shoots things. That's a convergent form. We're getting that in Gen 10. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that.
I think, you know, I was really impressed with Araquanid. I think it's been pretty overlooked in this format, mainly because Basque is, you know, the sort of token, like, just amazing.
Yeah, it's just like
the water type.
It's like I'll just slap this guy on any team, and it just kind of, like, works.
But on these slower teams, you know, we got Wide Guard for the Rock Slide. You got Liquidation to apparently murder or take things out. Like,
just do insane amounts of damage. Yeah. I was like, oh, well, Araquanid, like, Liquidation will do a lot to Sneasler, surely. But, like, Sneasler can like take more hits than you'd expect, and then just drops. And it's like, oh, good job, Araquanid. Yeah. Good job. We forgot Water Bubble is a very, very strong ability.
Yeah,
one of the best, one of the best abilities ever.
And then just to flex, getting the crit on the Delphox, I think is really
I think it needed that. That was
tough to pick that up otherwise.
They did, calced. Delphox was calced for Araquanid Liquidation, clearly.
Almost had it.
Definitely, yeah. It was like, the crit at the worst.
Totally different game otherwise. I'm curious what was in the back. I mean, can't really see the team, I suppose, but
yeah, I think there were like from my memory, like he saw Aromatisse on turn 1 and like immediately switched out into Ampharos. Obviously, that's what you do.
But the known lines of this team.
There's like Scizor and Mamoswine, I think, were the other two that I remember. So like maybe there's like a Scarf Mamoswine in the background. Maybe we can.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Do we want to chat? Let's chat with Alvin. Do you want to chat with Alvin?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and get a chat with Alvin. I'll skedaddle for just a moment, and we can talk about Alvin's cool team while the rounds are wrapping up. So I'll be right. You're gonna talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm gonna head out.
All right.
What are we chatting about? Oh, interesting. Oh,
Alvin.
yeah.
Interesting team.
Thank you.
I would like to hear more about kind of your thought process. I mean, very, very interesting. Very well, like clearly very well thought out. I think some of those cool pieces, Aromatisse, sort of the Araquanid, like you're using some stuff that seems a little underutilized. Like what was kind of your inspiration here behind this team?
I think I really wanted to use Ampharos just because I don't think this team is as well thought out as you make it out to be. It still has a lot of weaknesses. I did start 0-2 in the day, so it's not like it's a powerful team. But like my thought process was Ampharos is pretty good typing into like the big scary Charizard, Venusaur, those kind of things. And also Basculegion, of course, is everywhere. And like if you can find a way to get like a Cotton Guard up, like even I don't know if you saw at the end of maybe one of the other games with Jeff, but 100 base power Basculegion Lash Effects did about 30%, 40% to Ampharos. So it's like, yeah, I wasn't even in threat. So it's pretty fun. And then, Scissor's just there because all the fairies are really running around scary. And then Incineroar is always good. Aromatisse is interesting because it's like one of the rare not psychic Trick Room setters, and it also has Aroma Veil, which blocks Taunt and Encore. So like when I was setting up Trick Room before with like Slowking, if there's like a Whimsicott in the field, it's like really annoying because you'll have to pivot one of your pieces or else you'll just get Encored and like doomed. But like, yeah, Aromatisse blocks that completely.
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool.
Very cool. Are you typically like, is this sort of your style of team? Do you like more Trick Room teams? Are you kind of like that slower play style? Or are you, do you think that Ampharos like has sauce in this format? Like, do you think you'll take it forward?
I don't think I'll take it forward, at least to like the big tournaments in the NAIC. But I did look at my VGC Wrapped, and my Trick Room was like in the top 3 moves.
All
I
right.
think like 11 Trick Room, and then it's like Protect up there, and then like Knockoff.
Yeah.
So it's like these are like, yeah, I guess I do lean a lot to Trick Room, but like not hard Trick Room. Because I know like it's pretty fun playing around the like middling speed tiers. Because I was running like a Malamar Incineroar team, and then like they're like faster than the usual Trick Roomers, but they're like slower than a lot of the mid tier. So it's like it's a pretty interesting game to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, what Mons are you kind of, or Pokemon are you excited for kind of moving forward? Like in some of the newer formats and things like that. Like, what are things that you maybe missed from Scarlet Violet, or just kind of looking forward to see?
I think I'm glad that Terrasilization's not in for a long while. I think it might be a little tired of that, but of course the new megas as they roll out, like Mega Malamar I love, Scrafty I love, like these are all Mons. I'm sure there's like a huge list if you like point out the ones. Mawile, I really like Mawile as well, so like I'm looking forward to like all the new mega Pokemon they'll slowly add in, but
Sure.
right now it's pretty hard. Like, I feel like I'm just like throwing pieces together and then hope they cover each other's like weaknesses well. But
Yeah.
That's basically how it's been going so far.
That's awesome. And yeah, like I said, congrats. Like, very good team, very good set. If you are planning on playing anything similar to this, like what kind of adjustments do you think you kind of learned from today or want to make going into bringing it to
I did
Nationals?
lose twice in a row to like Archaludon.
Sure.
Like it's tricky because Ampharos doesn't deal immense damage to pressure Archaludon. It like resists everything on the teams pretty well except for if Archaludon has Dragon Pulse. But like I guess if you like trade well, it's doable, but like Scizor like is walled by Archaludon and Telefer. And the Incineroar will drop to any water move that they will all have. So it's like tricky. And then Araquanid is always threatened by Electro Shot. So maybe like some way to stop the electric. Maybe like if Ampharos just got Lightning Rod or something.
Sure.
Then you could just send out Araquanid, no fear of the water types. But like, yeah, I wish Ampharos got like a better ability.
Yeah. Do you think, have you been impressed with Araquanid's damage output? I mean, seeing it take out that Sneasler with one hit. I mean, like...
I knew for sure it would KO. I did like Mr. Quatercalx. Even like fairly bulky Pokemon, like Rockwell switched in his regular form Kangaskhan into it, and it took like 90 from Liquidation. So I was shocked at that one, but like I was pretty sure Liquidation would one-shot Sneasler.
Yeah. I mean, very well played with that, and it was just cool to see that on screen. I was like, wow, goodbye, Sneasler. Like, yeah. Well, hey, best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Right,
like, great job. That was really fun to watch.
Thank you. What are we doing?
And,
So you're in the Champions, or you're in the Scarlet Violet tournament, or?
Yeah, I finished.
Are you finished
Yeah.
that? Are you thinking of joining that second Champions one right
Think
away?
about it. I'm having a good time, kind of like. All right.
Yes, hello, hello everybody. Welcome back for our 5th and final round of Swiss here today. I am not Alvin. What happened?
Nice to meet you, Alvin.
Oh, guys. We're just jumping straight into this. We didn't have time to introduce anything. We've got Vincent on the bottom side of your screen with Wapani, Como, Basculegion, Scoville, and Snorlax, and Milotic. And Luke, we started off our stream with that shiny Cleavor alongside Mega Charizard and stuff, but it's going to be Whimsicott alongside Charizard and the Milotic plus Scoville. What are you thinking about this one, Si?
It's a really interesting team on the left side, right? Like, ultimately, you got, the Mega Lopunny and, like, can put out some great pressure, got Fake Out, like, really, really fast Fake Out, ultimately. You know, on the left side, I feel like we have a team that it's not really, like, a speed control thing. And the right side, it's, like, pretty much, I won't say all about speed control, right? But ultimately, like, it is a team where you want to get that tailwind up early.
Yeah, Whimsicott wants you to move first.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
And so, I think it's really just going to depend on, can you get enough pressure from Vincent's side onto the other team so that, if they do get tailwind up. I mean, it seems like at this point, Luke isn't choosing to use speed control, which I think makes sense given that Vincent, like, doesn't have a lot of very fast Pokemon except that Lopunny and feels like big, bulky pieces that are more about setup than anything else.
Yeah. He does have the Whimsicott in case he needs to, but I think it's more for like the encore pressure if anything, because Charizard is super, super threatening. Already forced out that Scoville instead. The thick, fat Snorlax was able to take those attacks quite a bit better. However, Milotic is still going to have to eat this Moonblast. Takes about a quarter from that Moonblast. As Charizard just goes for the simple Heat Wave, just spread some damage around. Milotic takes that pretty well, but still I'm down to about half. We'll go for a Life Dew to heal up just a little bit, so we might be here for a little while as Milotic and Snorlax, gets a kind of a free switch in here, and this is the Curse variant with Rock Slide and Double Edge, so it can stick around and start throwing out damage kind of for quite a bit, but it's probably going to be looking to get up a Curse because there might be a Sneasler waiting in the wings.
Right, it's a really interesting kind of matchup here, right? Because, you really only pressure the Snorlax with the Sneasler, and you also have that Encore pressure if they want to go for the Curse, so I think really it's going to be about balancing the positioning of the Sneasler, making sure it gets an and can CC, because like otherwise, like, it's just going to sit there. It's just going to sit there, keep healing up, and you can't go for the Curse, so the CC will probably either KO or get pretty close, but I think that really is the only thing that will kill. And as we see now, like Luke bringing the Sneasler, trying to get that pressure on it. Pretty got the Protect from the Milotic. And did they go for the Curse? Or did they go for the Rock Slide probably, just to kind of get some early damage on the on that Charizard? I think the Snorlax is going to be a real issue unless it's dealt with early. And I think we're going to see that Curse. Very well played from his side.
Yeah, gets the turn, gets that right where he is able to weave in that Curse. Luke tries to say, well, you're not really going to Curse if I can Anchor you into it, so I'm going to get Sneasler to, like, capitalize on the fact you don't have that defense boost. But Vincent, threads that needle, gets the Curse in, Sneasler's in. It's like, okay, now you can CC, but it's not necessarily going to one-hit KO this Snorlax, because Snorlax is very, very bulky.
Very bulky monster.
Silly how bulky it is. Charizard also very much threatening Milotic with that Solar Beam. You might think like, well, bulky water type in front of a fire type, this should be easy, but Solar Beam really flips that dynamic kind of very dramatically. So I think in this case, like, Luke's probably fine to just like keep firing off attacks. The Snorlax can only take so many close combats before it's going to kick the bucket.
Ultimately, it's like, can Snorlax with this +1, like, take out the Sneasler, like, the Milotic, like, might survive a Solar Beam just by a little bit, but instead you can bring in the Como and start setting that up too. I mean, this team seems very well and, like, very, very, like, solidly meant to set up, but still does a lot.
That's still a lot of damage.
I mean, at this point, does the Heat Wave, it gets close. Does it pick up?
Yeah, or is it just a Weather Ball saying, all right, well, Snorlax is probably not going to protect, right? Like, nope, okay, just the Solar Beam.
Just the Solar Beam.
Just a safe Solar Beam into presumably that Milotic slot, so Como should take this pretty comfortably.
Yeah, still a very good play.
It's
the Snorlax, and it takes it, it picks up.
Okay, all right, well, why do you need to... Yeah, okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Snorlax. What?
Very good play on Luke's part.
Okay, I thought, maybe like, you do Solar Beam into the Milotic again, but he's like, no, I just need to get rid of the Snorlax. Let me get it out of here.
He identified it as an early piece that he needed to get rid of, and now that it's taken out, I mean, he's kind of set up to really like go through a lot of this team. You know, it's not over, but I think he made a very good read and like is very well set up for the rest of the game. And now that really annoying piece is out, you start heat waving and close combating everything.
Yeah, Milotic is like, all right, Milotic is still here and still threatened by that solar beam as well. Sun there's only 2 more turns of Sun, which is notable, but you know, Luke still hasn't really taken any damage, so has the ability to switch around pretty freely. Como doesn't mind attacks from Charizard too much, but close combat just chunks everything so well.
It really didn't like that CC.
No, Clanging Scales doesn't quite get on this, doesn't get the KO on Sneasler at -1 special defense either. And yeah, Charizard showing off it's the best grass type in the format. Goes for this Solar Beam once again, and is Milotic able to take this?
Just a little bit, yeah. It's like
does
just a bit, and you know, maybe there's some big. Oh, and we get the Citrus off, so it will probably require, if this is a life to an Icy Wind. Okay, the Icy Wind.
That's not great.
This is tough, but I think ultimately, like, you know, this is still a bit of an awkward spot, but it does pick up the Sneasler, so that's great.
Gets Sneasler, that's pretty nice, but yeah, I don't know if the Icy Wind miss on the Charizard, it doesn't, you don't love that, because then now Como like would have been faster, but I mean at this point Whimsicott comes in, clicks Tailwind, and then you know Charizard would be moving first anyway.
But
like, I mean, the Icy Wind miss is probably not too consequential.
Now you got kind of the Moonblast pressure into the Como. I mean, that's just going to be like an ever-present threat. I think the Whimsicott, even without really accounting for the speed control it provides, was just an excellent bring, because, you know, Encore for the Curse, Moonblast for the Como. I think it just provides a lot of utility for Luke's side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like well, Como is great into Charizard. It's like, okay, but what about the Whimsicott?
Right.
Like, well, that's what do we need to talk about? We're not going to talk about Whimsicott. Whimsicott's not very good into Como, because it is soundproof, this Como, so it doesn't worry about a hyper voice, but Moonblast will certainly do the job.
Could be tough for it. Yeah.
Could be tough. So I mean, it could just very easily from Luke's side. Doesn't even need to mess around with Tailwind. Just another Solar Beam and another Moonblast here. So Milotic does protect on this last turn of Sun, so it gets itself out of that problem. But
unfortunately,
Como not so lucky.
Goodbye, Como.
Goodbye, Como. All of those scales could not keep you safe from that Moonblast.
Now, assuming that it's a low punny in the back, you know...
We saw Scovillain.
Oh, we saw Scovillain. Okay.
Yeah, we saw Scovillain was on lead, which is usually not a Pokemon you love leading into Charizard, because Charizard is like, cool, I will simply click Heat Wave and do 1,000,000 damage to you, and you will not get to Spicy Spray anything.
Now, are you feeling moody today? How are we feeling on the moody? Like, what's our mood for today?
We'll find out. I don't... Will we find out? I think Milotic might just get KO'd to like Heat Wave, Moonblast, and then Scovillain. It'll be the Scovillain show. And I don't know if Scovillain is that much of a class act to carry its whole show.
You know, maybe those burns, the burn chip, the damage. I mean,
it'll be. I mean, like the main thing you want to be burning is like Sneasler and like the Basculegion and Kingambit in the back, and even the Cleavor, right? But like Luke has been indexing on Charizard and Whimsicott, which don't really care about the burns. And that just makes Scovillain's life so much harder.
Right, and ultimately, you know, all you just gotta do is encore. You can go ahead and encore the Milotic, get it stuck. And,
oh, right, it protected. Yeah,
right,
it's just doomed.
Fortunately, you can just go ahead and Heat Wave encore, and that's a little tough. But, you know, in these adjustments for the next game, I think that ultimately, like, I still think the Snorlax is a great piece if you know, they can get it set up, or even, you know, just avoid that CC, because ultimately that's really what pins it every time, right? Otherwise, it's very good into the rest of the team, but...
Yeah, Milotic goes for the protect, is not able to protect itself from that encore. Yeah, I think that's like, this feels kind of, like, we'll see how much Scovillain can do, we'll see how much the Heat Wave does.
Okay.
That's, you know, that's still pretty good damage into Scovillain, even without the Sun, but, like, all right, it's going to have to fire back with its own, okay, Giga Drain, that's good damage, good job, Scovillain. It's got pretty good offensive stats, heals up a little bit, but I feel like this is kind of just delaying the inevitable, but it is giving Vincent time to think, which is useful for, like, how to approach this situation, because like this is what Vincent led was Milotic and Scovillain, and that to me very much said that Vincent did not expect Luke to lead the way that he did with Charizard Whimsicott, thinking, oh, they're like, but it is just really hard for Vincent to play around the Charizard Whimsicott. Charizard just does so much damage, do everything except for the Como, which Whimsicott just unconditionally one-shots.
I mean, honestly, like, I mean, the Whimsicott is really a thorn in Vincent's side, because ultimately, like, you, I mean, you can't, it defensively, like, it protects against everything. Like, all you can really do is hit it with the Scovillain and, like, to really get, like, strong damage on it. And, like, for something that you really don't really consider a strong threat most of the time, I feel like it's providing a lot of utility and defensive backbone. Can I say that about a Whimsicott? Is that allowed?
It is. Yeah, I would like. It's kind of insane, but like this typing is just so useful. Like also the offensive pressure, right? Like the fact that if Whimsicott is on the field, then I don't have to worry about Como-O going crazy because I can like get faster than it if I need to, and I can Moonblast just KO it, right? So that like takes the load off of King Gambit. That's maybe it's in the back, but I don't think we'll ever get to see because my Lodic will just get KO'd to this Moonblast. Big critical hit. I don't know. That's just accelerating the inevitable. And Charizard doesn't even need the sun. Just keep firing away with more Heat Waves. Scovillain. Now that single target will get that knockout. So I don't know. I think if I'm Vincent, I'm probably thinking like, okay, Scovillain is good. I think he needs to use Scovillain to KO Whimsicott early, and then like he's got a lot more room to maneuver, right? Then suddenly you can Rage Powder away close combat so that Snorlax can get up a Curse, and then suddenly it can go for those Rock Slides and KO the Charizard, and then you can use like Milotic or Como-O to get rid of the Sneasler. Like I think that's kind of like the sequencing he's probably trying to look for, and like just didn't really find that in that first game.
Yeah, it's really all about like getting that Snorlax in the right place, getting the Como in the right place, and like it becomes hard with the Whimsicott, but I think it's not impossible. So I think, you know, if Vincent can establish some early pressure, like get some of Luke's key pieces off the board, but you know, Luke played that excellently and really found his outs, and I think found not necessarily found his outs, but found like the right pieces to pick up and then sweep from the rest of the game.
He just found a really like consistent way of just applying pressure and saying, all right, well, if you do this, I'm going to be punishing you, and even if you like make the best play, like you're still like losing a fair amount of ground, enough where I don't need to win this turn, I just need to win like 5 turns, and that's okay. Yeah, I think Vincent might probably anticipated being able to get more value out of Scovillain in the late game. I think he's probably not going to make that same mistake again. He might need to just say, like, all right, I need to get value out of Scovillain right now, because otherwise the late game Scovillain is not gonna cut it, because Charizard is so threatening. And Luke, to his credit, saying, well, I know how important Whimsicott is. I played most of game 1 without Sneasler. Maybe I can just keep Whimsicott safe, and Sneasler can be on the lead instead. And this is already looking even worse for Vincent.
It's kind of an interesting spot, because like, you know, do you double turn 1 protect, maybe try to get the Moody boost, but then you risk the Encore coming in from Whimsy? Do you maybe try to do you maybe just try to pressure the Sneasler, protect the Snorlax, and try to take it off the board? I mean, I don't know if an overheat or, you know, does it, but you know, might get close, especially if the Charizard megas.
Yeah, like Charizard certainly wants to. I mean, it's the only thing that's going to mega evolve here, but the Heat Wave is certainly pretty threatening into Scovillain. It also has Weather Ball, right, to just do even more damage. So like we could just see a fake out into Snorlax and then just a Weather Ball. But I think Scovillain needs to be here, like, because you get the burn, then we can start taking the close combat quite a bit better than we were before from that Snorlax perspective. So Sneasler actually going to be keeping itself safe. So the only thing that has fake out is going to be the one protecting, interestingly enough, is the Rage Powder. Make sure that this Weather Ball, which is probably going into the Scovillain anyway, is sure to target it down and does survive.
What a fantastic play from Rook, right? Like, ultimately, like, now with some damage on that Scovillain, it's going to be very hard to like really put pressure. I mean, next turn you can Rage Powder, you know, get the burn on Sneasler if they go for it, but man, like that's tough. That's tough to work around, I think.
Like this is like the best Vincent's board state has been, to be fair.
Right. No, absolutely.
Like gets the curse up and is not under immediate threat of a close combat, right? Where presumably, well, okay, here's the tricky. Who's faster? Is it Charizard or Sneasler? Right. If Sneasler is faster, well, maybe Sneasler is. Because if Sneasler is faster, then Sneasler will get burned, and then that's a huge problem. So Luke's saying, all right, well, I can just, you know, switch out Sneasler. Sneasler can. I just need to make sure Scovillain's out of the way so that when Sneasler is here, it can close combat that Snorlax. So just a simple Heat Wave. It does connect. If it had missed, that might have been a little awkward for Luke, but it does connect there. Snorlax takes a little chunk, but not too much.
Now let's see the power of the Snorlax in action. We're gonna see him as a count, which is okay. You know,
okay.
Nice to read this out,
Hits
but
the one that
ultimately
matters.
we really
There you go. That's good.
With that Charizard down, you know, like some of these things become a little more tenable, right? Melodic becomes a lot more awkward.
Yeah, Melodic has a lot more breathing room. Scovillain would if it was, you know, still around. Rest in peace, Scovillain.
Sorry, Scovillain.
You have 2 tombstones for each one of the heads.
I think the Whimsicott still presents a pretty big challenge here ultimately, but you know, a couple Rock Slides and still probably does go down. Ultimately, it's really going to be about pressuring the Encore. You know, you want to protect the Snorlax, but then you get Encored, right? Like, or maybe you even get Moonblast plus CC. But you know, this turn is very pivotal, I think, ultimately, because you could kind of get the speed control up, get the Icy Wind, or just try to like hit the Sneasler, get the burn on it. You may even choose to swap the Snorlax out and just bring it back in after the Sneasler's down, because like, you know, if you get the Sneasler off the board, suddenly Snorlax becomes pretty scary.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm just wondering, like, what does Vincent have that can actually switch into a close combat, or have to be Basculegion? Which I don't know if he brought Basculegion. That Moonblast did way more than I was expecting it to.
CC is unfortunately probably going to pick up here based on what we
there?
saw, but yeah,
CC just gets there. So Snorlax is, this Whimsicott has been way more impressive than I was expecting to. It's like, oh, it's Moonblast from Whimsicott. And it did significant chip to that Snorlax, which is incredibly bulky. So yeah, my Lodic's like, I'm gonna Icy Wind, and like I don't know if that moves the needle enough for Vincent, sadly.
Yeah, it's possible to see what we got in the back. You know, if it's something that we can.
Like Como, oh yeah, it's Como again. So like, all right, Whimsicott is once again like a massive problem.
So you know, if we could get like a double protect, double Icy Wind, or maybe even a single Icy Wind into what does that Como got?
Como's just got the Clanging Scales and Aura Sphere and Clangorous Soul. So
perhaps a double protect, double Icy Wind is probably as good as we have.
I think that it's just gotta like, because like maybe there's a chance if Whimsicott's out of the picture, but yeah, without Whimsicott, or while Whimsicott is still here, Como has to be afraid because the Moonblast is such an imminent threat.
And Luke calls it out, goes for the CC into the
like, I can just keep firing off damage. Like, my Lord takes that reasonably well, like last time, but it's a matter of like, okay, is Icy Wind able to put in enough damage? How much does this do to the Whimsicott? I don't even know if another one gets there. What?
Maybe an Aura Sphere plus an Icy Wind, maybe at this range. Actually, I think that does, you know, probably like, picks up. So
okay, wait, yeah, because now after 2 Icy Winds, Como is probably faster, so maybe.
But you can always encore the Como, and then
because it just protects.
So you know, we'll see. You know, it could.
This looks so bad.
It's a little awkward.
This Whimsicott has been so it's just okay. There you go. Like, because like Vincent's team is predicated on like having a few turns to set up with Curse.
Something.
Set up and like quick like my Lodic loves switching its moves, but Whimsicott's like, actually no, you don't get to do that.
And Caesar still outspeeds after a couple Icy Winds, right?
Because they got the Unburden boost, and so it's like, all right, I don't need to go for close combat anymore. I can just go for Dire Claw. It's still doing pretty meaningful damage. Whimsicott survives insult to injury.
Well, you know, you get one more Icy Wind, you take out the Whim, and then, you know, if Como eventually is able to like tank. I mean, you know, one more Icy Wind, my Lodic goes lower. I mean, if the CC's in the Como goes down to say 40%.
Okay, if it's King Gambit in the back, this is gonna be hilarious because it's gonna be Icy Wind and then get a Defiant boost and Sneasler just Dire Claws my Lodic again, and then Whimsicott comes back in, encores Como again, and you're just like, well, this is a disaster.
Yeah, I think it's still doable.
But Whimsicott is not switching out this turn, so.
It's going to get the Tailwind up, which is a great play. I think, you know, that's kind of all you can really do with it at this point, right?
Yeah, you're like, all right, I'll just do that.
And smartly calls out, goes to the CC. If we live it, unfortunately, we do not.
Yeah, Sneasler's just doing so much damage.
Yeah, that Caesar's been a great piece for Luke, and I think, you know, again, he's played it very well. I think, you know,
he's only used 3 Pokemon. Yeah. Each time he's like, you've KO'd one of them, but the other 2 have been just unstoppable at this certain, like, but I think, crucially, like, Luke was able to trade the trade he made was like the early game trades he made were like super favorable, right? In this game, he traded Charizard for Scoville, and it was like, well, that's fine because Whimsicott plus Sneasler beats everything else. Yeah. And then in game 1, it was like, all right, he traded Sneasler, but he KO'd the Snorlax, and so then Whimsicott could beat everything else.
Right. I think both players with, you know, very well played games. I think it's a little hard for Vincent to set up with like that Whimsicott, just like that great piece for Luke, right?
It's just so hard to get it off the field. Like he was like, I have Scoville, and I will click overheat, and just never, like, Luke never gave him that opportunity.
No, he took advantage of it really well.
He was like, I'm going to pressure. Yeah, he was like, I'm going to lead Whimsicott. You want to overheat it, right? And switched immediately into Sneasler. And was like, you can KO this, but then, like, Charizard can start doing damage. Like,
you just get the CCs, you get the heat waves, you just get really strong spread or single target moves, just like getting that HP down. And like, how do you set up after that, right? Like, you're trying to, you have a team where you're really trying to get someone set up, and no one was allowed to get set up this whole game. So
Whimsicott said, you want to set up? Fine, you can set up and only set up. You'll never get to do anything ever again.
You will protect endlessly, and you
will enjoy it, Como. You will love it because you will be safe from my wrathful Moonblast until the very last moment of your dying breath.
But yeah, great game.
Dramatic reading of that game. That's basically what happened.
Yeah. I think very well played from both players. I think Luke took really good advantage of getting those pieces off the board, as we discussed, and I think Vincent played a really good game too. I think ultimately, like, you know, it's it's tough to make that adjustment. And I think if your pieces are getting picked up, like how do you respond in that place, right?
Yeah, I think Vincent was like doing what he could, but it just really felt like he just needed more turns than he was able to get.
Right.
God, that Whimsicott was so like Whimsicott is such a good Pokemon in this format. Like Encore is insane.
Right.
It's so like it just invalidated so many options that Vincent would have been able to use normally against like most other Charizard teams. He would be like, cool, I can just click Curse with Snorlax, and suddenly things are a lot easier to deal with. But he's like, well, I can't only click Curse because then I'll lose eventually. So he had to like eventually switch up moves, and that's just that was I was very impressed by the Whimsicott. Also kind of disappointed in my Lodic Icy Wind damage. Like I would hope Icy Wind could 3-hit KO a Whimsicott.
Right.
The fact that it didn't, I'm like, my Lodic, what are we doing here, buddy?
Yeah,
What?
and I'm just reminded how strong CC from a Sneasler is. Like that, nothing's taken 2 of those, and a lot of things aren't taken 1 of those, right?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Charizard did get 1-hit KO'd by Snorlax's +1 Rock Slide, so good job, Snorlax.
Proud
You
of
did your
Snorlax.
job. You did not take that Moonblast as well as you should probably could have. I don't know. I guess I'm more used to. Like, this is probably a little bit more of an offensive Snorlax, right? With Curse, you don't like. With Belly Drum, you can afford to not have as much investment in offense because you're like, I will simply click Belly Drum and be at 1,000,000 attack and do 1,000,000 damage.
Right.
But with the Curse one, it's like, okay, I kind of actually need to have like at least some investment in offense just to do damage natively. Right. So then it's not quite as bulky, and then so suddenly those attacks that before you might have been shrugging off like a Whimsicott Moonblast are like just doing like 5-10% more than you really want them to, and then suddenly you're into KO range from things like Sneasler's Close Combat at +1.
Right.
It's like, I have Curse for this thing, and it's like...
Yeah, and it's like you see that the +1 that gave it the Rock Slide, like the damage investment that gave it the Rock Slide kill is the same like lack of bulk, I guess, and lets it die to the
exactly.
combo,
So
right?
it's like, like Snorlax is just like straddling the line and just finding itself on either end, like not quite making a meaningful shift in that game.
Absolutely. But yeah, great game for both players, and
this Whimsicott Charizard is crazy. Like you usually, like I don't know. I feel like that was just very impressive to me. We're like, you think, oh well, Whimsicott will simply click tail, or no, we'll click Sunny Day to make sure Charizard keeps the sun up. But like, you don't need that. Like Charizard sets it up for yourself. If you have Rain, you just like switch out and come back in and do it later. Like you've got a lot of other options. Like it's just. Yeah, this team just feels very, very complete. And Luke is, I mean, we haven't mentioned in this stream. Luke is the Junior Division World Champion. He's very good at this game, as you can no doubt tell.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, certainly showing like, all right, a team of this caliber in the right hands can go pretty far. And absolutely doing so today. I think Luke went 5-0, so pretty good.
Very good.
Pretty
great champions player.
pretty good showing. New game, same winning attitude. Doing pretty great today. So congratulations to Luke.
Great playing.
Excellent showing. And that's it for Swiss. But we'll be cutting to we'll have a little bit of a longer break before we go into our top 8 cut. We've got quite a number of players here. Not as many people wanted to play Scarlet and Violet as champions because this new flashy thing. Fair enough. But Miraidon is no longer. I don't want to play with Miraidon anymore. Basculegion is my new favorite friend. Is my new best friend. But we'll be back with top 8 in a little bit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for more fun champions actions here in Sunnyvale.
All right. Thank you for watching. Hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in top 8 now, and we've got our final player that we have not featured on stream. We actually got everybody else that has been in our top 8 on stream. Jesus is the lone player who has, before right now, not seen his name on stream quite yet. Running the VR winning team, that Frostlass, Cleavor, Whimsicott combination. And we saw Brian go crazy on stream last time he was here with that Vivian Blastoise Trick Room team. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I think we were just chatting before, and we were thinking that Tailwind on Whimsicott is going to be pretty important to make sure that you can move before this Choice Scarf Vivian.
Yeah, it really gives you options, right? Like some of the matchups we saw early on stream, like if you don't have that speed control, then like, yeah, it becomes a lot harder to get that pressure on the Vivian. I think it's going to be kind of that like turn on, like what do you bring, right? Because like for Brian, like Vivian feels good, but then ultimately, you know, if they get that Tailwind up, they get outsped, right? It could also be kind of just like go more with the Trick Room angle, because you know, outside of King Gambit, there's not a lot of stuff that like likes to be in Trick Room. So I think these early turns and like kind of establishing like what they want to do is really going to like determine just to kind of see how this game plays out. Could be the Sleep Powder on the Vivillon to start, and then you transition to the Trick Room for like a game 2. But yeah, I think ultimately it's really just going to come down to like what are our turn 1 brings and like what modes are we bringing, and we're off to the races. Yeah,
because like Whimsicott could lead, but then it's like, well, do you only lose Whimsicott in front of the Frograph that's just going to click Trick Room? We're not seeing that right away. It is just the... I did not think this would be a thing I would ever say, but the standard Whimsicott or the standard Vivian Blastoise lead against Cleavor Sneasler here. So I do like this because we have now the faster fake out with Sneasler, as well as feint from the Cleavor, so we can go ahead and bust through, and he protects. Not that there are any protects on any of these 2 Pokemon, but I guess Stone Axe is nice. You can like fake out Stone Axe into the Vivian, and that feels pretty hard for Brian to really punish. That said, Water Spout's a really good punish if you want to double target into something that isn't Blastoise. So
yeah, like what we saw earlier on stream, right? When you get that early fast Sneasler, like you can go for the fake out, and then it becomes the kind of like, do you bring in the Farig? Like you kind of pin that Vivillon slot, right? Because either they bring in the Farig and they have a much more passive like 2 mons that don't do much damage, and yep, we're actually going to see the swap here.
Yeah, so not going for fake out and saying, all right, I think you're going to do something passive. I'm going to be ready to encore you in the future.
Bit of an awkward start is like, you know, depending on what moves we went for here, like you're not getting a ton of pressure out early, and you're not going to be able to fake out anything. So I think kind of depending on where the Sleep Powder lands here. Okay, we're just going to see it protect on the Cleavor.
Sleep Powder is not going to land anywhere.
Not today.
Thanks to that protect. The fake out goes into Cleavor. Yeah, trying to break that focus sash. So yeah, I think that's the risk of potentially going for what I was maybe suggesting, that fake out plus Stone Axe into Vivian, is that Blastoise also has fake out, so you have to be respectful of that pressure. But now you can encore that, and so now you can't get a potential Sleep Powder plus an attack from Blastoise this turn because encore is threatening that Blastoise fake out.
Right, I think this is a really great play turn 1. Like it's actually a very big adjustment from anything we've really seen so far in response to this team, because yeah, now as you said, like you get a really free encore, and or alternatively you just go straight, you can still decide to go for the Tailwind and Stone Axe and take that Vivillon off the board. But yeah, if you'd like to, but you know, then you are susceptible to the Water Spout, so yeah, it just really depends on what these players want to go for. I do kind of like the potential of getting up to Tailwind here, because you know, in that situation, then Vivillon's down.
Ooh.
Oh, and we get the Bass coming out.
Okay, so that's another thing. We don't necessarily need to switch in Frograph specifically. Any switch in the Blastoise slot will do, but there is no Tailwind. There was the Encore, which will whiff into that switch. And so we will take a nap here, thanks to Vivian's Sleep Powder, and we'll not get to go for, presumably, well, we were going to assume that Stone Axe was the move. It feels weird to click Close Combat into the Vivian or Blastoise when Stone Axe is right there. But either way, Cleavor doesn't get to go for anything this turn, and so Brian still is like in a fine enough spot. Vivian is still there to like just spam Sleep Powder more, and now Basculegion is in a position to just start attacking things.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot, right? Because like ultimately you can encore the Vivillon, make it Sleep Powder nothing, or you could try to get some damage on the back, maybe just break the sash so that because you know, while Vivillon is very strong, very oppressive in terms of like putting out those Sleep Powders, like once you can't Sleep Powder something, it becomes a little awkward. So you know, but you know, we're just gonna go ahead and see the switch back into the Blastoise. Hopefully, you know, potentially see the Moonblast to break the sash on the Basculegion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you know, we're seeing not quite half, but just oh, but you got that all important special.
Let's go, Whimsicott. Oh, Cleavor gets the 1-turn wake, 1 in 3 chance. So here's the Stone Axe. So Vivian would have been absolutely decimated. That's a lot of damage into this Blastoise, though. Cleavord is no joke. That sharpness boost on that Stone Axe is quite a lot. Focus Sash on this Cleavord will keep it around for this following turn, so that one turn wake is pretty big, though. That's a lot of damage into Blastoise, and that is half of Vivion's health when it comes back onto the field, thanks to those pointy pebbles.
Absolutely, and now we have options, right? Like, we got the Tailwind, we could go for, try to get that speed control up, because we're not seeing the Trick Room mode, right? So ultimately,
no,
like...
there's no Trick Room.
If you get speed control, like, you're going to keep it, and then Vivillon is maybe not quite a dead bring, but it's pretty awkward in the back when you get that Tailwind up. So, yeah, we'll just kind of have to see. I think potentially protecting Cleavor, getting that speed control up, even if they double target the Whims, like, it probably doesn't really go down to anything here. So, I feel like, maybe protect on the Cleavor, and if you know, he's got the Jet on the Basculegion.
Yeah, there is Aqua Jet on Basculegion.
Okay.
We're actually going for Encore to stop the Basculegion from going for a different moose. That means Cleavor gets to go for yet another Stone Axe. That almost gets the Basculegion,
bulky
but not
Bas.
quite. There's the Liquidation, though, following up into Cleavor. Yeah, there were a lot of options that turn. I did not expect any of those to be the options that we were going to go, that I was going to see in this turn. So Cleavor will go down. Basculegion locked into Liquidation. Dark Pulse. Yeah, Whimsicott takes that pretty comfortably, which is crazy because this is a reasonably bulky Whimsicott. You would assume it's got Koba Berry, not the Focus Sashes. That's what Cleavor is carrying. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Blastoise generally, is that it just doesn't have good moves to hit Whimsicott specifically.
Right.
With that Fairy Grass typing is just super auspicious in this spot. And now Sneasler is kind of the cleanup crew at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you go for the CC, you go for the Moonblast. I think he's just done a really great job of kind of like setting up the subsequent turns, because ultimately, like, as we discussed, not a lot of speed control, and like we have like today seen Whimsicott do a lot more than we're used to Whimsicott seeing back in Scarlet Violet. I think
Yeah.
you know, it's a very good mod in Champions, and we're really seeing like just how much utility it provides to so many different teams, even defensive utility, which is not something I expect myself to say.
Yeah, like the defensive utility is really good. It's just kind of like the Encore just adds a lot of, you know, suffocating offense to the field, where you suddenly don't want to protect, or you pick the wrong offensive move and suddenly you're just not doing damage, and that's a dead slot that the offensive partner can really take advantage of.
Absolutely, and I really liked, I mean, that Encore, you know, was interesting because now it made ensure that, you know, you're not going to see that Aqua Jet, you're not going to see it pick up anything, and wow!
What?
Okay.
It's like Sneasler's been eating its Wheaties. What the heck was that?
Every few minutes, every game, we're like, wow, this thing is doing more and more damage, and I was like,
That's a little much.
yeah, it's a little more than
what happened.
we expected.
Okay,
Maybe
that's a
but-
critical. Yeah, either like that. Like obviously, we were shocked by how much damage. I think we saw how much damage the Sneasler was doing before. So another one's going to KO this Photograph anyway. So like,
Right.
I don't know if the critical hit is that huge. Like, it's still outside of probably Moonblast range. Though Whimsicott has also been impressing me today. So
Yeah.
we'll see. But yeah, that's one piece down for Brian. Has lost the Basculegion. So Blastoise, which is about 40%, and Vivian, which is still here, but you know, Whimsicott can Tailwind whenever it pleases. It's going to take 50%, lose 50% of its health when it comes back in because of its Stealth Rock, which is again something I didn't think I would be saying ever. Like there you go. That's a bunch of damage into. That's certainly in Dire Claw range. It wasn't before, so still an awkward-ish spot. There's a potential Trick Room for Friggraf, but
Is it the Twin
I don't
Beam
know.
on that Frig, or?
No, this one's got. Where's the Friggraf? Friggraf has Psychic and Thunderbolts as a way to hit Basculegion. So not super meaningful coverage options here, other than like it can hit Sneasler, which is what you might expect.
Yeah, and ultimately you can just kind of really go for like the Dire Claw Moonblast. Like if Frig like happens to live, like you get the Trick Room up, but might be too little. You're not too little, too late, but it's definitely a bit of an odd spot for Brian to respond to this. But you know, like we've seen Blastoise see some really cool stuff so far. Oh, and we're gonna see the Helping Hand.
Okay, well, let's see. Vivian actually does have an offensive move. It is Hurricane,
But
but
still has speed with the Unburden.
yeah, with
fortunately.
Unburden though, the no chance. So Vivian will get KO'd to that Dire Claw. I think that Stone Axe chip was the Stealth Rock chipping it down was pretty meaningful here. So yes, Jesus realizing, wait, I've got Unburden, I've got the speed advantage. It's just click my attack here, get the KO. Click my attack here, get the KO. Brian trying to reach for that KO. Certainly, Helping Hand Hurricane can definitely output the damage. That's a really cool, like, kind of, I don't know, mode to the team as well. But yeah, at this point, Brian's like, all right, Blastoise is just a close combat away from getting KO'd. So
Yeah. Great.
that's a win for Jesus, and I think a bit back to the drawing board for Brian, because I think Jesus had a really solid answer to
Yes.
how do I deal with Blastoise Vivian? Well, this is how I deal with it.
Absolutely, very well calculated. I think ultimately, Jesus brought some like great pieces that like dealt with the offense really well. Didn't let a Sleep Powder go off into the wrong slot, and I think, if you're Brian, you're kind of thinking, do I go back to the good, the two main modes here? Maybe go for the Trick Room, go Kang Fareg and start trying to apply some pressure. But you still got King Gambit. I think that maybe the Torkoal is kind of the slot that you maybe want because you got prior blocking from the Fareg, so you're not going to get Encore. You might be able to get Trick Room up, and then it just seems like the faster mode is a bit tough with that Whimsicott. But if you can catch Jesus on keeping the same lines, I think getting that Trick Room up and potentially being able to pressure with like the Torkoal button, so to speak, is I think going to be potentially going to be helpful here. But
correct me if I'm wrong. Did we see what Jesus's fourth Pokemon was? Because we saw the bottom three. We saw Sneasler, Whimsicott, and Kleavor. Did we see Basculegion or King Gambit or Frostlass? I'm not remembering.
That's a good question.
I don't think so. Yeah, so
don't think so.
So that's another point in Jesus's favor, right? Brian doesn't know what the final Pokemon that he had brought with, so that makes planning around this game too a little bit more complicated. Where, all three of the top three complicate Torkoal's game plan a little bit, right? Where if you get a Refrigraph, suddenly King Gambit can sucker punch the Torkoal for big damage. The Frostlass can take the weather away from the Torkoal, or Basculegion can actually resist Wave Crash and potentially Aqua Jet or do other things. Also complicates whether or not that's Kangaskhan. That's what it's called. Kangaskhan wants to go for a normal or fighting type attack because there are two potential dark types on Jesus's side, and so not an easy button to click because there could just be a ghost type switch and suddenly Kangaskhan doesn't do anything, which obviously feels pretty bad. Assuming it Mega Evolves and it's no longer Scrappy and all that good stuff.
Sure. But we're gonna see kind of a not so much the lead adjustment. We're not gonna see the Trick Room mode, but we're still gonna potentially see the the Fake Out and Sleep Powder gone for. I mean,
we have Whimsicott on lead now this time for Jesus, right? We had Sneasler, King Gambit, or Kleavor before. So saying, all right, I want Whimsicott on the lead, but now the Fake Out pressure rests squarely with Brian on this time, as there's no Sneasler on this turn. And you kind of now have you don't have a grass type switch into the Sleep Powder this turn. So if Brian is clicking Sleep Powder, it's going to be into that Kleavor. There's no real reason to do anything else.
Right. I wonder if you maybe see the double protect into. It's interesting, right? Because you can go for the double protect. If you see the Fake Out, you just go ahead and Encore Stone Axe like last time. You could kind of predict maybe no Fake Out and just go Tailwind Stone Axe. But we're going to go ahead and see the switch. Assuming it's probably the Sleep Powder into the Kleavor spot here, and we're just gonna see a protect.
Ooh, just protect from Kleavor. Okay, yeah, I like this. Like, you don't need to necessarily protect. Ooh, trying to Encore the Blastoise preemptively, and Vivian goes for the Hurricane. We'll eat the Koba Berry. So, that's right.
That's what that does.
That's what the Koba Berry. Yeah, so you can survive this Hurricane. Yeah, pretty relatively. It looks like even with that helping him, that might not have been enough. But that's a great play from Brian, where capitalizes. Kind of got as much as he could have from that turn. Is now in a position where he's threatening like one of two things: either another Hurricane, and potentially Trick Room as well, right? Where you don't necessarily want to click Tailwind to go first and get the Stone Axe up because Trick Room could eventually come out. You get that KO, and suddenly Torkoal's here, and you're in Trick Room, and now Torkoal, Burgraff just do what they do best.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good play from Brian ultimately, right? Because at this point now, as you said, right, like Sleep Powder can come out. They don't really want to go for the Tailwind to try to get the Stone Axe off because, then you're in Tailwind under Trick Room, right? So, and we're just gonna go and see the Hurricane, which
pretty good damage.
Yeah, pretty good damage. This basically just seems pretty bulky.
Yeah, gets the confusion there. Stone Axe will swiftly remove Vivian. No sash, no chance. Does hit. It doesn't. Stone Axe is not a perfectly accurate move. But I think, and the pointed stones are going to be nice because that's 75. That's going to cut down 25% of Torkoal's health if it is in the back. Which, with this Trick Room, probably imagined is. The Blastoise could also be here. To be fair, we could also just click Water Spout under Trick Room. That also works. It looks like that's going to be what Brian is going for on this turn. Makes a little bit more sense. There are, Basculegion and Kleavor don't mind the eruptions nearly as much, but Water Spout's certainly going to do a little bit more, and you have the Thunderbolt keenly for that Basculegion should you so choose.
Absolutely. I really like the setup for Brian. I think, this basket is pretty bulky, so maybe it takes a Thunderbolt, but probably not a Thunderbolt plus a Spout.
Yeah.
You could maybe see even like the D-Pulse plus or the Dark Pulse into the Basque, and then you try to break Sash with the Farig, but few options here definitely, or maybe even try to predict the switch for something. Yeah, I really like the way that Brian has like kind of played the second game. I think he's set himself up in kind of like a better spot going into this turn.
Ooh, that's right. There's also Helping Hand, so Blastoise can really get all the damage it is looking for here. And yeah, no protect from Cleavor. It does have the Focus Sash. It will survive this hit. Basculegion
like
also
both,
does survive.
Bulky Bass, wow.
Barely. 25 hit points, but that is enough. Cleavor, yeah, will survive, but now it is up to what do these Pokemon fire back with? There wasn't no KO, so just a big Stone Axe, and that's quite a lot into Blastoise. That means the next Water Spout's really not going to be that appealing. The Confusion self-hit, though, actually KOs Basculegion. No, Basculegion, what did you do? Personally, I don't mind if Basculegion KOs itself. That's okay.
Yeah.
Declared Basculegion hater, but that means Whimsicott can come back onto the field and, well, I would say threaten things like Encore, but Farigiraf is putting a firm stop to that, and so I think, yeah, now things are a little more awkward. Yeah, not getting that attack off because of the Hurricane Confusion into self-hit is pretty bad here for Jesus.
Yeah, I think the Whimsicott is nice here because, probably takes the Spout, probably takes pretty much anything the Blastoise can dish out, but then what do you do in return? You Moonblast the Blastoise, probably don't pick it up, and then you're kind of just left with Cleavor, almost KO'd, and Whimsicott just kind of sitting on the field right under Trick Room. Yeah, I think that Brian has done a great job of kind of piloting this game. But yeah, we are going to see the switch.
Interesting. I didn't think we would see. I felt like Psychic Water Spout was pretty safe here, but we're getting Torkoal onto the field, so certainly not going to be a Water Spout this turn. Whimsicott will be protecting itself.
I wonder if they go for the Spout anyways just to pick up the Cleavor, or we just see a double?
We just see a double. Yeah, like Water Spout at this point is like, well, it's not going to do a lot of damage. Well, it needs to do 1 damage. That's the main thing. And it keeps, like, you at least do something to any, like, switch-ins you break,
Right.
Make sure to KO Cleavor here. But, yeah, weird to see, like, Water Spout switch to Torkoal in Trick Room. It's kind of like the weirdest play on the surface to look at. But I think in this context, it did make enough sense where now I feel like probably want to get Farigiraf back in to stop more shenanigans, but Eruption's looking pretty good now.
Absolutely,
that's the nice part.
Yeah, they did a great job of Brian did a great job of kind of setting up this little end game where ultimately they can just keep clicking the spread moves, and it's probably just hard to know what to bring in the back. I mean, if it is Gambit, then that's the Eruption. If it's something else, then the Water Spout is good. I mean, having the Sun Up, making that Water Spell weaker is unfortunate, but the Eruption is probably just gonna pick up anything the Water Spout doesn't, right?
Yeah, like at this point, Water Spout is just like it's doing pretty minimal damage, but Eruption is the real moneymaker, and yeah, Sneasler is not gonna love that, and like Blastoise can just click Dark Pulse. That's fine too. Well, it's not going to be clicking Dark Pulse anymore because Whimsicott is at least going to try its shenanigans to make sure that Blastoise is clicking. It's not one of the saddest Water Spouts we've seen in a while, but this Eruption is certainly not going to disappoint. Yeah, swiftly picking up the KO on Whimsicott, and Sneasler takes a massive chunk, certainly within range of another one.
That's, in the sun with the reduced damage.
Okay, no, Blastoise is still strong.
It's a great bot.
Good job, Blastoise. Sneasler is like, how did I get KO'd? Water Spout in the sun, what's happening? So that is game 2 to Brian. So I guess at least Brian got to see what Jesus's final Pokemon was this time, right? He brought Basculegion, at least in game 2. We don't know about game 1, but has a little bit more of an idea of like, okay, Frostlass and Kingambit probably, if Jesus goes the same path, probably not going to be seeing those this game. Which is crucial information for Brian, and the Torkoal in the endgame was really nice. I thought that was a better pick than the Basculegion was in game 1, where it just gave him a lot more room, and I think he just got more out of Farigiraf, right? Like, just was able to get up Trick Room, and suddenly, that's kind of the problem with Jesus's team. There's just not a lot for Eruption in Trick Room. You have a Choice Scarf Basculegion is the only fire resist. That doesn't feel great.
No.
Like a lot of these like more Tailwind-centric teams, their Trick Room answer is Kingambit.
Right.
Which is not great into Eruption. So
or Farig, unfortunately. I mean, you get the Kowtow, but the combination of both is tough.
Yeah, like the priority denial with Torkoal's Eruption just makes Kingambit's life very, very sad indeed. So like trying to prepare for that and the the fast mode of like the Blastoise plus Vivian is like pretty difficult, and I think Brian like threaded that needle very nicely. And I liked the lead where he led the same, but the back was different, and that was like the real adjustment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
instead of just like hard changing the entire lead and saying like, no, the lead was still good. I just need to like play it a little bit differently, have stuff in the back. And I say that, but now we're just like, all right. Maybe he's just like, all right, well, Trick Room is so good. Let me just lean into that all in.
Yeah, it seems like the Trick Room mode here is pretty solid because ultimately, like, yeah, what do? You know, like if you the best thing you have in that is like maybe an Encore into it, but you have the Brig, and then King Gambit just is great, but it's kind of like your main answer. But then
if
it's eruption,
if it's even here at all,
right? Exactly. Right.
King Gambit can't do anything if it's not brought to the game.
Right. Exactly.
So yeah, at this point, like it's a pretty easy fake out Trick Room. This what is the Kangaskhan does has low kick. It's not one of the hammer arm variants to like double drop its speed and just go super slow in Trick Room.
Right.
Kind of a mid-speed Pokemon, which I think is reasonable for this team that has like a hard Trick Room mode in Frigoraph Torkoal, but definitely is not all in. It just has fake out plus a bunch of other good Pokemon that can benefit from the Twisted Dimensions in some way.
Yeah, I think this like set of like these brings are tough for Jesus ultimately because once you get the Trick Room up, yeah, like truly, what do you do, right? It's a lot of fast Mons, and you know, Whimsicott can be helpful in these circumstances, but not into the Vareg. So I think it's really going to be about trying to get some early damage on stuff. Try to see if you can pick stuff off in the later game. But this is going to be tough. This is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I think, to climb. Just because what stops you from just the free low kick into the Cleavor, plus like or helping hand low kick, or even the swap to the Torkoal, or even the double swap. I mean, honestly, like
there's a lot of
like, is Oyster, right?
Yeah, I think if I'm Jesus, I'm like, okay, what do I think is going to happen this turn? Because Brian has a lot of options. Like, I think most any move he clicks is a reasonable choice, depending on how he wants to position things. You probably want to get Torkoal in a little bit sooner rather than later. However, King Gambit's also, I mean, not King, Kangaskhan. Too many Pokemon with K in there. Kangaskhan is like not in any rush to leave the field. It's not super threatened by a whole lot. I mean, I guess Cleavor does have close combat, but you know, a helping hand low kick could certainly do enough, or a low kick plus a psychic. Cleavor almost gets KO'd to the psychic, but not quite, which means Kangaskhan might actually have to eat this close combat. The double edge will be enough to pick up that Whimsicott.
Pretty strong mod.
Yeah, Kangaskhan is still pretty good, turns out. However, you know, if there is the close combat into Kangaskhan, that might be all the better. But no, Stone Axe instead, not quite enough.
Not quite.
Actually, probably good for Jesus. He's probably glad he didn't get the KO on Kangaskhan quite yet, because getting Torkoal in right now would be pretty bad. And getting the Stone Axe is nice, because that means Torkoal's Eruption is noticeably cut in power, because it switches in, loses 25%, and suddenly Eruption's a little bit weaker. So Jesus is getting some value out of this. That's like, you know, only 3 more turns of Trick Room, but you know, that you got to get through the first Trick Room before you have to before anything else.
Right.
Yeah. What do you do now? Like, Basculegion is out. But now
it's just like, yeah, it's just tough because, right, like in this matchup, like it's very much about getting your speed up early, and then you know, and if you play opposing speed, it feels great because you have Cryo plus the early tailwinds. But into Trick Room, it's tough because, like, you know, unless you can really get pressure on board early, I think Jesus was probably prepping for, you know, the Vivillon, and you know, that's what's so powerful about Brian's team is like, you have the wrong leads, really hard to like have a response, because I think Jesus was prepping for the early Vivillon, kind of like we've seen before. But with the switch up into the Trick Room becomes pretty awkward. You just can't get the pressure on early, and yeah, that's what happens. Like,
yeah, Frigoraph goes for the Thunderbolt into what was that Basculegion, so Sneasler takes that well enough, but the low kick will KO the Cleavor here, so another KO in Trick Room, no protect on that Cleavor. So now Jesus down to his final 2 Pokemon, that Basculegion and Sneasler. Sneasler's Fake Out Pressure is null and void thanks to Armor Tail, and so the one thing is this Kangaskhan doesn't have a great way to hit Basculegion at all. It's got Fighting, Normal, and Ice Punch, so can't really hit Basculegion too much, but Frigoraph does have Thunderbolt, so I feel like if you are Brian like an easy Thunderbolt Ice Punch into Basket Legion, just get the damage where you can. Torkoal probably can just clean up the Sneasler even on its own, probably, even without Trick Room. You just kind of like want to simplify the board if you're Brian, so just attack the thing that can't protect. That's the simplest play.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Jesus, like pretty much all you can hope for is like maybe a double protect on both or something, you know, something to keep something on board. But yeah, it's a little tough otherwise. But I think very well played. You know, ultimately, like it's a tough matchup and really crucial on those first turns. And
Can Kangaskhan even do enough with the Ice Punch? It will follow up with it. That's good damage, but yeah, not quite.
The freeze?
Is there going to be a freeze? There's no sun. There could be a freeze. Basket Legion still swimming fine. Dire Claw into Choreograph does a solid chunk. And Basket Legion will finally get to go for a Wave Crash KO onto the Kangaskhan, but that kind of just opens the floodgates for Torkoal to come here and go for a nice Eruption to close out this game. Trick Room turns are dwindling down. But I don't know, Torkoal might be able to do this on his own. I think there's one more turn of Trick Room, at least. So, yeah, Brian is going to be showing just how powerful this Trick Room mode can be. Don't want to call it too soon, but I don't know. Seems pretty good for Brian so far. Yeah, I certainly prefer to be in Brian's shoes than Jesus's.
You know, you could see, we see the Protect and Caesar, but you know, Caesar by itself is gonna have a really hard time with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and Jesus,
okay,
sees the writing on the wall. Is like, okay, yep, there's an Eruption, there's Basket Legion down. Sneasler's the only one left. I don't even think Sneasler on its own can't even beat either of, like, it can only do single target attacks.
Right.
Eruption,
as good as Amon is.
Yeah, Eruption plus Psychic will just easily clean up the game from there. So Thunderbolt for Rigoraph was pretty nice.
Pretty good.
It got did damage. It did do super effective damage into Basket Legion. That is true. I feel like Psychic could have done the exact same thing anyway, but you know, whatever, we'll take it. Thunderbolt was useful. And Brian going into our top 4. So.
Yeah, very good games from both players. I think, as we discussed, it's a very volatile matchup and really, really dependent on that turn 1 and what people bring in the lead, right? So yeah, great playing on both sides. I think the adjustments from Brian going to that Trick Room mode, as we talked about, I think was really helpful. But you know, it could really go either way in the sense that, like, if Jesus, if there's a game 4, right, then you bring more offense in the beginning, and then just really pivotal on those early turns.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, what if Jesus leads like Basket Legion and up front, like then suddenly the Kangaskhan plus Choreograph is a little bit more complicated, where you know you can't fake that out. It can just get a big wave crash and do a lot of damage into one of the Pokemon, and then it is just very tricky because you know you're trying to prepare for two things. Like if you're Jesus, you're trying to prepare for the fast mode and the Trick Room mode, and the team just doesn't have answers that are like super satisfying into both at the same time.
Yes.
Right? He's got answers into, well, I don't know. It's debatable whether he even has answers into Trick Room mode at all, given how like Eruption under Trick Room Gober, but I think he's like, you can like stall things out a little bit and like make it so that the Trick Room only gets like 2 KOs or something, and then you win with offense in the back. So like there's ways of playing around that, but yeah, certainly not easy. And I think Brian really like did a good job of finding the pieces that were useful in the situation. And I really liked his game too, where he was like, no, I'm sticking to my guns, but he still had Trick Room in the back, and then he was like, now that I've conditioned you into thinking I'm really going to lead this for the 3rd time in a row, I will finally adjust and go hard into the Trick Room
Some
mode.
Great mind games on his part, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
Which is like, with a team that's like this sort of volatile, I think leaning into that and doing so very well is very smart. So really cool stuff. So that's one of our top 8 games. Are we jumping into another one by chance? No, we are not. That game took a fair bit. So we'll be back in just a moment for our top 4, and then we'll do finals. And yeah, that's about
the day.
So been a fun tournament so far, but the best is yet to come. We have to see who's going to come out on top out of all these players. But yeah, we'll be back for top 4 in just a moment. So don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome back. My name is Zach, here with John, who just got knocked out in top 8. Said he wasn't doing too hot, and I was like, oh yeah, you were in top 8, what do you mean? We are jumping immediately into things. Jumping straight into it. We got Brian versus Vincent, and we just saw Brian on stream just before this with that Vivian Blastoise stuff, and these are some leads, all right. We got 3 normal types and some pepper.
Yeah, just some classic Pokemon Reg MA.
Everyone knows these. Everyone knows what Snorlax Scovillain does, right?
Yeah, excited to see.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, Snorlax, I think, is a mon that might take a little bit of effort to get set up. Scovillain gives it a lot of room with very threatening redirection, and so interested to see if the Snorlax can get rolling early in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big, good stopgap to what is presumably, you would imagine, the Torkoal in the back, because Brian did lead with Fargraph and the Kangaskhan, which is the I have Fake Out and I have Trick Room. Thus, Trick Room seems like a pretty good common option. And so the thick fat on Snorlax is going to keep it safe from Torkoal's eruptions pretty well. But, as you might have noticed, Torkoal's not here yet. And so Snorlax is very much under threat of a potential big low kick from this Mega Kangaskhan, which Milotic will be able to take quite a bit better on this turn, as we do see the requisite Mega Evolutions for both Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Scovillain. This is the only Scovillain we've seen on stream. No, everyone else has been running Charizard and all these other ones. But the double edge is actually just going straight into Scovillain, which is a lot of damage. Gets burned on that first hit, so this second hit is just going to do very meager damage. But that is, the damage has been done. That is a lot of damage into Scovillain, and so anything else at this point should be able to pick up the KO. But that Giga Drain is going to heal it up quite a bit. That's a lot of damage to Fargraph with that critical hit. So Scovillain actually back up just above half, as Fargraph will end the turn by clicking that Trick Room button.
Yeah, and if you're Brian, I think you want big damage down on the Scovillain so it doesn't run away with the game, putting everything burned, limiting the damage on the other side. But that big crit with the Giga Drain means that Scovillain might be sticking around a bit longer than Brian might have wanted. And then on the flip side, we see Vincent, who has this really bulky setup going. It looks like he has a pretty good defensive profile, especially with the Kangaskhan burn now. It might be difficult to get the same damage down on the board.
Yeah, and I think other points to note is like the Scovillain's, the damage is not permanent on this, not just because of Giga Drain, but Milotic also has Life Dew, so can really keep the Scovillain around a lot longer than Brian would have wanted. Thunderbolt doing reasonable, respectable damage into Milotic, but showing off that special bulk there. A second Giga Drain brings Fargraph down almost into the red, and Scovillain is healing up quite a bit. Fargraph will also be healing up quite a bit with that Citrus Berry, and we're going to be here for a bit. We got a lot more health to recover. Here's the Life Dew. So Scovillain is nearly back up to full, and Kangaskhan's like, what happened? You were in the red. What happened? Double Edge trying valiantly to do some meaningful damage to Milotic, but that burn is really cutting into the damage.
Yeah, we see Vincent really leaning into the bulk of this team. As you mentioned with the Life Dew, it's really hard to take some of these out. I think it's a smart pivot by Brian to really focus down on Milotic and say, this Scovillain might be difficult to kill. Let me put some damage down on the board that might stick longer. Targeting that Milotic, which doesn't have recovery with Giga Drain.
Yeah, and saying, okay, well, if you're going to Giga Drain my Fargraph again, I don't need Armor Tail on this turn. I got Trick Room up. Let me just get Torkoal in so I can start threatening with some Eruptions, which the Scovillain does not appreciate. The Rage Powder will keep the Scovillain and let's keep this Milotic safe. Give it room for yet another Life Dew, so Scovillain is literally back up to full health. We'll take a little... That Double Edge is still doing a fair chunk of damage, despite the burn. Kangaskhan showing off that, yeah, it's might be nerfed, but it's still very, very powerful. And Torkoal is in Trick Room. Still 2 more turns of Trick Room, so can't protect out of this too safely. And so Eruption is looking juicy.
Yeah, 10 years later, a nerf to boot, and those parental bond double edges are still looking quite strong. And yeah, now we have Torkoal in position, making sure Scovillain doesn't stay too healthy. Maybe try to put it under threat as well.
Yeah, Vincent really recognizing, okay, Torkoal is here. I need to get Scovillain out of here. Snorlax is the perfect Pokemon in this position. With that thick fat and high special defense and HP, we'll be able to shrug off these Eruptions pretty comfortably. Say nothing of Milotic, who will also be able to do quite much the same. And yeah, that's good damage from Eruption, but hardly the earth-shattering damage that we come to hope from Torkoal if one's using it. And anyway, why not? Here's another life too. So Vincent is really just like sort of stalling through this Trick Room in order to start moving first and chip damage, contribute chip damage while he's doing it.
Yeah, and I think something we've seen from both sides so far this game is real scratching and clawing to try to get the right position in Trick Room. Vincent is doing his best to stall as much of this damage from Brian as possible, and Brian's trying to get these offensive pins set up. But the Trick Room here, maybe 1 or 2 turns left, is starting to expire. So Brian might be thinking about what is next. How do we get that Trick Room back up? How do we get this damage down?
Yeah, so Frigoraph is on the field and can keep itself safe for... No, it doesn't. This one does not have Protect. That's Helping Hand that's ready. So it could go for another Helping Hand Eruption, try to get the damage where it can find it. But we've seen that Torkoal is, if things keep this way, like Torkoal's really not going to be able to break through Milotic and Thick Fat Snorlax. It's just not in the cards. However, it can, pressure Milotic and make sure it keeps going for those life dews instead. So we will see an Eruption once again. Again, solid chunk. Snorlax's Rock Slide will do another solid chunk, brings Torkoal's HP down, lowering the power of that Eruption. The follow-up Psychic into the Snorlax is going to do some solid damage as well. The special defense drop is pretty nice, very appreciated, as Milotic clicks Life Dew for the 38th time this game.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see more of that.
It's tough, but that Psychic, the special defense drop might be what Brian needs to get in on this Snorlax. The Snorlax is looking really tough, both with Life Dew and Thick Fat in the face of this 3 fire attack Torkoal, and so maybe this buys a little space to get that damage down that can stick past this recovery that we're seeing turn after turn.
Yeah, and Frigoraph really not known for doing the most amount of damage. It's kind of a lower, its Psychics and Thunderbolts can do meaningful chip, but in the face of Life Dew, that quickly erases any of those little chip damage attacks, and it's really hard to see where does the damage that can KO this Milotic come from at a certain point, right? We've been throwing Eruptions and double edge, burned now double edges and Thunderbolts, and it's just hard to make a dent into this thing when it's clicking Life Dew every turn.
Right, and both sides still have an unrevealed Pokemon, but it's interesting to think about. Maybe there is some damage profile hiding in the back. Maybe there's another unkillable boss in the back for Vincent.
Another raid boss to go. Yeah, there could be a Como ready to heal up, ready to clanger soul all over the place. Frigoraph will Thunderbolt, which that's pretty solid damage into Milotic, so good job for Frigoraph. A paralysis to boot, so make sure that Trick Room is, if it's set up, not going to be as effective. The Rock Slide will double connect, more chip damage yet on Torkoal. Frigoraph is now dangerously low, however. Torkoal will Heat Wave. Heat Wave will miss the Snorlax. Not that it was going to do a whole lot of damage, but all the damage you're going to get onto Milotic is appreciated, where maybe Milotic might be in Thunderbolt range at this point.
Yeah, that's right. That paralysis is big, especially with Trick Room expired.
Yeah, it's expired now.
Having Frigoraph now be a fast option on the other side, especially when it's so low at health, it might have the chance to do one last final thing where maybe, if not, it might not have been able to get the same attack off, depending on the speed interactions.
Yeah, it looks like Frigoraph probably going to be faster than Milotic now. I would assume we'll have to wait.
We'll find out
exactly. Maybe this is a super fast Milotic. But given the amount of investment and bulk Vincent has clearly put in, probably not super likely. Snorlax, interestingly, will be switching out, really recognizing, okay, well, if the fire type offense from Torkoal is not that big of a threat anymore, let me get some damage of my own on the field shortly. Frigoraph's Thunderbolt will thud into Milotic's Protect, and Torkoal goes for yet another Weather Ball, really trying to put the hurt onto Milotic to just get a Pokemon advantage. But Basculegion, with that Choice Scarf, hits the field, and there is no more sun to keep this Torkoal safe. And Frigoraph is also just, 18 hit points. Anything can pick up that KO at this point.
Yeah, that's right. Big for Vincent to get the Basculegion in safe. Brian sensibly trying to take out this Milotic, trying to stop the health recovery from Vincent's side. On the flip side now, Basculegion, especially with the sun expiring, is in a position to start clicking Wave Crash, clicking... even Flip Turn might be pretty threatening right now as well. And so
Flip Turn might just get a knockout into either of these, really, and then it's like, cool, you got a KO, and Snorlax is back on the field, and
Snorlax is back on the field.
And Milotic is ready to click Life Dew again and get more health back. I'd be curious to see how much how many health bars did Brian actually like whittle down? So in this intervening time, as the flip turn will, I don't think that critical hit mattered, into for Rigrath pick up that KO, and so the Thunderbolt threat, that super effective threat into Milotic, has been removed. I can only imagine we're going to see Snorlax hitting the field once again. What do you think?
I think you might be right. I think you might be right.
Maybe I'm a psychic type. Oh no, Scovillain. Okay, what do I know? This is why I'm here, and this is why Vincent's in top 4. There you go. Scovillain comes out. That's right, because now we can life do and heal up. Is Scovillain at full health though?
Might already be.
Oh no, it got chipped. It got chipped by that double edge. So that getting health back on that is very prudent choice. Kind of negates that heat wave damage that it just took. But yeah, Torkoal with low health, outside of Trick Room, outside of the sun, is just a very sad turn.
Yeah. I think it is very reasonable, your call out from the last play, which is, you have 400% health to deal with. Well, maybe Vincent's had 800% health to deal with, and I think Brian has done a really good job of getting damage down on the board. But it's been hard to keep up with this life do pressure, which has looked really strong this game.
Yeah, it's like Brian is just like Brian is the unstoppable force, and Vincent is the immovable object, and is just not being budged by any of this. Try as he might. So without the sun, burned Kangaskhan, like, this is still looking pretty rough. What do you think? Another life due for the road?
Could be.
Here's the fake out. Going into that Scovillain protect here. Milotic remembering it has attacks. It goes for the Scald, picks up the KO onto Torkoal, and so now it is the final 2 Pokemon for Brian that burned Kangaskhan and the Mystery Fourth in the back, which has a lot of work to do. To bust through the remainder of Vincent's Pokemon. Basculegion is a good Pokemon to clean up endgames, but with Snorlax as that bulky normal type, it's going to be really hard for Basculegion to only click Last Respects into everything. Going to have to click Liquidation at a certain point, and so it's going to make things a little bit more challenging, because Scovillain can also just burn it when it gets hit by it.
Yeah, and with that fast Scarf Bask in the back for Vincent, he'll have the fastest offensive options on the board. It should be pretty good for cleanup crew for the rest of this game. Yeah, Scovillain as well looking pretty threatening for the Basculegion. It'll be tough to fully break through that at the moment.
Yeah, there's also, like, if you get burned, then suddenly your Focus Sash doesn't matter anymore, and then, the Last Respects from Vincent's Basculegion can pretty easily clean up. Kangaskhan kind of feels like a non-factor at this point. So I'm sure like Double Edges will do a little bit more than we might be expecting from a burned Kangaskhan. So we'll chunk down the Scovillain quite noticeably, thinking, well, you can't burn me again. I'm already burned. So.
Can't be burned again.
However, gotta imagine, yeah, there's a Giga Drain into that Basculegion, and are we gonna see another Life Dew? Yes, we will. How many power points does Life Dew have? Do you know?
I don't know. We could be running close.
We're getting there. We're getting there. It's a lovely animation. I'm glad we get to see it time and time again. This is game 1. Reminder, this is not game 3. We've only been here for a single game.
Right. That's right.
The total time is ticking down. We can see there's only about 7 minutes left, which that's what 3 more Life Dews, and then we'll be.
I was told this is the format of HO. I was told these games go fast.
Well, you have to run Snorlax, Milotic, Scovillain, and then suddenly it goes to a glacial pace. Here's the Last Respects on Memorial Day, paying last respects to this Scovillain as it does fall in battle, but not without getting a nice burn onto this Basculegion. So damage output cut, Focus Sash broken, and Milotic is going to shrug off that double edge. As what do you think? You're thinking we're going to get another Life Dew? No, Scald! Milotic finally attacking once again. So now it's down to a 3 versus 1, but I think Vincent is pretty effectively navigated the offense from Brian, is able to just stymie him at every turn and make sure that he can't make too much progress all at once. And Basculegion, sort of the goalie here, ready to make sure that Brian can't get anything through.
Yeah, the cleanup crew has hit the board, but Milotic proving to be the eel that does it all.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go. The serpent?
The serpent of some
form.
The
beautiful serpent?
I know. Eel doesn't feel like it does it enough justice.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah.
But we see 2 KOs from Milotic throughout this game, as well as a bunch of Life Dews to boot as well.
The Life Dew healing was pretty massive. And then, the Last Respects cleaning up Basculegion. We have Basculegion on Basculegion violence here in top 4, bringing the win to Vincent after how many life dews, how much health did Brian have to chew through to get a singular KO on Scovillain, and that was it? Yeah, very hard fought from Brian, but yeah, just really like got the Trick Room up, got his offensive Pokemon in position, clicked Eruption a lot, but yeah, Milotic and Snorlax really didn't mind that much.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Brian adjusts. I think from Vincent's side, we saw the defensive synergy of maybe 3 mons that aren't as common or aren't as prevalent, but seem to work really well together and form a bond, particularly into this fire-type damage that Brian really wants to be putting down. And then, of course, the burns mitigating the physical damage coming out from this Kangaskhan. From Brian's side, I'm very interested to see the adjustment. We saw that maybe he was hoping Kangaskhan would do just a little bit more into Scovillain, keep it in range of some of his other attacks. And with the knowledge of how much damage it does, I'm interested to see if he pivots maybe towards Blastoise or towards some of these other early offensive options to stop the bleeding from all these life dews.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if Brian... I feel like if I'm Brian after seeing that game, I'd be hard-pressed to be so convinced that Trick Room was the way to go. I feel like I would maybe appreciate the ability to get some sleeps down with the likes of Vivian and go for maybe some Shell Smashes and maybe go for Water Spouts as the way to like find the damage where otherwise it felt very hard to get. However, I can understand why he was a little reticent to do that, right? Scovillain can click Rage Powder and then suddenly you're not being able to put anything to sleep, which makes things a little bit more awkward. However, at the same time, if you do that, that like keeps Scovillain busy, and then Blastoise can suddenly just click a Shell Smash and be an absolute massive threat where Snorlax can be thick fat as much as it wants. It's not going to take a +2 Water Spout super comfortably. And so I think that might be one way of like making sure that, incapacitating the Milotic, because it was clicking Life Dew like every other turn. It can't do that if it's asleep. So then the damage might be able to stick a little bit better, but easier said than done, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least for me, as somebody who has not played a ton of Pokemon Champions and started with Scarlet and Violet, it's been a treat to see some of these mechanics, some of these abilities, some of these Pokemon really get a chance to shine again. The thick fat on Snorlax, to me, was shockingly effective against the Torkoal. And I know we keep mentioning that Blastoise, maybe that damage will stick a little different, but I certainly was not expecting how little damage maybe some of those Eruptions or Heat Waves were doing to Snorlax, really letting that shine in that battle there.
Yeah, if I'm Brian, I'm like also kind of like, man, this is such a rough matchup where like your two main offensive Pokemon are Water Spout, Blastoise, and Eruption Torkoal, and your opponent has 4 fire resists and 3 water resists.
Right.
And you're like, but I have Kangaskhan, and it's like, but they have a faster fighting type with close combat with Lopunny, which we haven't even mentioned. They have 2 fighting types, a ghost type, and they have Scovillain to burn your Kangaskhan. So it's like, where am I supposed to find the damage? And I think like we saw Brian really struggling with that in game 1, and so I'm really curious to see if he can find a little bit more, eke out a little bit more damage to just get like one crucial knockout, maybe a turn earlier than Vincent was hoping, and kind of blow the door open. Because once the defensive core falls, it can like start crumbling really quickly.
Yeah. This defensive core has been strong through one game. I know we've seen Vincent on stream already. I have not seen Vincent on stream, but a good chance to see this work the way it seems to be designed to work. And yeah, I'm interested too. Your shout out about Vivian and maybe using some sleep powders, maybe trying to be a little more disruptive is interesting too. So I think there are a few options.
Yeah, really curious to see. Like, I'm also wondering like how much does the Kangaskhan the low kick rather do into Snorlax? Like that could be some pretty big damage if you're able to keep that around. Like if you can like maybe pressure the Scovillain off the field and then be able to like find that room to get Kangaskhan onto the field and not burned, that would be pretty nice. But getting that burn would be as we saw, is like pretty devastating for Kangaskhan's damage output. Like it's doing cool, like good damage, but like not enough, right? Not outdoing the pretty impressive recovery from the continual life dews. So as we prepare for this game 2, Brian's really probably trying to think of like where do I find the damage as we're about to jump in there. We had a little bit of a longer time as Brian really probably racking the brain trying to figure out
Taking every second available.
Every second you can, and here we go.
And lo and behold.
Hey, Brian might agree with me. It looks like Blastoise, Vivian back at it again, and Vincent realizing, yeah, Snorlax and Scoville in a pretty solid lead as well.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were discussing as maybe a good adjustment from Brian's side as a way to bring a different offensive profile and a chance to maybe disrupt the game early, whether it's Tailwind, whether it is Sleep Powder, or even, in this case, maybe Hurricane as an interesting option to Scoville as well. So the Vivian, it is, you know, maybe a difficult, maybe a fragile Pokemon to use, but it offers a lot of different options.
Yeah, if I'm Brian, what I'm really keen on is the move that most people have on Vivian but don't really click, and that is the Rain Dance. I really think that could be an explosive offensive option here because Scoville can probably take a Water Spout. They usually train to be quite bulky, but can it take a rain-boosted Water Spout? I'm not sure about that one. If you could just get Scoville out the way that quickly, that could be very, very helpful indeed. Then, you know, well, Kangaskhan won't be able to Mega in the back, but, you know, still getting rid of that Rage Powder threat would be pretty nice as we see both Mega Evolutions going for it here. Scoville and Mega Blastoise. So, hooray, no Charizard this time. No Floette this time. We are just seeing a Sleep Powder, so Snorlax will be taking a snooze, as it is wont to do. But no Rain Dance and no Rage Powder as well. So Blastoise immediately going for the Shell Smash, maybe expecting the Rage Powder from the Scoville, but a Giga Drain could be really, really bad here. And there's the Giga Drain into Blastoise, and that's an instant one-hit KO. That Shell Smash lowering the special defense. So Blastoise is out of here, having done no damage. So Vivian's here to support, but where's the damage coming from through that after that support comes through?
Yeah, really, really difficult turn. You're threatened with Rage Powder, so the Sleep Powder doesn't feel quite safe, but you're also threatened with Giga Drain, so the Shell Smash doesn't feel quite safe. And I think Brian making a reasonable play there, trying to analyze what the Scoville might do, but pays off for Vincent instead, going for that big Giga Drain.
Yeah, now with Blastoise out the picture, we were saying that it was really hard to find the damage before, and that was with burned Kangaskhan. I take burned Kangaskhan over KO'd Mega Blastoise if I was in Brian's shoes. But yeah, looking really, really rough now, where we saw that Farigiraf, not the most offensive Pokemon, and so it's going to really struggle against this extremely defensive core. And we're saying Scoville is really defensive, but one shot of Mega Blastoise, and so. We do see that there is the Basculegion, switching in. It takes that overheat pretty nicely, which is good. It does lose the Focus Sash at this point. But at this point, it's like, where are we going from here? Brian's really trying to scrape by. Farigiraf gets burned. That's just more chip damage waiting to happen. And Snorlax will be taking that second turn of sleep, so it will wake up this next turn. So Brian is still very much looking for how do I get out of this position. That turn one Gambit really did not pay off.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. He has set himself up, perhaps, depending on how much damage this Basculegion does, to be threatening the Scoville finally. And I think it makes sense to pivot out the Vivian, preserve that ability to do Sleep Powder Disruption later, or preserve the ability to maybe hit a big Hurricane later into Scoville or into Mo or some other target that might be threatened. So.
Ooh, but we're seeing it. Farigiraf will be helping out the partner Basculegion with a helping hand. Scoville will make sure that Snorlax is safe from whatever shenanigans this Basculegion would like to go for. Yes, will be the helping hand liquidation. So Scoville is KO'd. So we're finally at a 3-3 Pokemon count. However, I feel like that doesn't tell the full story here because we have two burns on two key Pokemon, specifically burn onto that Basculegion, and now with the curse on the Snorlax, how does a Vivian, Basculegion, and Farigiraf get through a cursed Snorlax?
Yeah, it's difficult to see, especially when perhaps the Milotic is lurking in the back to provide a health pack to the Snorlax as it continues to boost itself up.
Life Dew's going to be the death of... but instead, sending out Basculegion instead. I kind of like this as well. It's like, you can just take a free flip turn into the Farigiraf or chip away at that. Get Milotic in. Presumably that is what is in the back, right? If I'm Vincent, I probably didn't see a compelling reason to not bring the same four as game. Looks pretty good last time. Like, why? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it feels like it's going even better than last time, honestly. Like, Scoville's down early, sure, but its damage it got 2 burns and a 1-shot on your most important Mega from your opponent, so hard to feel like Scovillain was a letdown in this game.
Right, yeah. Even just getting 2 burns down and getting this burn down on the Basque Legion is a huge pivotal part of this battle in terms of slowing down Brian's offensive output.
Yeah, so Brian, we'll be switching the Frigoraph out, sending Vivian back into, potentially provide some more offense with Hurricane, or at least, buy some turns with Sleep Powders now that the 1 Sleep Powder immunity is off the field, or is just KO'd. But the flip turn does quite a bit into that Vivian, and we'll see if Snorlax can follow up with a potentially Rock Slide to pick up that KO. And last respects, after that burn is really not putting in the work. Rock Slide will connect, so Vivian will be KO'd, and Basque Legion takes a sizable chunk from that Rock Slide and is getting ever closer to its second demise as the Ghost type. Yeah, the burn dwindling it away, and yeah, Brian is really looking worse for wear at this point. Frigoraph still burned, Basque Legion still burned. This is looking rough, and I think Milotic is just happy to click that life do button and undo all of Brian's hard-fought work. And so Brian realizing, I don't need to see the life do animation and Rock Slide animation 3 more times. Let's just call it. Throw in the towel.
Yeah. Yep. As we discussed, tough after that first turn. Really, in both games, we got to see the Scovillain kind of go crazy, burn everything on the field, really limit damage output while using its own attacks to keep itself healthy and threaten some damage on the other side as well. And again, it's hard to take out 800% health from an opposing team.
Especially when you're burned.
Especially when you're burned, and especially when they resist every single one of your attacks as well.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we're jumping it. Oh. Every time. Okay. Well, okay. Good job. So our second top 4 match, is that game 2 or game 3 or something? Is there more? Is that? But Nick won, which is. All right, well, we've got our second top 4. We'll see if that one... Well, one of these players is going to be in the final, so we should talk about it anyway, so I think it's worth it. The match that we elected not to show you was a game we already saw on stream. It was the Espathra game with 2 Espathra against each other, both Espathra Rain teams, so it was Nick versus Chris. If you watched earlier in the day, you saw that Chris was able to bring... the Mega Venusaur in with, after getting a calm, like baton passing a Calm Mind and speed boost to it, and so it kind of just ran away with the game after Chris was able to dispatch of a Sableye. So, the tailest end of that game that we saw Nick actually won at least one of those games. So had some adjustment to what was done in Swiss, where it seemed pretty comprehensive, Chris's victory beforehand, but. It looks like that was a game 3. So that was the first win that I believe Nick was able to gain over Chris in this while playing each other today. So now down to the most decisive of game 3. Chris has won 3 games, has to win 1 more to make it into the finals in this Espathra off.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. These teams look very similar at first glance. You have Archaludon, you have Espathra, you have a Rain Setter, but when you have matchups like that, it's usually the other Pokemon and how these things are trained that can make the biggest difference here.
Yes, we have the leads from both players. We have the Floette and the Espathra from Nick, and we've got the Basque Legion and Espathra from Chris. Last time on stream, we saw Floette miss a Light of Ruin and then instantly be KO'd afterwards, so perhaps Nick did not do that in the game that he won. We'll have to find out if that's going to follow suit. I think the Light of Ruin was maybe a bit bold last time, so we'll see if it's just a simple Moonblast instead. This is a Choice Scarf Basque Legion, I believe, and so can definitely threaten a lot of damage into either of these Pokemon. A safe double protect seems pretty reasonably likely from the Espathra and Floette, just to keep them safe, get that speed boost to then be faster than this Basque Legion, so you can maybe flip turn out and then, baton pass out, get into the bridge, take that flip turn better. But no, we're not seeing any of that, just an immediate flip turn. That's half of Bernard's health gone, and a free switch for this Basque Legion just to gets off the field, and everyone's favorite. We haven't even seen that many Incineroar on stream. Here's Incineroar back onto the field. be able to take a potential Lumina Crash pretty effectively as the Calm Mind comes through from Chris's Espathra. We'll see if the same will come out from Nick's. No, it's just going to be the Lumina Crash into the Dark type, but Dazzling Gleam does a nice chunk to both, but not quite more than half to either, thanks to that Calm Mind boost.
Yeah, it's a strong switch from Chris, probably recognizing the Basque Legion will have a really important role to play in this endgame as one of his faster Pokemon, as a mon that usually does well with Last Respect at maybe fighting through the back half of the game. And of course, being able to catch that Lumina Crash in with your Incineroar, being able to comfortably eat that Dazzling Gleam both with Incineroar and the +1 Espathra after a Calm Mind. Pretty strong turn one, it seems, from Chris's side. And now we will see if there's any baton passes coming out from either side.
Yep, the fake out will stop the Nick's Espathra from going for any shenanigans this turn, as Chris is able to go for a baton pass, and baton passes half a Geomancy to whatever he so chooses. And yeah, I got to imagine in this case it will be that Venusaur getting that special defense boost in the face of this very powerful fairy type. He's going to show us just how powerful it is while utterly obliterating this Incineroar.
Thank you for your service, Incineroar.
Good job, Incineroar. You got the fake out. Floret will take a hefty chunk of recoil in recourse for that. However, the awkward part is that this poison-type Venusaur is pretty great into Float. However, the Espathra has powerful Psychic-type attacks with that Lumina Crash. Is able to do quite a lot of damage to the Venusaur, so it's not super safe here. However, that Calm Mind boost that it was gifted from the other Emu earlier is definitely going to be helpful. And Basque Legion back onto the field to threaten yet more offensive pressure.
Yeah, Venusaur has to be pretty thankful right now to have that +1 special defense, and of course it is happy to be on the field with that speed boost looking down at Floette, hopefully in a position to do some damage.
Yeah, big +1 Sludge Bomb, definitely an existential threat to Floette. Same with a potential Wave Crash or even a Last Respect. Espathra with that second speed boost will be the fastest thing on the field, and so it's up to what Nick wants to do with this Espathra. Is he going to go for a Lumina Crash? Is he going to go for a Calm Mind? Or does he want to go for a Baton Pass and just give some speed to a potential Archaludon in the back? Venusaur will be going for a Mega Evolution before it gets slapped by this Lumina Crash, taking that +1 special defense into a -1 special defense. So the next Lumina Crash will do even more damage if it gets the chance to go for it. Wave Crash will be the end of Floette here, and so yeah, that strong fairy type, which is normally a great recipient for these Calm Mind and Speed Boost, is going to be removed from the field, as the +1 Giga Drain also able to clean the board here and heal up that damage and remove the Espathra from the field. And so that's 2 knockouts, so the Pokemon count now squarely in Chris's advantage, 3-2.
Yeah, this top 4 seems to be all about health regeneration, and Chris smartly there looking for targets a way to pick up the double KO while also improving the health pack on this Venusaur, be able to take advantage of these boosts as much as possible.
Now there's like an awkward spot where, you know, that Lumina Crash, you see like, oh, well, the damage wasn't that much into Venusaur, but now Venusaur's at -1 special defense, which means it's much easier. It's softened up for this Archaludon to start doing a lot more damage into it. And Sableye kind of comes in at the perfect time where it can now disable this Scarf Basque Legion from going for yet another Wave Crash if it so chooses. Sableye can also just go for some screens and keep this Archaludon around. That is the only thing that can do damage on Nick's side. It's the only remaining Pokemon. This Sableye is not offensive at all. It only has Encore Disable and Reflect and Light Screen, so no other damage options here. And so Nick, knowing that, is going to keep this Archaludon safe. We'll try to go for the Disable onto that Basque Legion. Doesn't get that. The Earth Power, though, instead into Sableye. Special defense drop just to ensure that even if Light Screen goes up, another one will get that KO. And the Espathra also here to just start chipping away with yet more Lumina Crashes, because, you know, you can only take Lumina Crash so well before it just starts snowballing way out of control. Sableye's Disable will stop this Earth Power, this next Earth Power, though. Interesting. You see the Lumina Crash into the Wedding Day, the Archaludon.
Yep.
These Pokemon, but my brain's fine. But Chris does not go for the second Earth Power, goes for the Giga Drain and instead gets to heal up here. And so Yeah, we just got some pretty interesting information. Apparently, Chris won on your time in game 1, so an extremely down to the wire game. As this Dragon Pulse does quite a lot to this Venusaur, and in game 2, Nick actually won on turn 3. So the pacing of this set has been absolutely wild.
Yeah, and maybe that is a sign of seeing the Espathra mirror. Maybe if you can find an opening, there's a chance to snowball the game. But if not, you're here to get some boosts.
Yeah, you're here for the long haul.
That's right. That's right.
Looks like we're fine. We got something somewhere in the middle, right? This game is not. It's been more than 3 turns, but it's probably not going to end on your time this time, as our Chaladon is alone against the world, but might have a hard time breaking through, or not might have. It's going to have a hard time breaking through this with another Earth Power into that slot. There's also the Vascu Legion, so Chris playing very wants to be really safe. Realizes, oh yeah, he can't go for Earth Power because of that disable. So just keep firing away with these Lumina crashes, and eventually Venusaur will show up, and eventually it will click Earth Power, even if Vascu Legion does nothing else, which, you know, it's going to be able to take this and go for its own last respect.
Right, and switching out the Venusaur there gives the Venusaur a chance to reset that -1 special defense. Sorry if you had just mentioned that, but that also, without the rain up, our Chaladon is going to have a hard time sort of snowballing and picking up boosts. It's going to need to trade in this disadvantaged numbers situation.
Yeah, I think it's fun that the matchups that we've seen between these two teams, neither player any time has brought the rain setter. They've just been like, I don't want to do that. It's just electro shot fodder. It's not worth it. They're bringing our Chaladon sans rain every time. As the Lumina Crash and Last Respects, she'll clean up the day, and our Chaladon goes down, and Chris, the Mega Venusaur Espathra team, is in the finals.
Yeah, interesting to see that the Thanksgiving in May matchup has made it to stream twice, and yeah, Chris was able to take it again after what sounds like quite an interesting set.
Crazy. Going down to your time is crazy.
I know. We will need to get one of them on the mic to explain what happened.
Yeah, I'm curious how that went. But now that we just saw both top 4 games, which means there's only one thing left.
That's right. That's finals.
We got ourselves a finals. So we've got Chris versus, I am blanking on whoever the
Vincent.
first.
Vincent won.
That's right. Chris versus Vincent in our finals. So we'll be getting that set up pretty shortly, and then we'll end our day with what? Como versus Venusaur?
Yep, just how they all drew it up.
Scoville and Venusaur. Grass types are not dead in Regulation MA.
That's right.
Their death was greatly exaggerated.
Giga Drain will be on full display, I'm sure.
Yeah, really. They both have Giga Drain. Charizard who? Where's Charizard?
That's right. That's
I
right.
haven't seen a Charizard. I was so impressed with Charizard Whimsicott like all day, and it's just not nowhere to be seen. It's just not here anymore.
Yeah, sometimes the good side wins.
Finally, the evil has been vanquished. All right, but we'll be back in just a hot minute and be back for our grand finals here today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the grand finals, John. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Two perhaps unconventional teams. Two teams we've seen really shine on stream.
Just
that's
perhaps?
right. Perhaps maybe
You haven't seen
underselling
Lopunny
it.
Snorlax Scovillain before? This is all
that's
over
in
ladder.
everyone's builder.
That's all over ladder. I've seen this 100 times.
That's right. That's right. But yes, very excited to see these two teams that we've really seen shine on stream throughout the day today. Go head to head.
All right. Also, everyone's favorite part. Guess what Pokemon won the tournament already?
That's right. That's
Scarf
right.
Basculegion.
Scarf
Let's go.
Basculegion.
Everyone loves it. All the other Pokemon are more interesting, but Scarf Basculegion is also here on both of them.
That's right. That's right.
So we got Rain versus Scovillain. We got Rain Espathra versus Scovillain Como-O. And there's also a Snorlax here. Let's not forget that. I have no idea what's going to happen as far as like what Pokemon they're going to prioritize. I think Espathra's pretty good. And yeah, I think Incineroar makes a lot of sense as a thing that just doesn't get burned by the Scovillain. But that might not be the mega choice that Vincent is keyed into, as he has both normal types on the field. And Lopunny does get intimidated, though it gets scrappy after Mega evolving, which it will probably do.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. We saw the power of Vincent's team's defensive backbone and defensive synergies, and we've also seen the strength of Espathra and gaining boost after boost and passing them off to mons that can do big damage in the back. So interested to see which type of strategy prevails or how they end up matching up against one another.
Yeah, and one thing, like, we've seen Snorlax is kind of a hard Pokemon to remove, but this Incineroar has Will-O-Wisp, which is also a pretty nice option to just burn the Snorlax. You'll take Thick Fat actually means you take less burn damage, which is kind of neat. But
interesting.
You're still gonna have your attack halved, and then it'll give Chris a lot more room to find the turns to deal with that Snorlax, which is a big bulky Pokemon to get rid of. We're actually seeing the switch out from the Espathra into the Archaludon right away, potentially trying to bait a Fake Out into that slot to get a easy stamina boost for our Archaludon friend. As the Lopunny will be the one Mega Evolving on this turn, and there's the Fake Out, and Chris gets it perfectly right. Gets a not free. Well, it took 11 damage, so 11 damage for a stamina boost. I'll take that any day. And so the Fake Outs do get traded here, but I think the advantage certainly in Chris's favor, as the leftovers will recover all of that damage. So yeah, free stamina boost means that these following close combats from Lopunny will be noticeably less threatening.
Yeah, Lopunny's looking pretty threatening in general on this board with CC pressure into both slots, with Encore pressure now into this Incineroar. Maybe Chris also being scared of getting Encored into something he didn't want to be stuck into before, so getting that Archaludon in. But now with that +1 defense on Archaludon, maybe able to sit a little bit more comfortably and start doing what it needs to do. Perhaps with Rain in the back, it could also get those boosts it's really looking for as well.
Yeah, we've seen Chris on stream twice before, but we have not seen the Pelipper show up because in the Rain Espathra mirror, Pelipper is not very good. But in this matchup, I feel like it's a pretty strong option to just give more damage output for Archaludon. Let's do Electro Shot stuff into Milotic, the Hurricane into the likes of, well, Como, as well as the Scovillain is pretty nice. And yeah, I feel like the Incineroar had a very good reason to switch out, and Pelipper switching in is the perfect thing, can take a close combat pretty comfortably. And now Electro Shot is online, and that is exactly what Chris is going to be going for. Now it's curious as what the target is going to be.
That's right. That's right. Everyone's favorite wide-winged Pelican, Derek Queen, has hit the field. And we have this Archaludon trying to start get some boost going.
That's some solid damage with Electro Shot into that resist in Como-O. And Snorlax will be going for a double edge, but after an Intimidate, that still does quite a bit. This Pelipper is not quite as bulky as one might have hoped. It does carry the Citrus Berry at least, so can get a little bit more health in the back, but Pelipper might be worth trying to conserve in the future, because Rain looks like going to be pretty important, as Archaludon seems to be the focal point of Chris's team moving forward.
Yeah, and the Como-O seems like a pretty good proactive switch here, threatening this Archaludon, who maybe was wishing it got that baton pass Calm Mind from earlier, staring down this special attack, which its special defense is weaker with the Aura Sphere. And so, interesting position for Vincent. We'll see if he goes on the offense, or if maybe tries to sneak in a little Clangorous Soul and get himself going.
Yeah, get some boost there, which then, Milotic can maybe heal some of that damage, that recoil damage off with the life dews in the back. We'll have to see, but no, just immediate clanging scales almost gets that Pelipper, but Pelipper able to survive and eat that Citrus Berry to heal up just a little bit. However, this might mean that Como might fall victim to another powerful attack The Electro Shot will be coming out from this Archaludon. No fear of that Aura Sphere doing potentially enough to just one-hit KO this thing. As the Electro Shot goes into the Snorlax this time, that's a massive chunk of damage into a very bulky Pokemon. Hurricane into the other slot, so that means Como has clanged its last soul, clanged its last scale, and is swiftly removed. So looks like the answers to the Archaludon are dwindling by the moment here. But Snorlax will be getting a defense and attack boost thanks to that curse, but it is quite low on health.
Yeah, we see Chris really loves and trusts his Derek Queen, and Derek Queen rewards him right back, living just narrowly there. And so Baby Vincent hoping the damage might get there on Pelipper. And really offensive turn for Chris. They're going for 2 attacks rather than maybe trying to set up something like a Tailwind or trying to set himself up for a sweep as well. So interesting to see if the Lopunny maybe can come in here and do a little damage as the faster Mon.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Lopunny can go for a pretty big close combat into this Archaludon. I think after the damage that's been taken, it has taken the +1, this is now +2 actually from the stamina, so maybe it can survive a close combat, but Lopunny is very, very strong, so we'll have to see exactly how much. But if it does go for that, the Pelipper can very easily just go for a Hurricane, and that's another fighting type, fighting the dust there. So this Pelipper's offensive profile with that Hurricane, pretty compelling into Vincent's team. There is no natural flying resist, so Hurricanes are just looking really appealing all around the board. Lopunny might be a bait, though, as it's switching out.
Yeah, interesting. I see Basculegion come in here.
Basculegion coming in instead, potentially trying to take up a Hurricane a little bit better. Though Incineroar will be swapping into the field, try to lower the damage output of this Snorlax moving forward, and get fake out pressure for the following turn as the Archaludon protects from what would have been that Lopunny attack. But double edge, sizable chunk into Incineroar on the switch in. This Snorlax is at -1 still, so it got intimidated twice and then cursed. But now, part of the problem with, one of the things you have to worry about with Rain is that giving the damage buff to your opponent's Basculegion is often quite scary. And so this Basculegion is now ready to threaten quite a lot of damage into that Incineroar slot. There's no fake out. You can't fake out the Basculegion as a ghost type. And Incineroar doesn't have a Pasho berry or anything to keep itself safe, so it is just very liable to just get completely swatted by the likes of, even a flip turn might be enough in the spot.
Yeah, Chris must be pretty thankful he got the Intimidate down on the Basculegion as well. As we see the last respects.
Just a last respects, but yeah, after that, after the stamina boost from before, this Archaludon is looking like an absolute menace. The Electro Shot will be coming out for the 3rd time, so this is now a +3 Electro Shot. Archaludon is just accumulating all the stat boosts in the world. Either slot it targets will be a swift knockout, and that is Basculegion gone on this turn. Oh, big critical hit. Archaludon just rubbing it in.
Salt in the wound.
Salt in the wounds. And yeah, after this 3rd stamina boost and yet more leftovers recovery, I'm not even sure if Lopunny's close combat will be able to really bust through this Archaludon.
Yeah, and going back even 2 turns, I think Chris's switch into Instant was smart. He mitigates any damage on Lopunny. He also gives himself the ability to protect safely and start regenerating health. Because this Lopunny has Encore, which is something that maybe will give Vincent a chance to be tricky or punish any passive play from Chris. So Chris still in a position where he needs to find the damage and find it actively, as opposed to maybe trying to stall out this game with an Incineroar pivot style game instead.
Yeah, and I think also preserving the Pelipper is super important, because Rain, this is the final turn of Rain, so if Chris wants to go for another Electro Shot, then he could get Encored into that, and then suddenly you can like play around that Encored Electro Shot a little bit easier. But if Pelipper's still in the back, that's not really an option anymore. So this 4th Electro Shot gonna absolutely obliterate this Snorlax, and so it is just Lopunny all on its own. And it's got too much work to do, right? Even if Incineroar goes down, there's still the Espathra, which can kind of just probably beat it on its own, thanks to the combination of Lumina Crash and the speed boost, enabling it to move faster. I'm just really curious to see how much does this close combat do to this, +3 defense boosted Archaludon?
That's right, that's right. I'm very interested. I'm sure it would be good information for either player to see how much damage this is doing for future games as well.
Yeah, and Chris has no reason not to just switch into Pelipper, make sure that if Lopunny goes for the Encore. That means the Electroshot will come out. But yeah, that's a super effective Lopunny close combat, and Archaludon is not even in the red anymore. Is not even in the red. Archaludon will be able to go for an Aura Sphere. Doesn't even need to risk the. Doesn't need to go for Electroshot. Just goes for Aura Sphere. Picks up that KO. And so that is Chris up 1-0 in the finals here against Vincent's team. Archaludon really ran away with that game.
That's right. That's right. Everyone's favorite fighting electric type, Archaludon, really, you know, hitting its coverage well. That's right. That's right. But it's interesting. We see this defensive backbone that's really predicated on water types from Vincent. Water types, normal types with this, both the Lopunny and the Snorlax. And so the offensive profile of Archaludon is really strong, obviously.
Yeah, and Dragon also just hits neutrally everything, so it's really hard to stop it from moving forward.
And we saw early in the game, Chris ended up leading the Espathra, but then could not find the position to maybe pass some boosts to this Archaludon, but was still able to find a position to get it, go and get it stacking those Electroshot boosts, keep it fast enough or safe enough with Intimidate support. I actually think the Incin was maybe the quiet MVP. It didn't do much damage, but it did everything necessary to keep Archaludon safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I like, there was an Espathra there, right? It was there on turn 1. It baited that fake out, and then just didn't do anything the rest of the game, which was honestly fine. It didn't need to, right? Chris had more than enough power in the tank, more than enough boosts that were relevant thanks to the Archaludon with the stamina and with the Electroshot. I think the pivotal turn in my head is the turn where Como went for Clanging Scales, when it could have theoretically gone for that Aura Sphere and just removed Archaludon from the board. And then suddenly, Chris has a lot more of a difficult game plan of like, all right, well, what does the Espathra do to come back from that? How do you, like, what do you do then? I'm really curious to see if Vincent maybe tries to run it back and say, all right, let me just be more targeted against the Archaludon, or if he tries a different tact entirely.
That's right. We see the Lopunny on lead again as well, this time with the Komodo instead. And Lopunny in the last game, I think, found many opportunities to at least threaten the opposing board that Chris was able to navigate out of. But I'm interested to see if Vincent might be able to use that Encore pressure, use that close combat pressure to find some openings this time around.
Yeah, the Lopunny has Fake Out pressure and Encore the pressure as well. And so this probably is maybe going to give the Como some opportunities to maybe get that Clangorous Soul that it probably wish it had in game 1, where it missed that crucial KO onto Pelipper. However, you know, leading these two fighting types into Espathra is also kind of awkward, where Espathra can very easily just protect on this presumed Fake Out, and then it's now faster and doesn't have to worry about the Encore pressure. But we're seeing double Mega from Vincent, bringing both the Lopunny and the Scovillain here. Very interesting, as the Incineroar also will be switching out into a Fighting Resist on this turn, as Espathra does go for the pretty safe Protect in this board state. Did Como go for the Clangor Soul? There it is. Clangor Soul. So now Como is a monster threat here. And I really like the Scovillain because you don't need to Mega. You can just click Rage Powder to keep this thing safe. It also got a speed boost from Moody because, you know, Moody, why not?
That's right.
So I really like this approach from Vincent, saying I can use Scovillain as like an actual Pokemon outside of a burn bot.
Yeah, that's right. And with this Clangorous Soul online, this Komodo is threatening a lot of really big special damage on the opposing side. And as you mentioned with the Scovillain, it's something that might be able to take these Electro shots a little bit easier from a potential Archaludon in the back, maybe stop Chris's ability to snowball. Not to mention perhaps burning things on the other side and putting Chris on a timer a little bit as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm really curious. Yeah, we don't see a Mega from the Scovillain quite yet. And Chris saying, well, okay, if you're going to boost, I'm going to boost as well, and I'm just going to out-boost you with my Calm Mind. So the Clangor Soul come out and does a lot of damage, even through that Calm Mind to that Espathra. And there was no Rage Powder, crucially, from this Scovillain, so the Giga Drain will follow it, but without the Mega, it does not quite have the offense to get rid of this Pelipper. So that's a big Hurricane. +1 special defense means that Como might be able to take it, but no, Pelipper is too strong. So Como still only gets 1 attack off, 1 Clanging Scales for the road, and that's, I don't feel like it's not quite going to be enough. It's not big of a return on investment as I think Vincent was hoping for, spending that turn and a good chunk of his health to get that damage. That's all he's going to get from it.
Yeah, if Mike Breen was on the mic, he might be giving the double bang for Derek Queen. The Pelipper has just been too clutch in these games so far. Being able to live the attack there and then trade back with a Hurricane and pick up the KO.
Yeah. Lopunny is here to help pick up the slack a little bit. However, at this point, it's pretty easy for a potential double protect from this Pelipper and Lopunny. Then you can just, go for something like a baton pass, get our Chaladon in, and things are maybe looking a little bit more awkward. I do think the fact that Vincent still has the Scovillain as a redirection Pokemon is very noticeable here. It is able to keep this Lopunny safe from the powerful single target attacks that Chris is threatening. Or you could also just keep it even more safe by switching into Milotic, which is also not going to be very threatened by these two Pokemon.
It's interesting. They say Fake Out is most threatening when it's available for you to click, and it's the second most threatening when it's in the back. And we've seen both players switch their Fake Out users out both times.
Yeah, that +1, that Moody special defense boost is going to keep the Scovillain around from that Hurricane from Pelipper. Gets a special defense drop and a +2 in its special attack, so the Scovillain is now a pretty big offensive threat. And I'm curious to see how Milotic can actually, put in a shift in this game. What is it going to be doing that can meaningfully impact the board? Because I don't know if Life Dew is going to be as impactful as the last time we saw it using that move.
Yeah, interested to see who this baton pass goes to. This is Bathrise Click Protect twice. It's stacked a bunch of speed, so whoever's coming in is going to be quite fast.
All right, here's our Chaladon with all the boosts in the world. This speedy, moody Scovillain will finally pick up the KO onto Pelipper, and so the rain turns are numbered for this Archaladon, so it cannot, quick Electro Shot in perpetuity. And Milotic will go for the Life Dew on this turn, so Scovillain will get a little bit more health moving forward. So I think Vincent is scraping by, trying to get there. Another special attack boost certainly doesn't hurt. However, the speed drop from Scovillain is not that appreciated. Still have to see. No, the Archaladon has like 3 speed boosts at this point. It's certainly going to be the fastest thing. Incineroar forced out to bring the competitive boost to Milotic, but Electro Shot looks pretty appealing. But again, as seeing on the screen, one more turn of rain means Electro Shot is not a consistent option in the future.
Yeah, but Chris might be content with the redirection of Scovillain here is going to resist the Electro Shot anyways. Chris might be content to click Fake Out Electro Shot, get one last boost. We already have the Calm Mind and 3 speeds on Archaladon.
Yes, just saying I'm just going to get all the boosts in the world onto this Archaladon. Milotic and Scovillain going for the Protect in order to stall out this Fake Out pressure. So finally, someone clicks Fake Out the first turn.
Fake Out.
They're doing the most basic thing. And here is the Electro Shot. I think both players are kind of okay with this. Chris, fine getting the Electro Shot off now because, okay, I'm not doing any damage. Or best case, I blow up your Milotic. Worst case, I get another special attack boost. So now our Chaladon is at +2. Very much threatening. Scovillain is now at +3 special defense, though, so Scovillain is getting all the right moody boosts to make this hard for Chris. So still an unanswered question of how exactly Chris is going to navigate through this, because weirdly enough, Vincent has not mega'd anything yet. There's still the question of, is this going to be Mega Scovillain at some point with all these stat boosts, or is Lopunny going to be the thing that actually Mega evolves? Still an unanswered question, and a little bit playing with fire because Milotic still has the competitive boost.
That's right, and although Archaladon has a lot of boosts, we've seen the power of Vincent's defensive backbone, and if he's able to survive one of these attacks with all these boosts, maybe he can keep healing himself back up.
Yep, Scovillain, I think, looks like Vincent got enough boosts on the Scovillain where he's like, okay, and this is now, I think, more worth it to Mega than the Lopunny, and so we'll be doing so on this turn. The Dragon Pulse goes into Scovillain, but +3 special defense takes that so well. The burn is now going to negate the leftovers recovery from this Archaladon moving forward. Giga Drain into Incineroar. That's way more damage than I would expect from a regular Giga Drain into an Incineroar, and the health recovery is notable as well. So it might be, all right, how do you deal with this now boosted Scovillain as Incineroar gets swatted down by this Scald and is now, 2v3, and Vincent has the Pokemon advantage, though one of them is a non-Mega Lopunny in the back, so can only be so helpful.
Yeah, that's right. With that +2 on the Scald, Milotic was always probably about to pick up that Incin, but Vincent smartly going for the Giga Drain and giving his Scovillain a little more health without having to click the Life Dew instead.
Yeah, and Espathra is here, but not really loving its position here. It can at least Lumina Crash to bring this Scovillain special defense down to size. That will be very helpful for this Archaludon, but it's kind of all eyes on Archaludon. Archaludon kind of has to do everything, and thanks to that crucial burn from Scovillain Mega Evolving and gaining that spicy spray, this Archaludon rather is on a timer. It is not going to have any health recovery anymore. That burn will just constantly undo that leftovers recovery. So all the damage from now on that Vincent does into Chris's team is permanent, which is meaningful because this might take a little while. We've seen how long this Milotic can sit on the field, and it might be forced to do so for a bit longer.
Yeah, it might be tough to sequence. You want to click these Lumina crashes, but Archaludon is so fast that it's actually going to be going first.
Yeah, we're actually seeing maybe Chris trying to rectify that sooner rather than later, getting some more speed boosts onto the Espathra to be faster than this Archaludon, as everything protecting except for Milotic, who's going for that Skull to maybe pick up that KO onto the Espathra, which has now protected, so it looks like it's very vulnerable to that in the future. And it looks like we're going to getting one Lumina Crash, probably, you'd imagine, into that Scovillain to remove the +3 special defense boost that it has accrued so far. But yeah, this is really a tale of so many different everything has significant stat changes all the time.
And Vincent is a good steward of being the stream POV, showing us all the stat changes on both sides.
Thankfully showing us what on earth is going on here. So Scovillain have basically got 3 Calm Minds and a speed boost under its belt, which is crazy because Archaludon also has +2 special attack and +1 special defense and +3 speed. Yeah, I'm really curious to see like what this Archaludon does. I feel like the only thing Espathra can do is go for this Lumina Crash, and so I think Vincent recognizing that, saying, all right, I'll go for the double protect, try to get the protect on, keep the Scovillain around. Dragon Pulse does significant damage. Lumina Crash following up, lowering that special defense harshly. There you go. Spicy Spray will burn, but Espathra's not too long for this battle anyway, as I imagine the Scald will be following up to pick up that KO. So it is now a 1v3. It is Archaludon versus the world. However, if you want any Pokemon to be against the whole world, Archaludon's not the worst.
Yeah, that's right. And we did see that +1 Espathra actually went second next to the +3 Archaludon. Maybe that was Chris's last chance to go in, try to lower that special defense on Scovillain. But it's looking like the defensive backbone of Vincent's side really had the ability to shine in this one and might be able to hang on.
Yeah, so we'll see if Archaludon's going to have to try to get through this Scovillain. Scovillain does have Overheat. It's a +3 special attack, so that can definitely do quite a lot of damage. Yeah, we will have to see, as the Scovillain will be keeping itself safe on this turn. Is Milotic trying to slow down this Archaludon just a little bit with an Icy Wind. Already burned, so no need to try to fish for a Scald burn or anything. Does cough up a stamina boost as well, and so just more stat changes.
That's right. That's right. These animations are taking forever. Keep your eye on the clock. We'll see. We'll see if we have enough
we got
time
9
to finish
minutes
this
left.
one.
Vincent still has 2 minutes and 46 seconds left. So this might go down quite down to the wire here. As however, Vincent does have the Pokemon advantage. Scovillain will be keeping itself safe, or trying to. The Aura Sphere will connect onto Scovillain. I like the Aura Sphere there, just saying like, well, if Lopunny does switch in, I might as well just do more damage to that. Here is yet another Icy Wind slowing down this Archaludon. This is +2 Icy Wind, now single target, doing significant damage to this Archaludon. Significant in the grand scheme of things. Like I wouldn't be like, oh man, 20%, that's incredible. But like in this context, pretty noticeable damage.
Right, and with the burn offsetting the leftovers, Chris isn't going to be able to get any health backup. So these 20% do add up, and without clicking Electro Shot, it's hard to see how this Archaludon is going to be able to get through the Milotic fast enough, or at least fast enough to offset maybe any life dues or protect options that Vincent has on his side.
Yeah, and this is also Lopunny, despite not being able to Mega Evolve this game, will be able to go for a Fake Out to buy a little bit more time. So that's a little bit of chip damage, with some more burn chip, or just go for the damage, right?
Who says no?
Not no. It's actually still faster than the Archaludon at +1 speed, which is kind of nuts. But Lopunny just go for close combat, not same type attack bonus boosted. So will be Lopunny's final attack on this turn. So Lopunny kind of a big bait this whole game, but got a little bit of work in edgewise and is now 1 versus 1. Milotic's Icy Wind once again into the Archaludon. That's some pretty nice damage, though. That competitive boost coming back to haunt Chris, and it might be what brings Vincent into a Game 3.
That's right, that's right. And at this point, Milotic might outspeed, or is probably close to outspeeding this Archaludon now that it's finally offset all of those baton pass speed boosts with all these Icy Winds.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But Archaludon is at +2 special attack, so could do quite a lot of damage. We'll be going for the Dragon Pulse. How much does this do to Milotic? That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. The Citrus Berry, though, might make sure that is not a 2-hit KO. So one more Icy Wind for the road. Is that enough? Not quite. But the burn will go first. Or no, sorry, the leftovers comes first, then the burn, so it's not going to get KO'd, but Archaludon has finally been slowed down enough where Milotic should be faster, and Milotic should be able to go for a Scald to pick up the KO. Vincent, please do not click Icy Wind, because if you miss, that will be very sad. Here's the Scald. Yep, Vincent seeing the option, gets the KO onto the gigantic raid boss Archaludon, and we have a Game 3.
And you know, I was giving Derek Queen his flowers for being clutch in both games, but we got to give some credit to Milotic for living these attacks, hitting its Icy Winds, doing everything it needed to do to keep Vincent in this game.
Yeah,
Sorry.
like if Vincent misses one of those Icy Winds, suddenly things get a lot more complicated, right? But I think, yeah, Vincent, that game was so interesting because he brought both Mega Evolutions and was like so on the fence about like, which one do I Mega? When do I like? And I loved the, like, I'm going to fish for Moody boosts and see, oh, he got some really good stuff. Okay, I'm going to, then suddenly he's like, all right, the value proposition of Mega Evolving Scoville is more than Lopunny in this case. I will go for that. I thought that was a really interesting dynamic that I haven't seen that all that much in this format so far.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Moody boosts really dictate a game and provide flexible game plans. We often see Moody with annoying mods like Smeargle or Mach.
I think Scoville is also kind of annoying. You got the burn and all that.
That's fair.
But yes, I think it's a fair
seeing it
point.
with Pokemon that might be able to take advantage of it in a different way is really interesting.
Yeah, and not a silly, less of a silly way. So I think it's fair to say. But we're getting a little bit of the run. Well, a run back from Vincent, but Chris saying, okay, I'm not going to lead Incineroar into double fighting type again. How about I just lead my Psychic and Ghost type? You're going to enjoy that? Probably not nearly as much. So at this point, you know, Lopunny, we said last time, well, I said last time, it probably wants to Mega Evolve and go for something like a Fake Out, but let's see if Vincent agrees with me because he clearly had different plans moving forward. And Incineroar will be coming in once again to get that crucial Intimidate onto Lopunny before he gets to go for a Mega Evolution. But it looks like it's not doing that this time. Instead, it's going to be, once again, a Protect from this Espathra, finally stopping an actual attack in that Fake Out from Lopunny. And Como going for the Clangorous Soul once again. Again, that was kind of felt like the disastrous part in Game 1, and even still in Game 2 is that Como only got a single attack off before getting KO'd, but Pelipper's not here to Hurricane it this time.
Yeah, that's right. And we see Chris staggers Fake Out. We've seen him do this in previous games as well, which both threatens Lopunny's Encore, threatening it with Fake Out. Also threatens the CC, which will now be doing less damage into the Archaludon should he Baton Pass into it.
Yep, we're seeing the Fake Out go into the Como-O as Lumina Crash goes into Lopunny, but Lopunny's not a fighting type anymore, so it's not super weak to that Lumina Crash. Como will be flinching on this turn. Lopunny's next to move with an Encore, so Lumina Crash is the only move that Espathra will be using for the next few turns, so cannot go for any Baton Pass shenanigans yet, but if you're Chris, you're kind of like, okay, you asked for it. Like, here's the Lumina Crashes. You've got two fighting types. How are you gonna handle this?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, particularly this Como now has this boost, but is suddenly threatened by this really fast Espathra, who maybe would like to give away some of that speed to somebody else, but on the flip side, in a unique position where it's actually threatening damage, which it doesn't always do.
yeah, it's like, all right, twist my arm, I'll quick Lumina Crash if you really ask for it. Of course, Vincent can potentially try to switch into Milotic to get a free competitive boost off of that, now that Espathra's moves are a little bit more telegraphed. However, little bit playing with fire, right? Lumina Crash gives you gives that Milotic special attack boost, but means that next Lumina Crash is doing even more damage. Como will keep itself safe in this turn, knows it is under threat as the Lumina Crash did indeed go towards that slot. A lot Encore once again trying to catch the Incineroar unawares, but Basculegion jumping back onto the field in a really offensively threatening position here as, yeah, Lumina Crash plus Flip Turn looks very threatening.
Yeah, that's right. It does look really threatening here. It does seem like Chris has the ability to maybe start snowballing with these Lumina Crashes. Again, I think you still have to be worried about maybe getting caught with a Milotic switch, maybe giving up some boosts. Yeah, we'll see Vincent switch in the Milotic.
Yep, there is Milotic going to be switching in, but the Lumina Crash does not go towards that slot. I like this. Going into Como instead. Boom, but it's not enough. Como will stomach that hit just narrowly. That leftovers recovery proving very critical here as the Clanging Scales comes out. Not enough with the Focus Sash on the Espathra. Takes that hit. That still did a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. No Calm Mind on that.
No Calm Mind. And the Flip Turn doesn't go into the into that same slot, so instead gets a little bit of chip into Milotic, but that's probably not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. If I'm Chris, I'm probably thinking, man, I really wish I had doubled into the Como. Flip Turn certainly could have done that, but here we have Venusaur now hitting the field. We've not seen Venusaur yet in this set. It's been really leaning into the rain mode, but we have no Pelipper and no Archaludon in this game, so Chris really leaning into Venusaur instead, and that might prove kind of useful into this Milotic.
Yeah, Venusaur, a good adjustment when you saw Milotic and you saw Scovillain especially put up really good numbers in the last game. Yeah, certainly Komodo, though, coming up clutch, getting the double protect and then living that attack from Lumina. I believe it was double protect. Living the Lumina Crash and then trading back with the big scales on the other side.
Yeah, but Espathra is still faster than everything, still threatening quite a lot, and so this is still a bit of an awkward position where, you know, if Venusaur is faster than Milotic and Como protects, then this could be opening the door for a Lumina Crash Giga Drain into this Milotic slot. Looks like that's what we're seeing. The Lumina Crash goes into Milotic. Nice damage. Playing with fire a little bit, but if Venusaur is faster, that is really what Chris is playing for. There's the Giga Drain with the -2 special defense. Milotic is gone, and now Como is totally exposed in this following turn.
Yeah, really dicey play from Chris there. You see the Espathra with all these speed boosts is one of Chris's only or best answers into this now boosted, Omni-boosted Komodo, and he correctly calls that it was going to protect there.
Oh, but the Scovillain is still here. This is still awkward because now the Rage Powder is on the field. There's also the fact that Scovillain could Mega Evolve, and if it Mega Evolves and redirects away a Lumina Crash, Espathra goes down to the burn, so this is still a very awkward position, but no Mega yet. Vincent has been very cautious about going for that preemptively. Here is the Lumina Crash. Scovillain takes that okay enough, but it's a matter of what does the follow-up from this Venusaur look like. The Como does quite a lot of damage, finally picks up the Nemesis in Espathra, lowers his defense once again, and here is the Sludge Bomb following up into that Scovillain. So Scovillain doesn't get the chance to Mega Evolve in this turn and is now 2 Pokemon left for Vincent, and Chris still has Incineroar and that Basculegion in the back.
Yeah, and importantly, now that Komodo has clicked Clanging Scales twice,
yeah.
It has lost its defense boost and in fact gone down to -1 defense, which puts it perhaps in Aqua Jet range. And so Chris may be setting up Basculegion to deal with the Komodo in the end.
Right, and this Incineroar once again intimidating the Lopunny. It had not Mega Evolved previously, so it did not gain Scrappy to be immune to that Intimidate, and so it's not going to be threatening as much damage as it might have otherwise. But I think all eyes are kind of on this Basculegion that's not on the field yet, because that is going to be the way that that is going to be the way that Chris can get through this Como-O. So it's a matter of, all right, how do you get through the Lopunny? It can't protect, but this Como can also just do a whole lot of damage to everything, and the speed advantage is with Vincent now.
That's right. That's right. Although with this Basque Legion being fully immune to Lopunny, if that's correct, right? Close combat.
Well, no, it's scrappy, so we'll be able to close combat anyway.
Oh.
So now there's no reason to not Mega Evolve this time. Scovillain has gone, so
lack of ball knowledge on my part.
No, you don't see Lopunny all the time, so. Here is the Protect from the Como-O, respectful of the Fake Out pressure from this Incineroar. As Lopunny will be going for the Fake Out. Also just, faking out into Incineroar, get his critical hit. Nice chip damage there. What does Venusaur do? It is the Sludge Bomb. It is going into the Lopunny. It is enough for the KO. And I think with that hidden sleeper pick in that Basque Legion, no one's been using that guy. He's been just a down and out Pokemon. No one thought Basque Legion was good in this format. It should be the thing that helps Vincent lock up this game, even if Clanging Scales clears the board right here, right now.
That's right, Chris. Sorry, Chris will lock up this game with his Basque Legion. Because both sides have the Basque Legion.
Yes. So there's the Clanging Scales. Croak, the Mega Venusaur will fall, but I think Incineroar, the perennial GOAT, will be able to finish this off with a throw chop.
Who said he was washed?
Who said? Not me. Chris takes the win over Vincent. What a wild final set. I really loved the dual mega play we saw from Vincent. Really cool. But Chris's power of that Espathra really shone through, right? Saying, okay, I'm going to encore you into Lumina Crash so I don't have to worry about Baton Passer Calm Mind shenanigans. And Chris was like, all right, you asked for it. I'm going to click Lumina Crash 4 turns in a row. Can you deal with that? And it was really hard for Vincent to do that. I think that call where Como protected and Chris sort of went down onto the Milotic and got that KO. Super important. Just sort of blew the door wide open on that, and so gave Chris the momentum to close out the game.
Yeah, Chris made Venusaur look great, and it was able to really break through Vincent's impressive defensive backbone with the Scovillain and the Milotic. Made the call to bring it in Game 3. Not the most common, not completely uncommon, but not the most common Mega, and Chris really made it shine in that Game 3 there.
Yeah, sort of saying, all right, I'm not going to rely on the rain mode as much. I think you're too prepared for our Chaladon. I don't think you're going to be as prepared for the Venusaur, and it proved right. Like that, the Sludge Bombs were doing great damage, countered the Scovillain quite effectively. Did great, and Incineroar just gave the other pieces the room that they needed to do what they needed to. So, excellent job from Chris. Let's go with Espathra. What a tournament!
What a tournament! Yes,
Espathra is one of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon, so I was happy to see Espathra do well because Lumina Crash is an insane move. This move is so crazy.
Speed boost is insane too, and so getting to see it many times on stream between Nick and Chris was a real treat. I think I've learned a lot from getting to see them both play in their own ways.
You got your indie team now?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
All right. If you didn't before, you have your indie team now. You know what you're bringing into Indianapolis if you're unsure, like we are.
Yep. Following Chris is a tried and true strategy. He has never led me astray. So, I will be taking notes.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's everything from us, unless we're streaming any of the other Champions tournament that's happening today. I think we've been on the mic. I've been on the mic for long enough. My voice is falling apart as it is, but it has been an absolute joy to stream this tournament. There'll be many more Champions tournaments over the summer and in the future when it becomes the game we actually use for locals. But instead, we just have these fun, for fun Champions tournaments, which is always a great time. So. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for Jonathan and Sahan and Mitchell for being on the stream with me. And it's been a wonderful time. Any other final words for yourself?
No, this was my first time casting. Casting with Zach is, of course, a treat. He's a pro's pro. And so, of course, from all of us, thank you to you for putting on such an excellent stream, as well as Gerardo as well on the technical side of things.
Yes, thank you to Gerardo. Thank you to our TOs, Zoe and Joe, for putting all this together. Thank you. We are in the CardArt card shop in Sunnyvale, California. So if you want to hang out and play in any of these tournaments, we have a NorCal Discord, NorCal website, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, all the good stuff. You know where to find us if we have yet more tournaments, which we certainly will. So I think I did all the plugging stuff. I think we're good. So thank you all so much for watching. Have a great Memorial Day. Have a great week. And we'll see you all next time.